This young man was originally the North Huyền Tiên Tôn. At 30 years old, he entered the world of cultivation due to a fortuitous encounter. But that was fine because in this life, Manhwa wanted to cultivate seriously, achieving perfection at every realm. Earlier, Junki was very polite, but his attitude had changed to one of respect. It turns out the master was right before him. Manhwa thought to himself, next, I need to find a place to test the effectiveness. At that moment, there was a doorbell. He peeked out. Someone was here. Manhwa asked right away, you and your friends? Outside the door were Uncle Lum, Dam Tu, and Tuong Van waiting. He bowed his head respectfully. Mr. Trun, I'm sorry to intrude. I came to meet Jae Hyun. My family knows about your situation. Wanting to meet you, he was a little surprised and asked back, is it really Ngui 3? He stood aside, looking dazed. What kind of powerful magical weapon does Manhwa have? And she was half believing, half doubting that Ngui 3 was looking for Manhwa. Uncle Lam then deliberately hinted to chase away his two friends. I still have something to discuss with Mr. Tran. Could you two come back another day? Manhwa waved his hand to signal them. In a few days, I'll be back to school. Thanks for visiting me. Dam Thu smiled and replied, all right, see you at school. Seeing Thuong Van being nosy, I stopped to look at him and pulled her away. Uncle Lam slowly began to speak at this moment. Jae Hyun, my family has set their sights on a genuine magical artifact, but we've been hesitating, so we wanted to invite you to help evaluate it. It was I and my niece who have offended you. Contrary to her grandfather's attitude, the girl appeared quite disgruntled. Manhwa clearly looked confused about this at first. After a few seconds, he smiled brightly as if he had found something good. Sure, then let's go take a look at the luxurious car, Bonbon. On the road, he continued to bring up topics while sitting inside the car. This artifact was brought to Donghae by a merchant from the Central Plains. It had everyone captivated, and Manhwa was also joking around for fun. So that's why there was an auction the other day, right? It was to reduce the price. Uncle Lam then said something serious. Chan Wook. Rich people are very superstitious about treasures that harmonize with feng shui. They worship the cold and evil heart, not just at the Shao office. The bosses at Thien Ha are coming too. This time they're probably determined to get this artifact. A little slip-up could cost millions. So Donghae wants to invite you to take a look. If it's real, then we will buy it. After hearing this, he looked a bit thoughtful. Just a casual ode to keep up appearances. The car moved into a villa area. Manhwa followed him inside. The two of them walked straight to the large room located right in the center of the house. There was a sharp-looking man with a goatee. He spoke up, Mr. Tran, you're here. In response to his greeting, Manhwa politely introduced himself. I am Manhwa. You used this flimsy leaf to cut my hair and embed it in the tree. Ji-hoon sat at the same table, smirking mockingly. Nu Donghae, why did you bring a baby-faced kid here to check it out? Is there no one left at the Shao office? He lightly punched the table, pretending to be angry while reminding Ji-hoon. This is the Shao office, not Thien Ha. If you keep being arrogant, I will kick you out, he chuckled. Tiao Tao replied, if your older brother or second brother were here, I would immediately shut up, but Nui Donghae. You don't have that kind of qualification. Nu Donghae stood up angrily at his arrogant and disrespectful attitude. But unable to lose his cool, Ben could only let out a sigh. At this time, Nine Lin spoke up to ease the tension. All right, everyone calm down. He complied and immediately sat back down, although still quite uncomfortable. He then looked at Manhwa and politely invited him. As for you, sir, since you're here to check it out, please have a seat. Uncle Lam then leaned in and whispered to him, Mr. Tran, let me introduce you to Donghae's Phuong Thang International Company. We also engage in foreign trade. Their business has been competing for over 10 years now. How is that possible? It's just a little energy technique, nothing worth mentioning. They have long been at odds. Ji-hoon, coming from Thien Ha City in Lam Hai, holds sway over foreign trade teams. Having done business abroad for many years, in Thien Ha City, he can call the shots. Mr. Jae-hyun, a pioneer in the field, is Nine Lin. He is a wealthy and famous man in Shao City. Everyone calls him Trin Hae-hyun. Nine Lin represents the three most influential people speaking up. If everyone is here, can the boss show us the goods now? Boss, of course, Hye-jin won't refuse. In short, the item he displayed is a transparent cube with a diagram of 8 monsters inside. Manhwa looked shocked at first glance. Ngui Donghae silently judged, this kid really doesn't look like a master. You shouldn't listen to Mr. Lam. Then he asked aloud, Mr. Trun, what do you think? Ji-hoon quickly jumped in. What else is there to say? Is it real? Do we need to discuss it? 9. Lin crossed his arms and laughed. This milk-stinking kid probably doesn't even know what this magical item is called. He smiled, hearing those sharp, implied words. But the ancient magical item could no longer hold up and had many cracks. Manhwa replied, for you, it may seem like a trivial skill, but for me, it probably won't last much longer. Unfortunately, none of them are worth my notice, so I don't need to remind them. After a while, he invited someone to step forward. Master Qi, please check it for him. Immediately, he picked up the item and examined it. Then he carefully inspected it from all angles. After that, Nine Lin smiled slyly. The master engineer is a famous feng shui master. As long as it's a feng shui item, nothing can escape his eyes, he arrogantly declared. Compared to our master Ngo, he's far behind. The master engineer continued to examine the item and replied, my magical power is limited. He could only see that this treasure was extraordinary, but he didn't know in what way. A moment later, he looked over. Another person interrupted Master Ngo to tell Son Ha to adjust his outfit and then confidently stepped forward. With his lowly status, being able to see that it was extraordinary is already not bad. The master engineer was very self-satisfied. In my mind, I couldn't figure out how this magical item was used. Can you see him stepping forward? He looked like he was waiting for a show. This is a truly marvelous master technique. This time, Junki spoke up, noticing how his grandfather changed his form of address. When he saw Son Ha start to chant a spell, Ji-hoon exclaimed, Master Ngo's sleeves don't need wind to fly. Could it be that he's entering the Tao? He concentrated and directed a stream of energy toward the antique. Instantly, a small blue flame wrapped around it. The people sitting there were amazed. This cool energy is the magical item. It's a genuine magical item! Ngui Donghae leaned forward, looking very excited. 9. Lin slightly recoiled. Son Ha was the happiest at that moment. He grinned in satisfaction, while Hei Jin felt proud of her people. So, have you figured out what a true master is yet? The group fell silent after the recent display. Minho remained quietly observing. This person's internal energy has magical power, although the quality is not high. The quantity is low, but it's a level above internal force. Unfortunately, their weaknesses are too many. Not on the same level as me. At that moment, Ngui Donghae was furious, ready to explode. Ji-hoon had actually invited a master. Even if I have to cough up blood to get this item, I still have to ask Master Ngo to show me how to use it. The old boss is now diving into the most important matter. Calling a young teenager, sir, the girl seemed even less pleased with Minho. Everyone, if you've seen the power of this treasure, shouldn't we start bidding? Suddenly, someone interrupted. Wait, it's Ji-hoon. He rudely pointed at you and asked, Master Trun, what do you think? Son Ha took a small sip of water, his eyes lightly scanning each person. Everyone has felt the power of the magical tool. Indeed, like being enlightened, it can definitely extend life and prevent illnesses. Ji-hoon's pointing was meant to embarrass Ngudi Donghae. Now he's even talking to a little kid. When it comes to evaluating magical tools, isn't it just a game for everyone? He impatiently repeated the previous question. Master Trun, please feel free to evaluate. We want to see your abilities, Minho replied loudly to him. You're definitely usually rude to others. It's your habit. But when faced with this, Ji-hoon couldn't keep his composure. What's up? Does this kid really dare to evaluate? Then he quickly turned to seek Master Ngo. What do you think? He's just a country bumpkin. You calmly stood up and slowly explained, in this 8 tricky piece, there are 8 different inscriptions, which together form a small spirit gathering formation. Seeing that the other party kept calling him a master, he guessed that on Earth, different, thus creating a small spirit gathering formation. Its effect is to create an area. It can gather spiritual energy, helping the human body be nourished by it. Heijin's body will become stronger. Everyone focused on Minho. Son Ha mumbled something profound, while Chan Wook and Ngui Donghae stood up, pointed at the item, and said like that, this magical tool is authentic. You sincerely answered him, reluctantly considered as real. But Ji-hoon impatiently asked, but what? Minho pointed and emphasized the truth. This magical tool can't hold up anymore because it has been used many times. It's about to break. The lifeless object lay still on the table. To let everyone argue, the coffee table began to buzz. What's going on with this magical tool? Isn't it hardly usable anymore? Son Ha got up angrily. You little punk, how dare you? Damn it, you called Hai-jin a fellow practitioner. Ji-hoon seriously questioned you. What is this old boss about? He jumped, stammering. Shouldn't this soul be? Minho saw through everything and answered. There was also a small group quietly cultivating, so he inquired. Do I need to say more? Of course, Hai-jin is the brother. Master Ngo, along with the old boss, the 3 of them pulled off a scam to fool Ngui Donghae. He grimaced, unable to say a word. Ngui Donghae still patiently asked, explain, what's really going on with Ji-hoon? Behind the dark glasses, his flustered eyes were clearly visible. This matter. After that, Ji-hoon called out Master Ngo's name. Son Ha was now busy dealing with the embarrassment of his hard work. Yet he was exposed by this little brat. Looking at Minho's proud, upright back, he frowned and mumbled. Kid, do you dare to mess with my stage? You immediately retorted. So what? Do you still want to take action? Son Ha gritted his teeth, speaking each word carefully. To live again, I haven't seriously fought anyone yet. My hands are itching. At this moment, Ji-hoon couldn't hold back, standing up and slamming the table. That and go, guy. This is Xiao's territory. You can't just act recklessly here. The bodyguards also stepped in to stabilize the situation. Treaton Jae-hyun was still targeting Minho, scolding the kid. You destroyed my business. How could I let you go? After saying that, Son Ha pulled a vial out of his pocket. Can the masters you speak of perform techniques similar to mine? Indeed. Then, confidently asked the opponent, you said that thing isn't a magical weapon, so what about this? He slowly opened the lid of the vial, a plume of dark purple smoke escaping amidst Son Ha's arrogant laughter. "Hey Kid Trun, behold my treasure!" Gradually, the smoke revealed green spots forming strange shapes. It emitted sounds of groans and cries for help. Ji-hoon was terrified, shaking like a leaf. This was a demon summoning technique. He smiled brightly, confirming he wasn't wrong. In just 3 seconds, the tea table was deserted as everyone ran away. Seeing Minho sitting still, Son Ha asked, "Kid, aren't you scared?" A few people whispered to each other. "That milk-drinking kid. Isn't he afraid of death?" Facing him is a very powerful character who can control demons. Yet he seemed completely unafraid. "Could he be stupid?" Minho replied after taking a sip of water. "Scared? Just relying on some ghostly spirits, while your son," Son Ha rolled up his sleeves looking fierce. "You're about to die, and you still dare to talk big!" The demons immediately swarmed around him at their master's command. Only then could he touch the highest foundation, and all grudges and enmities must be resolved. The master of transformation is the one who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts, completely detached from the mortal realm. That person can control both internal and external energies. Minho smirked, then threw him a comment. "Turns out it's just a jar for raising demons." "Well then, let me show you what a real magical weapon is." He then summoned lightning. Trun Pham cast a spell and thought, "The magic in my talisman makes the power of the Bikma Thun Loi the strongest." Tri Gung and Tri Dung specialize in destroying all kinds of ghostly spirits. The black energy glanced at him. Tren Pham continued to control the lightning, his gaze sharp, reciting the incantation, and instantly several lightning bolts shot towards the black energy. Causing it to distort, it then spread out, heading straight for Son Ha to attack. Leaving him astonished, the power of the lightning blew Son Ha's body away. A moment later, he looked at his hand. He was astonished and exclaimed, "The lightning magic of the celestial master." At that moment, several ideas suddenly flashed in Hyejin's mind. "This is Minho! This is Minho! Oh my god!" Son Ha frantically knelt down on the ground, striking his head on the ground, begging for mercy. "Master, spare my life. I, Ja Hyun, will never dare again. Never dare again." Even wanting to take the life of an enemy from beyond 10 feet is not difficult at all. Minho coldly questioned, "I destroy your magic, do you submit?" Son Ha, like a machine, continuously cried out, "I submit, I submit. I submit, I submit." You ask again, "I destroy the magical weapon, destroy the cultivation, do you submit?" He hurriedly bowed his head, maintaining his answer, "I admire you, I admire you, I admire you." Deong Heijin admired. Minho shouted even more angrily, "This is the 3rd time I'm asking. I'm ruining your business, tarnishing your reputation, making you kneel and beg for mercy. Do you admire me or not?" Sun Ha's answer remained unchanged. Jaehoon admired him, both verbally and in action, admired him verbally and in action. Seemingly satisfied, Minho then advised again, "If that's the case, I'll spare your life. If in the future you dare to set foot in Xiao's place, I will definitely turn you into smoke. Your soul will be lost." The scene that caught Ji-hoon's eye made him sweat profusely. Master Ngo was even beaten down to kneel and beg for mercy. "I'm just an ordinary person. How dare I oppose the deity who wields thunder?" Thinking of this, Ji-hoon clasped his hands, stammering, "Trun. Master Trun, killing is against the law." In response to this attitude, Minho just smiled mockingly. "Earlier, you were shouting and scolding me. What happened?" Jun-ki replied, then wondered, "You are also a master, and yet you don't know these things?" The imposing aura from earlier was now gone. However, in this situation, his little life had become more important. "Master Trun, please spare my life. Whatever you want, I will give it all. This is indeed a big shot in the true sense." He scoffed, while the comments from around continued to ring out, the atmosphere dripping with disdain. Everyone looked at the world with half an eye. It seems that only those who hold great power can attain such a view. Suddenly, Minho turned to an old man and asked, "Earlier, how much did people bid for that 8-weird table?" The person hurriedly replied, 45 million. Hearing this, he immediately suggested to Ji-hoon, "Then you can use this 45 million to buy your life." How could he dare to haggle further, as if saying, "Yes, yes, 45 million I will pay." Minho continued to make demands. While pointing towards the exit, "Within 3 days, I want this 45 million to be placed in front of me. You can leave now." The two immediately rushed out. Leaving Dong Hae, who was constantly flattering, "Master Trun, I know you have the ability, those guys are just trash." This is all about appreciation in the martial arts world, but it turns out that the master realm he mentioned is still within martial arts. He held his face, secretly despising. How could a fake like him give birth to such a foolish son? At this point, Dong Hae suggested again, "Let's change places to talk." Minho simply responded, "Okay." Soon the 4 of them were sitting at a table. At this moment, he was the one to speak first. "Master Qi, I just heard you say that Master Ngo has entered the Tao. Can you explain what entering the Tao means?" He smiled and continued, "Master Tren, you overestimate me. In front of you, I wouldn't dare to call myself a master. Entering the Tao means cultivating power, being able to use magic and magical tools. Becoming extraordinary, Taoists call it refining essence into energy. For martial artists, it means achieving inner strength. The expression in Master Qi's eyes looked complicated. The fact that Minho could wield thunder was a level only found in ancient legends. Why are you asking such basic questions? Minho smiled and replied succinctly. So, that's how it is. He already had plans in his heart. It seems that the legacies on Earth all have shortcomings. The true path of cultivation is still far away. Master Ngo is only at the mid-foundation stage, and this master craftsman probably just started out. Then he couldn't help but ask, martial arts and cultivation are two completely different paths. I'm really just a cultivator. What did that guy with the surname Ngo mean when he mentioned the thunder technique of the celestial master Tao? Can you explain, master craftsman? The celestial master Tao is a major sect of Taoism, holding the thunder technique, specialized in destroying all kinds of evil demons, but it has been lost. Son Ha also added a line about Master Ngo's soul-controlling technique, fearing the most the thunder technique of the celestial master Tao. At this point, he clasped his hands in confusion, wondering who Master Trun's master was. Minho, can you explain? I have followed my master in cultivation since I was young. He has nothing to do with the celestial Tao master. Then I continued to ponder my own thunder technique. Although it is the lowest level of magic among all, it can still compare with other orthodox paths. It has been inherited but with shortcomings. Upon hearing this, the master politely responded. It seems that the master must be a figure like a celestial being. He smiled but didn't answer. However, in his heart, he continued to think further. He has lived for 340,000 years, capable of swallowing the sun and creating things from nothing. Not worthy of the title celestial being. At this moment, Dong He interjected, Master Trun has extraordinary talent. Earlier was just a technique for refining energy, and what he mentioned about internal and external control and various masters is something I've never heard of before, but the master has experienced much, knows a lot, and is highly respected. 9. Lin agreed. That's right, Master Trun. You only need a command to summon thunder. That's so impressive. Trun Pham secretly despised this fool's name. In this life, he may not know much else, but he sure knows how to flatter. At that moment, Nine Lin asked about Master Trun again. How should we deal with this 8-odd table, Chan Wook? He slowly explained. At most, it can only hold up for another 1 or 2 times. Upon hearing this, the master thought for a moment. Although Master Trun's ability is NDT 0, however, the magical weapon that helps strengthen the body and harmonize the feng shui is still better. Dong He looked a bit puzzled. He began to feel dissatisfied. After all, the strong ability belongs to someone else, while the magic weapon is his own. Ji-hoon, that bastard, dared to mess with me. I will definitely not let you off. Minho closed his eyes and softly said, whatever. The magic array of this 8-odd table is very crude. Hyejin. Its effect is negligible, even worse than the magical weapon I crafted myself. Dong He's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked back, Master Trun, did you say you can craft magical weapons? As he spoke, he presented an item. Minho shrugged. Junqi had only known about martial artists, hearing for the first time that someone could cultivate. This talisman is a treasure from Boss Nu. I brought it back and successfully crafted it. At this moment, Uncle Lam approached and whispered to Dong He. He suggested to you, Master Tran, please quote a price for me to craft a magical tool like this 8-spirited table. Surprisingly, Master smiled in support. Dong He, Master Tran, please give your quote. He didn't state a price. Instead, he made a request. As long as you help me gather a dozen high-grade gems, I will help you craft the magical tools. Dong He confidently assured, don't worry, Master Tran, just leave it to me. Hearing this, he began preparing to leave. Minho didn't forget to say goodbye. I'm off once the job's done. No need to see me off. The other 3 looked on and politely replied, you, take your time. Master Tran strolled leisurely through the city of Tien Ha, and in a secret room, Ji-hoon was venting his frustration at Sun Ha. That Minho not only made me miserable, but also wanted 45 million. He gritted his teeth. 45 million is enough to organize a trading crew, going to do business in South America, and if a junior throws in some help, then don't bring it anymore. His gaze gradually became skeptical. Could it be that this young man with unparalleled strength is not truly a master? Immediately, he faced Ji-hoon's wrath. Why wait for Minho to come knocking? I'll take your head to settle the debt, huh? Realizing he had misspoken, the person quickly waved his hand in reply. I was wrong, big brother. At this moment, Sun Ha gently reassured. All right, big brother, it is what it is. We still have to think about the next steps. These words made the corners of Ji-hoon's mouth lift into a smile. What's next? Let's go back and ask how things are over there in the foreign land, Hojia. When will he return to the country? The junior quickly replied, I heard Hojia will arrive in Hoaha in about 10 days. He said with satisfaction, let me see how New Dong He and Kyung-soo make their move. Ji-hoon clenched his hand, excitedly exclaiming, Ho is here. This might just kill that Kyung-soo. Dong He will become a tiger without fangs. The juniors all agreed. Exactly, Dong He has come this far. Except for the Nuai family, the rest rely on the versatile junior Kyung-soo. But Junki thought it over and felt that whether or not he was a master wasn't really that important. Only Sun Ha thought differently from the crowd. Why isn't anyone considering what would happen if Hojia encounters Min Ho? What would that be like? Never mind, I don't dare to think. Time passed, and 3 days later, at So Chow. At this time, Minho was looking at the card in his hand. This was the bank card Ji-hoon had someone deliver. This year, I have quite a bit of money. Even though I will quickly break through to the intermediate foundation establishment stage, after entering the late foundation establishment stage, the cultivation speed will slow significantly. The power of the void body refinement technique lies in absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy within a set time. Each time I level up, the demand for spiritual energy increases. To speed up my cultivation, I either need to find a cultivation site or use elixirs to assist. If it's a cultivation site, there's not a single place in all of Surshao. I still have to go to school, so I can't leave Surshao. Otherwise, I could build one myself. Minho got out of the car, still deep in thought. Most immortal sects have their own cultivation sites built for their disciples. The holy ground of the true martial immortal. What mattered was that Minho had real power, so he should be pulled to their side. Not to mention, his niece wasn't married yet. Is a massive formation made up of countless stars. To create an artificial cultivation site in a densely populated area like the lakeside is not allowed. Luckily, at that time, Mr. Ngui gave me a villa. Minho looked at the key in his hand, slightly furrowing his brow. The villa is located at the top of Mount Van Vu, and from above, you can see the entire Mount Van Vu and Yenkui Lake, its imposing presence dominating the area. If I could set up a large formation to draw spiritual energy from Yenkui Lake and Mount Van Vu to gather here, forming a small-scale Bonglai cultivation site would be enough for me to reach the understanding profound stage. This formation, to gather spiritual energy, must also have a protective function. As for the central formation's artifact, I can only use the tiger talisman of Engok Tui Lam. But normally, when going outside, there won't be any protective talismans. In the end, Minho smiled and concluded, "Whatever, when the water reaches my ankles, Heijin will find a way. The formation is the most important. The order of the formation is complex. I need to refine many small artifacts and finally connect them into one unit." The screen quickly connected to a number, so there would be no regrets, no mental demons. The bus was now approaching Sir Shao. Who knows, he might be able to find a good match. So Jun-Ki thought of ways to bond with Minho. Whether he was a master or not didn't matter. Donghae answered the phone, surprised. "Master Trun, are you saying you want to create a formation on top of Mount Van Vu? What is a formation? Is it like the monster-catching formation in Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" Luckily, the assistant engineer quickly stepped in. "Let me take the call," Minho pouted, speechless at Donghae's intellect. This silly guy, but his connections can't be underestimated. Soon the phone was passed to the assistant engineer. "Master Trun, you want to set up a formation, please elaborate quickly." "That's right. I want to use the villa at the top of the mountain as the center to set up a large formation surrounding Mount Van Vu." The more he listened, the more unbelievable it seemed. So, the protective formation of the Sao mountain requires only the highest level inheritances? It would take at least a dozen people to complete such a large project. Minho immediately reassured him. "It's not that grandiose. I just want to protect the villa. The rest is just a cooperative formation." His mood became calmer as a result. If so, drawing all the spiritual energy from Mount Van Vu and Yenkwai Lake. "Hearing your voice, you seem to be from Shuzhou, right? I'm from the Suyue County, lived there for 17 years. I came to Shuzhou this time to attend the 12th grade. It's not about recreating the Sao spirit vein. It's truly the first time I've heard of it. Nowadays, there are very few experts who can set up formations." "Who are you planning to ask for help?" Minho confidently asserted. "No need. I can handle it all by myself." The assistant engineer's eyes widened. "By yourself? Are you sure about that?" "No doubt. I'm looking for you guys to help me buy some supplies. I need materials to craft small magical tools for setting up arrays. Once that's done, I will craft magical tools similar to the 8 monster arrays for free, for you guys." Donghae snatched the phone from the assistant engineer's hand. Always responding, yeah, no problem." Satisfied with the answer, Minho hung up the phone. "All right, let's start crafting the first magical tool for the array. The formation at the mountain villa is known as the Great Cloud Mountain Array. Moreover, the Great Cloud Mountain Array consists of 4 components. The Spirit Gathering Formation is in the innermost protective formation to safeguard the villa. The Spirit Gathering Formation extends to Lake Yenkwai and the Mist Formation. Enveloping the entire Cloud Mountain, Minho looked around the villa to determine the key points. "My name is Minho. You can also call me Tran Bak Huyen. Bak Huyen is the name my master gave me." The two of them, Jun-Ki and Minho, exchanged glances. "Now I need to buy some materials for the Spirit Gathering Formation, specifically the precious stones. The top-grade precious stones." He received the items from Donghae, Only the top-grade precious stones can withstand the intense surging spiritual energy. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground. With a glowing orb hovering in front of him, Minho finally closed his eyes and focused on the special incantations. The item began to glow. He blew into it with a long breath, the aura making the item's colors shine even brighter. Several strange chains suddenly appeared, wrapping around it. In an instant, the item was secured, and then Minho reached out to take it. He murmured calculations. This spirit-gathering table was finally crafted, with 5 spirit-gathering tables and the Jade Drunken Protection Talisman. The large spirit-gathering formation is about to be completed. The necessary precious stones to create the best spirit-gathering formation need to be personally sourced. As long as you have money, that's enough. Moreover, the materials for other formations are very hard to find. Relying solely on Donghei's people isn't a long-term plan. I should also think of a way to create a path for myself. Minho placed the spirit-gathering tables in various spots around the house, from tables in the living room to the shelf next to the bed, even outside on the balcony. Suyue County, Minho Tranbak Huyen are all names they had never heard before. On top of several cabinets in the kitchen, and even in a few corners of the house, the area was soon bathed in green light. Minho now allowed the spell to be prepared, and the green light quickly enveloped the entire house, giving it a striking color. Under the sunset sky, he closed his eyes and contemplated. Many spiritual energies were being drawn here. They were brought into the villa little by little, without anything escaping outside, and the density of spiritual energy increased somewhat. The next day, he continued to draw the spiritual energy from Lake Yanqui here. This place would truly become a spiritual site. Next, he had to wait for Donghei's materials to arrive. The crowd's discussions filtered into Minho's ears. On the mountaintop, there's only Villa Number 1. Could he be living there? Surely not, that can't be. Just a kid. Suddenly a voice called out Minho's name. He turned around and smiled in response. Aunt Tangjian appeared with Hei Jin, and she curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" Minho explained without hesitation that he lives here. She was astonished and asked back, "You live in Villa Number 1 right now?" Junki seemed skeptical and asked Minho where his master was, but that was a tough question to answer. Hai Son just threw out a sarcastic comment after Villa Number 1 was completed and handed over to Chairman Gui of Huang Thang International. "Don't tell me, are you Chairman Nui?" Minho slowly explained that he had given this villa to his nephew. "Aunt Duong, didn't you say you wanted to enjoy the clouds and watch the sunrise? Come over to my house and hang out." However, at that moment, she was starting to think wildly. Chan Wook thought to herself, "You're talking nonsense, after all. How could that kid's family give him this villa? I can't bear to hurt his pride." So she declined. "Don't invite me to dinner. I'm just looking to take a walk this time." "Tio Pham, you and Hei Jin go for a walk together. Uncle and aunt won't disturb you anymore." But Hai Son still teased, not hiding at all. Because of chasing after girls, bragging is risky. Luckily, Hyejin isn't the type of girl who is easily swayed. She gritted her teeth in annoyance and warned him, "Say a few less words." Now it was Hyejin's turn to be curious. "What are you doing here?" She blushed, hesitated, and concluded, "Is it because of me?" At that moment, Minho reaffirmed that he really lived in Villa Number 1. Minho didn't know either. He was traveling in some galaxy. Junki looked at him with envy. "Now I can take you up there," but she still refused to believe him. "It's just the two of us, Minho." "You're still so cocky, huh? I know you're friends with Sunhee, but so what? The favorite is just like Sunhee. Sometimes I will be friends with ordinary people, but the gap between us is too big to become true friends." Minho felt a bit disappointed, not wanting to argue. It had nothing to do with Sunhee. It really was his house. And then just walked away, whether you believe it or not. If you don't believe it, then forget it. She was shocked, feeling abandoned by Minho. "Don't think you can rely on Sunhee for life, although it's impossible still." Deep in her heart, there was still a bit of ambition, if he really was the one Donghei gave the villa to. So what? I read in a book that when you pay attention to someone, you truly become disappointed and angry with that person. I'm paying attention to Min Ho. As night fell on the beach, on a ship offshore, someone approached to inform Lam Ho. "We're very close to the shore. If we keep going forward, the Huaxia Coast Guard will catch us." Because Min Ho was young and had high strength. After all, people can't escape life. Jae-hyun is sick, Jae-hyun. "I've lowered the speedboat. You should hurry over." Hearing this, he frowned, saying it's unnecessary. "I'll go myself, regardless of the advice." Ho-gia still stepped over the railing. The night was dark, with big waves and strong winds. A person without expertise driving a speedboat close to the shore is very dangerous, and then he jumped right into the sea. Leaving a few of his subordinates on the boat, they looked in shock at Ho-gia. Ho-gia was now near Ji-hoon. A group of people was already waiting, and he furrowed his brow, muttering, "Why hasn't that Lam Ho shown up yet? We've been waiting for hours." Hearing this, Sun Ha added, "I find Hong Mon utterly untrustworthy. No wonder. He got kicked out of the big." Ji-hoon turned to his juniors and ordered them to contact the outsiders. Very quickly, there was a response. They said the private boat was 10 kilometers off the coast, and Ho-ra had rushed over here alone. Hearing this, he was stunned. What do you mean? Did he drive the speedboat over himself? Sonha next to him commented. In this weather. For him to come here alone is just looking for death. Ji-hoon's gaze shot out to the sea. In this weather, if it weren't for a master like Jae-hyun, his old warrior friends had all passed away, and Junki, although stubbornly cultivating, still hadn't reached the realm. Normal small boats would capsize immediately in this weather. A stroke of bad thought flashed through his mind. Don't say he's already dead before we even find him. At that moment, a shocked junior shouted, Big brother, look over there. The surface of the water began to ripple, parting like a path, and the guys on the shore gasped. When they saw the figure of Lam Ho rising from the water, is that a speedboat? That's fast. How could he be moving like that? That path goes straight to the shore. He finally jumped and landed on the ground. In one swift motion, a stuttering shout came from behind. Ho Ra! Lam Ho looked over and nodded in response. That's right, it's me. Are you Ji-hoon? Looks like I'm not at the wrong place. His gaze suddenly caught sight of something, looking towards Son Ha and commenting. I didn't expect there would be another practitioner. He smiled awkwardly and added, I didn't see that coming either. Ho Jia's martial arts are already this strong. Son Ha couldn't help but feel wary. Since coming to Jiangbak, I've faced so many setbacks. Minho, a thunderous call, Ho Jia walked through the water, his strength resembling that of a deity. Suddenly, Hai Jin changed the topic. The master guessed that he might soon have to meet them. Just thinking about this. My younger brother, Lam Bao, how did he die? Have you found anything out? Ji-hoon hurriedly explained. Reporting that Bao died at Kyung-soo's hands darkened Lam Ho's expression. No way! Lam Bao's skill had reached the peak of internal energy. Kyung-soo is just a shrimp. How could he kill my brother? They all fell silent for a moment. Then, he slowly explained that in Shao, there's a special person with the power of thunder. Very likely it's him. This information shocked Lam Ho for the second time. Ho-aha, so there's a successor of Thunder Law. Son Ha smiled and explained. I suspect you are Jae Hun's disciple, the direct line of the Celestial Master. They all call him Master Trun. These words carved into Lam Ho's mind. Celestial Master Trun, his expression darkened when he heard Ji-hoon add that he's not a true master. Killing my subordinates is like killing chickens. Ho-ra, do you want to go to Shao to take revenge now? But he shook his head, explaining that it's not urgent. Besides avenging Lam Bao, I want to deal with Chan Wook, the power in Bakjiang, as a foothold for Hong Mon. This new information made Ji-hoon exclaim, Hong Mon wants to enter the country, Lam Ho continued. That's right. In the 90 seconds, Hong Mon once entered the country en masse. Jun Ki suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed a few times. The two young people beside him panicked. Unfortunately, at that time, my master lost to Nam Tien. Today my master has achieved great mastery and intends to return to Hoa-ha. To challenge Nam Tien once more, he smiled in agreement. If that's the case, so, please invite the tiger out first. Wait a moment. The underground fighting competition takes place once a year, and there are only 2 weeks left. Another concept makes Lam Ho confused about underground fighting, Ji-hoon continued, dangerously saying, the competition. This time, it's a banquet of the big shots from Bakjiang to resolve conflicts and settle scores. Kyung-soo will definitely show up. Let's spread the news that this fighting competition has many masters from Kyung-soo. Of course, Hyejin will bring Master Tran with her. Hearing this, Lam Ho was convinced. Then let's do it that way. Ji-hoon continued to paint a scenario where the tiger would go up on stage and kill that Master Tran in front of everyone. Unite Bakjiang into one force. At a certain place, the silhouette of a girl peeked through the doorway, instantly recognized by others. Minjung, are you here looking for someone? Looking for a greeting? Why are you in such a hurry to clarify? Minho couldn't remember the last time he had seen this city. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Junki reassured them that it was just an old illness acting up, but Minho was an outsider. No, I'm looking for Minho. These words made the crowd gasp in surprise. Minjung herself approached him. By the way, next week is my birthday. Can you come? In response to Minjung's invitation, Minho smiled back. Your birthday, of course. Hyejin is invited. You're my sister. Hearing this, she couldn't help but blush, thinking about it. Just a sister. What? However, Minjung didn't show any doubts and hurriedly left. So 7 p.m. on Saturday, don't forget. He watched her go, secretly thinking about how he had been busy preparing the formation for the villa on the mountaintop. Exhausted. Saturday evening quickly arrived. Minjung, in a gorgeous dress, excitedly welcomed him. Minho is here, he smiled back. Happy birthday. This is your present from me. Minjung happily asked. There's a present too? Thank you. Her hand reached out, intending to unwrap the gift. However, Hyejin quickly stopped her. Don't open it in front of people, it's impolite. She shot a glare at Minho and continued. If you've arrived, hurry inside, don't block the door. He smiled too, but didn't reply. Just looking over, he immediately saw the problem. He was suffering from practicing techniques that didn't suit him. Instead, he walked straight inside. Soon, Minho was at the party, and Ji-hoon also noticed him. Behind Minho, something unexpected was definitely coming. A person walked down from upstairs announcing, All right, If everyone is here, then let's get started. He smiled politely and greeted the aunt. The woman responded with a satisfied smile, then turned to the person next to her and instructed, Min Ho, go call Min Jung and the others in. He quickly complied, yes, aunt. At this moment, Min Ho's gaze suddenly collided with He Jin's. Min Ho just brushed past, but he shot a fierce glare, even snorting disdainfully. On the other hand, Min Ho didn't want to care. Min Ho, if you dare to provoke me like last time, I definitely won't go easy on you. No matter how big your backing is, it won't stop Min Ho. I can kill you. At this moment, Min Jung smiled and signaled, let's start the party. The cake was pushed out by Min Ho, quickly attracting the chatter of the attendees. The cake is so beautiful, they gathered around her, leading to internal organ injuries. Oh, Mr. Tran here even knows medicine. Can he really see Jae-hyun's illness too? And then, Min Jung began to blow out the candles. She clasped her hands and silently made a wish. At this moment of being 17, she had a desire. I hope I can be with Min Ho until we grow old together. He over here also noticed her gaze. I understand your gaze. I've roamed the universe for 500 years, winning every battle. So many goddesses admire me, yet in this life, I must support you. After the prayer, Min Jung then cut the cake with everyone, but suddenly He Jin was startled by the unexpected appearance of someone. Arrogantly, followed by a group of bodyguards entering, Min Jung's mother asked in shock, why are you here? She also widened her eyes and exclaimed, Dad! He smiled and replied, Min Jung, I heard you're celebrating your 17th birthday. I specially came here from Hai Chao. My daughter is celebrating her birthday. I'm her father. Of course, He Jin had to appear, but Min Jung's mother pouted and asked back, do you still remember us? Why don't you go look for your real wife? They embraced each other. She, on one side, couldn't hold back her tears. Curiosity sparked in the crowd. That man is Min Jung's father. Jun Ki seemed surprised. He Jin, his granddaughter, said that her grandfather fought in battles when he was young. I heard he abandoned her mother, ran off somewhere else, living off others, showing off like that. You can't even fake it. Min Jung had run up to her parents, calling out loudly, Mom, Dad. Then, at the front gate, an older Jae-hyun appeared. Minho thought in surprise, a martial artist with internal energy, and he doesn't fall short in any aspect of internal energy. The great city of Lambao and Mr. Ngui, people were wondering, why does Min Jung's father resemble the Gao family? Which Gao family? A name was brought up. Jae-hyun of Haidong mentioned that Haidong is the city. The most economically developed street, the largest land area among cities in Gyeongbok, is the largest city in Gyeongbok. Jae-hyun is the Great Jae-hyun, the head of Hai Chao. He could even be called the Great Jae-hyun, the head of Gyeongbok. Ji-hoon widened his eyes, shocked and didn't expect it. He is Min Jung's father. Min Jung was originally just a pretty vase, reluctantly considered to belong to the upper class. The prefecture didn't expect that today in an instant. She then became Jae-hyun's daughter. At that moment, Yoon-ah gasped, but Jae-hyun seemed to already have a family. To prevent his friends from getting hurt, he stubbornly used internal techniques, but he couldn't control it completely. Could it be that Min Jung is his illegitimate child? Woo-jin replied, not necessarily. I heard he has a son. This year, he is only 10 years old. Maybe Jae-hyun had Min Jung, then divorced and married his current wife. At this moment, he finally spoke. You all are good friends of Min Jung, right? This humble one comes from Kiao in Hai Chao. Luckily, everyone took care of her. He looked over and continued to ask, Han Min Ho, is the department chief still well? He politely replied, thank you, Uncle Jae-hyun. My dad is still well. And then a name was suddenly mentioned. Who is Min Ho? All eyes were on him at that moment. Min Ho politely replied, hello, Uncle Jae-hyun. I am Min Ho. Min Jung anxiously defended him, saying, Dad won't allow you to cause trouble for Min Ho. Upon hearing this, Jae-hyun frowned, denying, which dad? It's just that recently I've always heard his name, like a trumpet blowing in my ear. Then he continued speaking to the crowd. Everyone, continue celebrating Min Jung's birthday. Min Ho, you sit next to Min Jung. He quickly complied, saying, yes. Over here, Yuna continued to ask Aunt Hua, I heard that recently there has been a powerful master trend at the Shao department, so he got injured. At that time, there were no conditions for timely treatment, resulting in internal injuries. She looked at her and slowly explained, that's right. I heard that people like Jae-hyun and Dong-hae highly revere this person. Even the famous engineer throughout the Shao department had to praise he really has magical powers. His skills are exceptional, not inferior to those great masters at the harbor over there. Hearing this, Ji-hoon interjected, is it possible that this world truly has magic? She hesitated to explain, well, I'm not too sure. Only the wealthy elites of the Shao department have met Master Trun. Suddenly, Jae-hyun spoke up to clarify. Speaking of this Master Trun, I actually know a little. The crowd immediately fell silent, focusing on his next words. Jae-hyun raised a name, Ji-hoon from Tianha City. Does everyone know him? Minho immediately replied, I heard he is the chairman of a foreign trading company that has... It's been years, and he still hasn't healed. Every time he gets sick, it's very painful. Modern medicine can only do so much. After that, this girl sincerely begged Minho that if he could see her grandfather's injuries, then he must have a way to heal them. She wanted him to lend a hand to help. Mr. Tran didn't hide anything. Mr. Nagi, we are from the Jiangbei area. This could also be considered having a bit of influence. As long as you can cure my grandfather, we can meet any of your conditions. It was his mom calling. Minho hurriedly answered, "Hello, Tio Fam." Actually, Minho isn't that interested in the influence of the Nuai family. He just felt the girl was very sincere, plus Junqi's illness. For you, it's not a difficult task. Since we met today, it seems like fate, so Minho eventually agreed. Junqi's niece and the young man beside her were extremely delighted. Are you serious? Minho nodded and said he needed to prepare a bit. He would come to Jae-hyun's house in 2 days to help with his illness. At this moment, the girl finally relaxed and smiled softly. Indeed, Hae-jin, the cold beauty, looks much more attractive when she smiles. After that, Minho was driven home by a young man. Junqi's trusted aide drove him straight to Jae-hyun's house. They chatted politely and modestly, but he couldn't hide the heroic aura about him. Even if his niece didn't mention the past, Chen Pham could guess that this person had been a soldier in his youth, and moreover, his rank must not have been low. When he was young, he greatly admired the soldiers protecting the country, and Junqi was also a martial artist. So, he considered him somewhat of a kindred spirit, therefore if he could help, he would. While he was lost in thought, Aunt Duan must be waiting for you at the bus station. When you get to Shao, remember to study hard, got it? After his mom passed away in his previous life, the car was nearing home and Minho exchanged phone numbers with the young man. Conveniently, he would pick him up in 2 days to go to the Nuki family. After that, Minho went to a traditional medicine shop to buy a lot of ingredients. To be honest, he didn't know much about examining and treating illnesses, but the thing that could save Junqi was the pills he could refine. When he returned home, Minho quickly got to work refining a batch of *** vitality pills ***. This type of pill helps increase longevity and vitality. It's even called *** universal medicine *** because it can be used for injuries. Be it illness or physical weakness, it can be utilized. Since he had a connection with Junqi, Minho decided to gift him an extra portion. Another gift, so he took out paper and pen to start jotting down notes. Just then, Aunt Duong called. She said she had something to ask of Minho, specifically that Hae-jin was going to a friend's birthday party, but she wasn't comfortable letting her go alone, so she wanted Minho to go with her. To be honest, Minho didn't really want to go, but he guessed it wouldn't take too much time. After all, it was just a meal. So, considering it a way to repay Aunt Duong, Minho agreed. He had always missed her. In his previous life, he never dreamed. After hanging up, she sent the time and place of the birthday party to Minho right away. At that time, Hye-jin was hanging out with her friends. When she received a call from her mother, she reacted with resistance. What? Minho wants to come here? I don't need him. Don't worry about that, she just called to inform me. Hye-jin hung up, and seeing her sulky expression, her friend beside her asked, "What's wrong? Why does Hye-jin look so grumpy all of a sudden? Today is my birthday, but my mom said Minho is coming over, and I don't like him." Hai-jin from the Kuong family complained. Earlier she had briefly mentioned this, so both Kia friends already knew. Minho is the son of Aunt Duong's best friend, just moved to Shao to study 12th grade, and is being enthusiastically introduced by Aunt Duong. How does he match up with her daughter? And what about his family background? Hye-jin from the Kuong family asked again. The result was that she got smacked in the head painfully. This money-loving girl only cares about looks and family background? But honestly, Kia felt she wasn't wrong. Nowadays, if you're not handsome, at least you should have money. That one day he would return to age 17, outside the bus station. Aunt Duong, whom his mom had asked for help. Otherwise, how can you flirt with other people's daughters? Among these two friends, the other seemed more composed. While leisurely sipping tea and advising her friend Hye-jin, even though Monmon's views on Hye-jin were incorrect. But truly, if the other party's conditions are poor, it's very difficult, even if the two genuinely connect. When they're together, there will be many differences. The more they talked, the redder Hye-jin's cheeks became. She quickly brushed it off. I don't like him. You guys don't worry about nonsense anymore. It's so annoying. Just as the three of them were talking, Minho had arrived. He had just shown up. He was ambushed by a friend named Trung Yuna, a friend of Hye-jin from the Kuong family. He is Minho, the one pursuing Hye-jin. How dare you rely on him and want to pursue our school beauty? Do you know how many people are after her at school? How many people are after her? Who gave you the courage? After all, Minho and Kuong Sir. Hye-jin had only met him once yesterday, and he hadn't even shown that he liked her. Today, his best friend blatantly said this, was waiting with her daughter. The daughter seemed quite annoyed at having to wait in the hot Sunday. It was no different from Kuong Sir. Hye-jin took it to heart, making her extremely embarrassed. Even more embarrassed was what happened next. Minho quickly denied this, saying he was only following his aunt's orders, leading him here to have a meal. He had no intention of pursuing Kuong Sir Hye-jin at all. Then, his gaze was locked on the composed tea drinker. That was Hua Minjung. She was truly the important one. In the previous life, her ending was very tragic. Minho hoped to save her in this life. Hua Minjung also sensed his gaze and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Do I know you?" No. Minho waved his hand, then made up a story that he could read fortunes and could tell Hua Minjung her destiny. Of course, Heijin, you have no fortune-telling talent. What you say is based only on knowledge from the previous life. Even though this is the first time meeting, I know you are an art student and will pass the entrance exam for Yenkin Film Academy in the future. How did you know I want to apply to Yenkin Film Academy? Hua Minjung still maintained her composed demeanor, but in reality, it was somewhat surprising. The girl named Trung Yoon Ah mocked Minho, calling him a country bumpkin. As she was about to jump into the car to enjoy the air conditioning, she heard Trenfam's voice. How dare he come here to flirt with girls? Hua Minjung is a well-known figure at school. Everyone knows she studies art. And Kung Sir Heijin also developed a dislike for Minho, thinking he was a playboy. The gossiping footlickers want to cling to the rich girl. Only Hua Minjung is somewhat skeptical, as her goal is to get into the Yenkin Film Academy. She only told her mother last night, and hasn't mentioned it to anyone else. So how could Minho have heard about it? It's just that in front of her two close friends, Hua Minjung can't ask too much, but since that moment, she has felt something strangely special about Minho, making her endlessly curious. Just when it got boring, Trung Yuna's boyfriend arrived. He's Wu Jin. In his past life, when Minho was at Sir Shao, this name was his greatest enemy. He loved to show off. In front of beautiful girls, if there's nothing to do, they would run over to him to cause trouble. In this life, Wu Jin seems just as annoying as before. The proof is that as soon as he saw Minho, he asked his girlfriend in an irritating tone. With incredible talent, he only took 500 years to reach the tribulation stage, becoming known as a once-in-a-century genius. Aunt Doong, sorry for making you wait so long. Minho climbed into Aunt Doong's fancy car. Her daughter silently assessed him. Trung Yuna, who is this country bumpkin? Trung Yuna leaned close to Wu Jin and whispered something, then he smirked slyly. Then he approached Minho and said, "Hello, I'm Wu Jin from a 5-star hotel. Dude, are you really trying to pursue our beauty?" Looks like his background isn't small either. On the surface, it seems like a normal greeting, but in reality, he's flexing his family's wealth while directly implying that Minho is just an ordinary person. Just came from the countryside to embarrass him? Minho didn't even bother to shake his hand. Just briefly introduced his name, not showing any respect at all. Humph, he really has some personality. We're all from the same school, and will gradually get to know each other, Wu Jin said coldly. Hua Minjung felt a sense of worry. She knew that Wu Jin wasn't someone to mess with. There were people who had offended him before. They had been beaten up by him and his whole basketball team, leaving them with broken legs, forcing them to drop out. Minho is just a new student. What will he do without anyone backing him up? She unconsciously turned around to see Minho smiling at her, then hurriedly looked away. From head to toe. Previously, Aunt Doong had always wanted to set her daughter up with Minho. What are you laughing about? Don't you know to worry? Such a fool, Hua Minjung thought, but her cheeks involuntarily flushed afterward. Wu Jin started to share the plan for tonight. Generally, it was singing, then eating, then going to a bar, seemingly wanting to party until dawn. No wonder the aunt was worried and asked Minho to go along. But tomorrow, he has to visit the Ngui family. How could he have that much free time while he was lost in thought? That Wu Jin started to cause trouble again. Who forgot about him? Minho, our cars have enough space already. If not, you can drive to the karaoke yourself. Minho was getting a bit angry. Clearly, there was still plenty of room in the car. Wu Jin also knew that he didn't have his own car, yet he still wanted to target him. Does he really think Minho won't stand up for himself? Just as Minho was thinking about how to teach this guy a lesson, Hua Minjung poked her head out of the car and called, "Minho, come sit next to me. We can squeeze in a bit." Kungso Heijin. This action of hers made me grit my teeth in anger. "Oh, my dear sister Hua, what are you trying to do, my sister?" So she was curious about what he was really like, but upon meeting him today, she was thoroughly disappointed. "You're starting to dispense your kindness randomly again. Fine then. Let me sit in the back seat then," Zhang Yuna added. So in the end, all three girls sat together in the back seat. Minho sat in the passenger seat, while Wu Jin was the driver. As expected, Hua Minjung was still as kind as in the past life. It was worth saving a fan. The car sped down the road and soon stopped in front of a karaoke bar. It looked grand. A few of Wu Jin's friends were already waiting there, wanting to show off and impress the girls, so he immediately booked the most luxurious room, the Emperor Room. Manager Chan Wook rushed out right away. He looked flustered while explaining that the Emperor Room was already reserved for a VIP guest today. They still had the Queen Room available, absolutely fitting for Wu Jin's status. This stupid guy was nearly bursting with pride after hearing manager Chan Wook praise him a few times, but Wu Jin agreed, while his junior friends behind him disagreed and kept shouting. Because Minho looked too ordinary, in the future they could only be friends. They insisted on the Emperor Room, saying they wouldn't feel like singing if it wasn't that room, and that it wasn't worthy of Wu Jin if it wasn't the Emperor Room. This guy cared the most about face. His friends had already said that much. Singing in the queen room would be too embarrassing, and moreover, Trung Yuna kept whining that she wanted to sing in the emperor room too. With no other choice, Woo Jin had to say to manager Chan Wook, "Cut me some slack, my dad opened the hotel next year." This was truly unacceptable. The queen room was also very nice. Dear guest, manager Chan Wook was even more flustered. So Woo Jin's juniors began their unruly antics, first hitting manager Chan Wook. Then they demanded to call the owner Ra to talk. Kung Sir Hye Jin saw things were getting out of hand and suggested looking for another place. But Trung Yuna was adamant about staying here, even proud that her boyfriend's family owned a hotel. Being 5-star, they could easily push others around. Seeing Kung Sir Hye Jin feeling uncomfortable, that girl Trung Yuna was also no good friend. Minho suggested, Hye Jin is waiting for us at home. If not, we should just go back. Hye Jin from Aunt Dung's family was also starting high school this year. Please take care of her in the future, okay? Aunt Dung suddenly said from the driver's seat. What do you mean? You want to take Hye Jin away? Not participating in my birthday party anymore? Trung Yuna showed her displeasure. You can leave any time, but whether the beauty wants to go or not should be up to her. Woo Jin also threatened. Kung Seo Hye Jin felt very awkward. On one side was Minho, and on the other was her best friend. But after all, she had only just met Trun Pham. In the end, Kung Seo Hye Jin decided to stay and play with everyone. To express her gratitude toward her good sister, Trung Yuna even gave her a kiss on the cheek, but when she turned to Minho, her attitude completely changed. Hye Jin said she wanted to stay here. Cousin Trun, why don't you hurry up and leave? Hua Dongfi felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Minho's good intentions put him in such an awkward situation, but Krung Sir Hye Jin said she had no other choice. She didn't want to offend Trung Yuna and Woo Jin. Minho could only sigh. Krung Sir Hye Jin was truly a child who didn't know right from wrong, and it was just a hassle for him, the babysitter. Don't worry, Aunt. Hye Jin will be my little sister. I will definitely protect her. Minho obediently replied. He looked beside him. This girl was still the same as before. Kuang Sir. It's fine. Staying is okay. He also wanted to see how these kids would get through this ordeal. The ordeal that Minho was thinking about quickly arrived when a group of fierce-looking people suddenly appeared. Who's causing trouble here? A bald guy asked aggressively. That's me. What's it to you? Said the blonde guy, Jae-hyun. Earlier, he had beaten Chan Wook, stepping forward with a smug look that was instantly detestable. He was immediately grabbed by those people. The bald guy said that his boss wanted to see this guy, and Woojin then stepped in to block them. He said they should resolve things slowly, but in the eyes of the bald guy, he was just a bunch of kids with no weight. His words were worthless, and seeing the other side being so aggressive, the blonde guy started to feel scared. He wanted to call for help from his family, but Woojin felt that they had more people, so there was nothing to fear. So, the whole group went into the VIP room to meet the boss of that bald guy's brother. On the way, Kuang Sir Hye Jin was very worried, but Trung Yoon-ah still didn't realize the problem and remained very confident. Hye Jin, in his previous life, was someone he liked. Later, due to pain, Minho gradually forgot about her. Don't worry, Woojin's dad has a wide network. What's there to be afraid of? Minho really didn't know whether to describe her as naive or foolish. It was truly puzzling how Kuang Sir Hye Jin could associate with such people. Whether naive or foolish, it was really hard to understand how Kuang Sir Hye Jin could associate with such people in the VIP room, where there were only two people. One was a middle-aged man. At first glance, he was clearly someone influential. The other was a beautiful hot woman sitting in his lap. Woo Jin was the first to the party. He was also the one with the most background, stepping forward on behalf of the group towards this big boss. Today we are hosting a large party and would like to borrow your VIP room. The other party saw Woo Jin as just a kid. Still snot-nosed, he couldn't help but laugh, then asked, Oh, who are you? I'm Woo Jin. My father is Dung Yet Pham of the Tien Thin Hotel. I hope the big boss can take it easy on Woo Jin. Although he was quite nervous, he still tried to leverage his father's name to intimidate the other party. Unexpectedly, when the other person heard Dung Yut Pham's name, he burst out laughing. I bet your dad would have to raise a glass to me if he met me. Call me Big Brother. The moment those two words were uttered, Woo Jin's group turned pale with fear. Hye Jin was the girl you liked in your past life. After being hurt, Minho slowly forgot about her. The other party was Chu Kyung-soo, the big boss who dominated both the black and white circles in this area. Not only did he have a huge backing, but his methods were also more ruthless than anyone in Chu Kyung-soo's eyes. People like Jae-hyun and Woo Jin in this area were merely second- or third-rate rich kids, yet they dared to act so arrogantly here. His subordinates also understood their master's intentions very well. Seeing Chu Kyung-soo's clear attitude, they immediately rushed in to beat up the blonde guy from earlier. Woo Jin was sweating bullets. Given the situation, it seemed reconciliation was out of the question, although that blonde guy deserved a beating. But if he didn't step up for his brothers, future business between the two families would be hard to navigate. Bro, we know we were wrong. I'll apologize on my behalf. Can we avoid making it bloody? Woo Jin said bashfully. Fine, I've shared a few meals with your dad, so I'll give him some face, Chu Kyung-soo replied. Wu Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, he then demanded that the 3 girls in the group stay. They had to drink with him, only then would he let the whole group go. Wu Jin pointed at Zheng Yuna, nervously saying, "Hi Jin, if anything happens in the future, just come find me, okay?" Minho reached out his hand. "Bro, she's my girlfriend, isn't that a bit much?" Chu Kyung-soo threw his drink aside. It crashed loudly, scaring the students. "If you're gonna leave, then leave. Don't waste my time standing there." At that moment, the hot girl sitting on Chu Kyung-soo's lap also stood up. She poured a drink as a sample, then handed it to Jung Yuna. "Sister, just drink a shot for him. Brother Hao could still devour you whole," but Jung Yuna absolutely refused to go over and just hid behind Wu Jin. Kang Seo Hye-jin was also someone who wholeheartedly cared for her friends, considering her background wasn't trivial. Her dad in the district was a prominent figure. Being connected to the government, Chu Kyung-soo probably wouldn't do anything too extreme with her, she thought so. Kang Seo Hye-jin intended to endure this humiliation so that Jung Yuna and the others could leave, but before she could speak up, Min Ho stepped in front of Brother Hao, right? "Those girls are my friends, so please let them go for my sake." Kang Seo Hye-jin immediately panicked. She felt Min Ho had lost it. What kind of background did he have to ask Chu Kyung-soo for leniency? Kwang So. Hye-jin smiled and chatted, shaking his hand. At that moment, "Don't forget your promise." The atmosphere between them seemed cheerful. Now he was really going to make him explode. "Just watch." "Oh, who do you think you are to ask me to show you respect?" Chu Kyung-soo's reaction was no different from what they had predicted. His smile was colder than a blade. "I am someone you cannot touch," Minho firmly replied. Chu Kyung-soo laughed mockingly. He felt he had just heard the funniest story in the world. So, no one had ever told him before that. In this district, there was someone he couldn't touch, thanks to Minho's words today, Chu Tianhao. He decided to make sure the kid couldn't step out the door. Kang So-hye-jin's group turned pale, fearing Minho would actually lose his life. "Just watch." Chu Kyung-soo ordered his loyal subordinate, Abu Rate. This guy was the leader among Chu Kyung-soo's followers. Brought out of military prison by Chu Kyung-soo, he had previously injured a warden. After being out of prison for 15 years, Abu had helped Chu Kyung-soo seize quite a bit of territory. In general, his contributions were significant. Seeing Abu was twice as tall as Minho, Hua Minjung quickly yelled for him to run away. There was hope for him to successfully transcend within the next 1,000 years, and he might even ascend to the heavenly realm. But Kwang So, Hye-jin secretly thought of Minho as a country bumpkin. Her father was a government official. But they couldn't know that, for Min Ho, this name was nothing more than a plate of food. One punch from Abu could smash through a wooden door, and yet Min Ho managed to block it barehanded, even causing pain to his hand. This was the first time he had seen someone with such power, so he didn't hesitate to be a bit more ruthless. Abu equipped himself with 2 pieces of gear. It was like a large chain of iron spikes. If hit by this, it would either kill you or leave you crippled. Minho felt that he had no grievances with the opponent, but since he was attacking so viciously, he didn't mind striking accidentally either. So, taking advantage of the moment when Abu lunged to attack, Minho swiftly countered with a kick. Right into his chest, the blow was not light at all, especially since Abu was charging in from the opposite side. This only worsened his injuries. Abu fell down, blood spilling from his mouth. Gasping in shock, Chu Kyung-soo looked on. Quickly, the remaining subordinates drew their knives. They then rushed toward Minho, attacking all at once, but even with their numbers, they couldn't do anything to him. Her mother owned a company with assets worth millions, and all the suitors of Hye-jin Kwang, so were born into luxury from a young age. Minho was agile, his punches as strong as 1,000 pounds in a split second. He could take down all 10 of these thugs. The group, including Jang Yuna, could only stare wide-eyed, feeling like what just happened wasn't very realistic. It was as if Minho was filming a drama. "Chu Kyung-soo, why don't you give it a try? Can I even touch you?" Minho walked over, leaning down to sit on the sofa across from Chu Kyung-soo. Chu Kyung-soo felt a bit intrigued. When he was just a high school kid, he could defeat over 10 of his capable subordinates. He had dominated the world for over a decade. But in the Zhao department, he had never encountered anyone with abilities like his. It's just a pity that Chu Kyung-soo believed. No matter how capable Minho was, he couldn't defeat his firearms in this era. Relying only on muscle and fighting won't scare anyone, kiddo. Do you believe it? Now all I need to do is make a phone call. And I can throw you into a locker, right? Huh? Minho saw that his opponent still didn't know fear, even daring to threaten him. On the contrary, he was filled with killing intent. He told Wu Jin to get everyone out of here first. So, it's no surprise that she doesn't give Minho a second glance, Aunt Duong. And he would stay behind to have some fun with Chu Kyung-soo, okay? Haha, I actually want to see how you plan to play with me tonight. Chu Tianhao laughed loudly, and the group with Wu Jin didn't wait for him to say it a second time before they quickly fled. Only Hua Minjung felt uneasy, but was still pulled away by Kuang Sor Hye-jin until she saw the 2 of them leave the room. Only then did Minho feel relieved. He intended to use magic to take the lives of everyone in this room, including Chu Kyung-soo. But just then, Junki's bodyguard, Little Tae, called. He had arrived on time at the lakeside to pick him up to the Ngui family villa, but Minho said he was having a bit of trouble in New City and couldn't make it over. Little Tae got anxious upon hearing this. Are you in trouble, sir? Can you tell me about it? To be honest, I'm just a bodyguard for the Jae-hyun family. But there are still some things at the Shao station that can be resolved. It's nothing. It's just that some friends had a little conflict with a thug. Minho had no intention of asking for help from the other side, so he just replied briefly. Taking Minho to the apartment she rented, she gave him a space close to the lake, with a beautiful view near Thuongthandang High School. Who would have thought? Little Tae immediately recognized the thug's name as Chu Kyung-soo and guessed that Minho was at the karaoke bar. Royal family. He hurriedly got into the car and reminded Minho to tell Chu Kyung-soo that he would arrive in 10 minutes. Minho hung up, slightly pensive as he listened to Little Tae's way of speaking. It seems he knows this Chu guy, and their relationship is not trivial, so he was a bit hesitant about whether to act immediately or wait for Little Tae to come over and then decide. But when this hesitant expression caught Chu Kyung-soo's eye, he thought Minho was scared. What's up, calling for help? Keep looking for everyone you might know here. Oh, my friend said he'll be here in 10 minutes. Before that, I hope you can wait a bit. Chu Kyung-soo laughed again. A guy from the Shao station dared to make him wait for 10 minutes. Indeed, it's only Minho. Yet he actually agreed to wait because he wanted to see if there was an AI at the Shao station, scared to death, daring to touch me. Exactly 10 minutes later, noise came from outside. The security wanted to stop that AI, but it seemed they couldn't. Just a 10-minute walk away. Moreover, this apartment even has 2 bedrooms and a living room. Little Tae pushed the door open right on time, and as soon as he saw him, Chu Kyung-soo stood up. Tae, why are you here? Little Tae didn't even bother with Chu Kyung-soo. He first went over to check on Minho to see if he was injured anywhere. But he thought too much. How could these people hurt him, even if the number of enemies was 10 times more? They weren't even a match for Minho anymore. Next, Little Tae turned to Chu Kyung-soo and shouted loudly, "Who gave you the guts to touch Jaehyun's friend? Did you call him a friend of the Jaehyun family?" Chu Kyung-soo trembled as he replied, he couldn't adapt to this situation. The Jaehyun family told me to drive. Invite Mr. Tren to the party. How could you think I was lying to you? When Little Tae said this, Chu Kyung-soo's face turned gray. Being personally picked up by Junki's bodyguard definitely meant Minho's identity was not ordinary. He hurriedly bowed to him and apologized. Minho didn't think much of it. Just a bodyguard next to Junki has such a presence, fine, at least you're not hurt. The conditions are too good for a high school student like Minho. Just relax and live here. Out of respect for Chu Kyung-soo as a friend of Little Tae, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Thug, let's call it a night. And if you're still not satisfied, you can come find me anytime. I'll pass on what Minho said. Chu Kyung-soo still didn't dare to lift his head, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. After that, Minho also followed Little Tae outside. The car drove to the Jiangbei Military District Hospital, just as he had predicted. Junki, your background isn't simple. Without a high status, how could you enjoy your old age here? In his private room, he was practicing calligraphy. Today, his health seems better than yesterday. Junki's granddaughter just saw Minho. She immediately wondered, didn't you say you were going to treat my grandfather? Why didn't you bring any acupuncture needles? My healing method doesn't require acupuncture. First, take a look at this. Minho handed Junki a piece of paper with unclear writing on it, but as soon as he finished reading, his eyes widened. He looked very surprised. Next, Junki dropped the brush he was holding and respectfully bowed deeply to Minho. No need to worry about rent. Just focus on studying, okay? Aunt Doong said cheerfully. Your great kindness, Junki, I will never forget, even in death. It's nothing. Mr. Ngui was injured while protecting the country. If I have the chance to meet him, I definitely won't just stand by. Minho replied politely. Only Junki's granddaughter on the side still did not understand what was happening. She only felt that her grandfather was acting inexplicably respectful towards Minho, which seemed off. Mr. Tran, could you help me explain this to Sun-hee? Junki requested. Minho nodded and then slowly explained to Ngui Sun-hee that Junki's injuries were mainly due to 2 factors. One factor was that years ago, after her grandfather stubbornly used internal energy, he got injured. He couldn't heal it right away, resulting in a chronic lung injury. The second factor was due to his martial arts technique. His internal cultivation had issues, leading to increasingly severe injuries. Each time he exerted himself, though it caused little harm, it accumulated over time, ultimately becoming a serious illness. Does that mean my lungs have issues too? Truly, Heijin, she's still just as kind to Minho as in the past. Thank you, Aunt Doong, for the trouble. Ngui Sun-hee was shocked. According to Chan-wook's theory, that was indeed the case, but her cultivation was too little. The injuries weren't serious enough yet. Junki confirmed that Minho was not wrong. When he was taught this martial arts technique, It had indeed mentioned that issue. However, in today's age, having a cultivation technique is already very fortunate. Who has the time to worry about whether there are injuries or not? Minho addressed that issue by giving Junki a new martial arts manual, effectively a revision of the original Ngui family's technique. And he added quite a bit of new knowledge to it. Hearing this, Ngui Sun-hee was even more astonished, but she remembered. Her grandfather had never given the family technique to him, so how could he revise it? That's why they say martial arts masters are impressive. They can figure everything out just by looking at you for a moment, Junki replied. Minho coughed a few times, not knowing how many times he had to explain that he was just a cultivator, not a martial artist. Then, he handed Junki a glass vial containing 10 small recovery pills, saying that as long as he took them on time, "What trouble is there? Your mother entrusted you to me, so from now on, you're like my son," and combined them with the martial arts technique, he could cure the illness at its root. It's just a pity that the ingredients for the recovery pills are hard to find. Otherwise, forget about Ngui Jaehyun's injuries. Even the resurrection of Jaehyun could be possible. Minho felt a bit regretful. Ngui Sun-hee rudely snatched the jar from his hand. The attitude is a bit disrespectful. Resurrection of Jaehyun? Don't talk nonsense. This isn't just random talk from mythology. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Minho shrugged. After all, he wasn't obligated to please this spoiled young lady. Contrary to his niece, Junki seemed to completely trust Minho. He even wanted him to write a list of the materials for him to help find. Minho had no reason to refuse Chan Wook. After all, elixirs like the recovery pill must be crafted using methods only available in the immortal realm. A mortal could refine it 100 times, but it would still fail 100 times. He wrote down a rather long list. Junki looked a bit disheartened after reading it. Indeed, with these materials, even the resources of the Ngui family would struggle to find them easily. All right. The healing is done. I also want to ask you a bit about martial arts, Minho said again. After saying that, Aunt Doong took Minho's hand. This time they were going to her house for a meal. Aunt Doong lives in a long cane villa. I can guess what you want to ask, but please feel free to speak directly. That day, when he left, Minho learned a lot of knowledge about martial arts. According to Junki, the history of martial arts is ancient, and the method of refining qi was passed down from Taoism. Later, being abandoned by martial artists for new methods, martial arts changed into various internal techniques and moves, helping the martial world thrive at the end of the Ming dynasty. In the early Qing dynasty, there were many masters like clouds. Later, with the advent of firearms, it was also when martial arts gradually weakened. Now, in the martial world, only a few grandmasters remain. In addition, martial artists are divided into 3 realms: external force, internal force, and transformation realm. Most martial artists of this time only stay at the external force level, with very few at the internal force level, while those at the transformation realm are revered as masters. Those with protective qi can fight against firearms. Besides Minho, only Ra Junki, having lived a lifetime, possesses that ability. He has only met one other person. Besides Ra, there is still one grand level in the transformation realm, but no one has ever seen it in person in these times. It has long become a legend, moreover, because of healing Ngui Jaehyun. Minho has also gained quite a bit. Unfortunately, because Minho cultivated too quickly, his foundation was unstable, and he fell into a mental demon, thus unable to withstand the tribulation. At first glance, it's clear there's a lot of money here, but she mentioned that this house isn't even the best. The experience of immortal cultivation from Haijin's previous life has provided him with many benefits in this life. Specifically, the key that Junki gave to Minho is the key to the luxurious villa Van Vu Son Trang. Previously, it was gifted by a rich family to Junki's 3rd son. Later, this son, out of filial piety, gave it back to Mr. Ngui Sun-hee, feeling that Minho healed his grandfather. Of course, Haijin should be grateful, but gifting him the entire villa seems a bit too much. He doesn't understand. This mental technique is worth much more than that villa. Junki shook his head. Besides, he doesn't know what it means to be a martial arts master. A martial arts master? So what? Can they stand against firearms or missiles? Ngui Sun-hee still stubbornly refuses to acknowledge Minho's talents. But Junki keeps insisting that he is a top-tier genius, now capable enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Diep Nam Thien in the military. Therefore, the Ngui family must definitely draw him to their side. Sir Shao, because the truly high-end houses are all located on the back of Vanvu Mountain. Diep Nam Thien is a top-tier influential figure in the country. When Ngui Sun-hee saw her grandfather comparing Minho with this person, she truly started to believe that his abilities were anything but ordinary. At this moment, Tio Te was driving him back near the apartment complex. Although he had the key to Van Vu Sun Trong, Minho wasn't in a hurry to go there. Anyway, the apartment that Aunt Doong arranged was already good enough. Just as he got out of the car, he received a call from Kuang Sir Hei Jin. Hey, are you okay? The person on the other end sounded embarrassed and kept stammering. I want to invite you to a meal. Oh, Trung Yoon Ah and Hua Minjung will also be there. I'm fine. No need to invite me to dinner. I'm hanging up now. Minho replied briefly. Then, without waiting for Kuang Sur Heijin to continue, he hung up. This made Miss Kuang furious. However, after what happened at the karaoke bar today, her perspective on Minho had changed completely. After their first meeting, Minho went home and shut the door to cultivate. He calmly secluded himself for 3 days. Finally, he reached the peak stage of Truk Kur Huyen Ki and was just one step away from Truk Kur Trung Ki. Waking up early in the morning, you can see clouds drifting lazily when you open the door. If Aunt Duong really likes that. As the clock struck 6 a.m., Minho stood up, tidied himself a bit, and went outside. He should still listen to his mother. He had to go to school properly this time. He was coming to the Xiao's place because of his mother. Minho wanted him to study at the Thurong Thon International High School. Although it was a private school, it was an elite institution. Both the facilities and the teaching staff were top-notch. Students here either excel academically or come from wealthy families. Minho headed to Class 9 BA. It looked pretty decent, and every student seemed to be living a lavish lifestyle. Indeed, Heijin was from a rich family. Minho walked to the end of the classroom and saw a young boy dozing off. This guy initially thought Minho was there to find someone, but it turned out to be his new desk mate, and he couldn't hide his disappointment. Oh, it's you? I thought it was a stunning beauty. Come sit next to me. Just as Minho sat down, the bell rang for class. The homeroom teacher walked in with a serious expression and then asked the new student to stand up and introduce himself. The bell rang for class. The homeroom teacher walked in with a serious expression and then asked the new student to stand up and introduce himself. Minho hated this kind of thing the most, so he stood up reluctantly and said, "Hello, everyone. Later, I will earn money to buy you a few houses so you can wake up every day and enjoy the drifting clouds. My name is Minho," and after saying that, he immediately sat down. The new students in the class quietly assessed him and found that Minho had no money and no power. He looked ordinary, nothing special, ultimately uninteresting, and not worth getting to know, except for his desk mate. That person paid a bit more attention to him. As soon as Minho sat down, his mouth started moving at full speed. "Minho, your introduction is way too simple. How will you grab the attention of the girls? Forget it, my name is Tuong Dam Thursday. I'm known as Huang Jae-hyun. At the night market in Shou, everyone knows me. I know your name," Minho replied. Tuong Dam Thu thought that his nickname had spread so widely that even a new transfer student like Minho would know it, but he didn't expect that the two had known each other from a past life. Like Minho would know, but he didn't expect that the two had known each other from a past life. Tuong Dam Thu was not just an ordinary desk mate, but also Minho's best friend during his hardest times. He was the one who always stood by him, but seeing Tuong Dam Thu so cheerful and lively, who would know that later he would ruin himself for a girl, serving 7 years in prison, ruining his entire life. At that time, after getting out of prison, infatuated with a girl, he would ruin himself, serving 7 years in prison and ruining his entire life after getting out of jail. Minho said, and Aunt Duong was taken aback for a few seconds before bursting into laughter because she found him so adorable. Tuong Dam Thu would swear that if he could live again, he definitely wouldn't ruin his life because of that woman. He didn't get to live again. But in return, Minho had been reincarnated, and helping Tuong Dam Thu walk on the right path was one of his goals. "Why aren't you saying anything this time?" Tuong Dam Thu chattered on before asking him. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Minho replied that he just wanted to stay silent and look at this talking machine he hadn't seen in 500 years. "Just a little more," Minho encouraged, and Tuong Dam Thu started rapping continuously again. He talked about everything under the sun, even telling Minho about the famous beauties in school. One of them was the class president of their literature class, who often appeared as the MC at school parties. Next was Hua Minjung, who was even more prominent than the literature class president. Now she has become a model with some fame and has acted in a few supporting roles in TV dramas, and Tuong Dam Thu was still gossiping. The money that Hua Minjung earns in a year could buy a BMW. She had already outperformed 99% of students nationwide. "All right, your Aunt Duong will wait for you to call your mother over later. We'll all be there together to take care of Jae-hyun." Seeing the admiring look in Tuong Dam Thu's eyes when he mentioned Hua Minjung, Minho could only suppress a laugh. If he knew that this girl almost became his girlfriend in the past life, he didn't know how he would react. "I'm just mentioning it. Don't develop feelings for the literature class president. If she doesn't like you, how could she like someone like you?" Tuong Dam Thu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Come on, Heijin, he's still such a chatterbox." Just like in the past life, Tuong Dam Thu then introduced Minho to a guy named Tu Nguyen Ha, who was his crush. Unfortunately, this guy was so focused on his studies that he didn't even glance at her once. Tu Nguyen Ha was the pride of their teacher, having won an award in the National Math Olympiad and was sent to study at Than Hoa at Bak University. The whole school considered him a prized student. Even if he was late for school, he was never punished. Moreover, The whole school saw him as the golden boy. Even if he arrived late, he was never punished. Moreover, he was also the star player on the school basketball team. The cheerleading squad was full of beauties, yet they all liked Tung Gen Ha and Wu Jin. This made Tang Dam Thu green with envy. But that guy Tung Gen Ha actually liked Hoa Koi Hua. All day just shopping and beautifying, seeing her so happy is a complete contrast to Kuang Sur Hee Jin. I'm sure I have no chance, so why do I feel like he's nothing special? Minho replied indifferently. Tung Yan Ha was the one all the boys in school envied and resented. Even at that time, Minho was among the crowd. But in this life, he felt he was too immature back then. Tung Yang Ha in his eyes now wasn't even as important as a corner of Tuong Dam Thursday. The first class passed quite peacefully. Until the school bell rang, Tuong Vun ran up to the two of them and ordered, "In the afternoon, the basketball team wants to practice. Tuong Dam Thu and Min Ho, you two help bring them drinks." After saying that, he tossed his hair and walked away, not giving them a chance to refuse. Tuong Dam Thu gritted her teeth. Tuong Vun wanted to pursue Tun Yen Ha, fine, but he even made them run around like dogs. In the end, that afternoon, the two of them had to work as unpaid labor. This was the first time Minho experienced the feeling of being on a basketball court. It was crazier than he imagined. All the girls were screaming. After hearing what Minho just said, she regarded him even more as an empty drum, making a lot of noise and felt more disdain. The names of Tun Yen Ha and Wu Jin. Wu Jin is the captain of the basketball team and is also very impressive. And Minho was already familiar with him. As soon as the whistle for break sounded, Tuong Vun sprinted over to Tung Gen Ha. He handed him water, then looked at Tuong Dam Thu and said, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and distribute the water to the team. This girl is really beautiful but has a terrible attitude." Minho just considered it as doing community service, so he picked up a bottle of water from the crate and threw it to Wu Jin. As soon as this guy caught the bottle and said thank you, he realized that the one giving him water was Minho. His face turned a bit pale, and he thought, "Minho, what's this bastard doing here?" In response, Minho also flashed a very provocative smile. "Hey, long time no see, huh?" Wu Jin, drenched in sweat, smiled. "Yeah, it's been a while." After that, he turned around and pulled Tung Yen Ha, who was confused. "Isn't that Tuong Dam Thu and the transfer student?" Hearing that, he stared wide-eyed at him. Knowing that this guy was Tuong Vun, he crossed his arms and loudly answered for him, "This is Min Ho." After chatting for a while, the three of them went into Aunt Duang's house, went to the kitchen to make some hometown dishes. Min Ho ate very deliciously. A new classmate, useless, a total slacker. Wu Jin shot a glance at her when he heard her mocking tone. And you, at that moment, also seemed annoyed, silently cursing that annoying girl. Tuong Vun returned to the classroom. She stood with her hands on her hips trying to act tough, demanding Minho, "Tonight the school's basketball team has a match. You guys help carry the stuff." He bluntly replied, "Not going." Tuong Vun seemed to not want to believe it, asking again, "What did you say? Not going?" Minho then exclaimed, "Oh." At that moment he was annoyed, thinking to himself, last time he helped out to show respect for his classmates, and he ended up being mocked. Did he think I didn't hear? The last time I helped out was out of respect for our classmates, yet you laughed at me thinking I didn't hear you? Minho thought for a moment, then said bluntly, "The team leader is from the gym department. What does that have to do with me?" She saw his firm attitude and dared to ask another question. "Are you really not going?" Minho couldn't be bothered to respond, only thinking in his mind about how they looked down on his wealthy family. And being class president, a princess up high, only Nien Ha was worthy of that. The awkward demeanor of Kuang Sur Hei Jin must be inherited from her father. Earlier, while waiting for his wife to cook, I slightly lowered my head. This average transfer student dared to reject me. But she couldn't speak that way, so she made an excuse to ask further. "Could it be? The captain's competition has nothing to do with you?" This time Minho didn't respond and took out a book to read. Ignored, Thuong Vun was so angry that he could only exclaim, "Right now there's another guy coming in to question us like we're on trial." "Tren Kia, do you dare not respect the team?" Tin Vu asked while looking at him with a judgmental gaze. Minho laughed casually and asked, "You're Tin Vu, the sports committee member, a reserve for the team." He was bold enough to speak in a mocking tone. He clenched his fist and cursed loudly. "You!" Dam Thu skillfully approached to smooth things over. "Brother Vu, come on, give me some face. He's a transfer student, doesn't understand the situation. Don't argue with him." Saying that, Dam Thu patted Minho on the shoulder. "Isn't it just getting water? Can I go with you?" He turned his gaze elsewhere, pretending to respond indifferently. "If you want to go, just go by yourself. I'm not going." He laughed mockingly. "Good job, Kia. You've got guts. There was a guy like that before." However, Minho did not die. He actually reincarnated back to 2007 just as he opened his eyes. Kuang Hai Sun casually said a few words to Minho, seeing that he didn't understand anything and his academic performance was not outstanding. "Your leg's broken now. I hope by then you can still be so arrogant." Minho wasn't scared and laughed with his eyes squinted, and he even raised his hand to greet everyone. His classmates started whispering among themselves about the commotion at his table. The basketball team was all tall and strong. Last year they made it to the top 8 of the Jiangnan high schools, bringing glory to the school. That's why they ran rampant all over the school. No one dared to touch them. Wasn't Wu Jin leading the basketball team before? Did he go to beat up a guy who teased him? Among them was Tin Vu. I didn't expect this transfer student to be so bold. Being bold doesn't matter, it just means he doesn't know his limits. That's right, he doesn't even look at himself and dares to mess with Tin Vu and the class president. After a while, the teacher walked in. She sternly corrected the students. This afternoon, there's a Taekwondo class for those who voluntarily registered, so now pay for the uniform and class fees. If you're not studying, you can leave. After hearing that, Minho immediately stood up. Not interesting, I'm leaving now. But he wouldn't let him leave easily, blocking him with his hand and sneering, "Don't go, buddy." He regarded him as useless, far inferior to other kids. Minho seemed not to notice the resentful gaze from him. "Why can't you even join the Taekwondo class?" He rolled his eyes. "Whether I study or not has nothing to do with you." Tin Vu then showed a provocative tone. "You can't even pay for the class, can you? Didn't say it earlier. I'll help you pay. If you don't participate in collective activities, don't blame me, and there are classes that affect your study evaluation." Suddenly, after hearing him say that, Minho changed his mind. "Okay, I'm going." They moved to the learning area. The Taekwondo gym at Thurngdandong School is quite magnificent, almost as big as the basketball gym. This Taekwondo class is quite large, not only with 9 12th graders but also a few 11th graders mixed in. Damthu seems really excited, constantly saying, "Our school's Taekwondo is quite famous." The teacher once placed second in a national competition. With incredible strength, Tin Vu pulled him into the Taekwondo class, mostly wanting to make things tough for him. He just ignored him. Minho smiled slightly at his friend's reminder. "Thank you. It's time for class." The teacher entered. Everyone bowed in unison. He had a stern face and a commanding voice. "Aunt Duong is gentle, kind, beautiful inside and out, and an excellent cook. It's a pity she married Kung Hai Son, that jerk. All right, warm up first, then we'll spar together. Ngan Ha, you will supervise." He stepped up and bowed to everyone. According to martial arts rules, the one who steps up goes below. Dam Thu turned to explain. Nguyen Ha has a red belt. Below black belt represents aggression and danger. If you don't train hard for several years, you won't reach that level. The teacher chose the first pair to spar, Tin Vu against Nguyen Ha. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly attacked his opponent with a knee strike. The girls peeked in to watch, laughing with their eyes squinted. After the light opening match, the teacher clapped for attention. "Now pair up as before and practice together." Dot Hee Jin, he hadn't returned to his spot and shouted, "Teacher! Before we practice sparring, I want to challenge someone." Tin Vu looked down and challenged, "Hey, Trun, weren't you boasting a lot at noon? Got the guts to come up and fight me one-on-one?" His classmates stirred up a commotion. "Tin Vu, why challenge a white belt? He's a blue belt. Beating a white belt should be a sure win, right?" Did that transfer student provoke Tin Vu? He only knows how to pursue power, always rough and rude to his wife and children. After finishing the meal, the teacher seriously suggested, "Do you really want to challenge this white belt, considering the difference between the two of you? You have the right to refuse." He was cocky, not even bothering to listen to the teacher, continuously talking to Minho. You were so cocky at noon. Why are you scared now?" He heard the opponent. "If you shout too much, then get your butt up here." "I don't know Taekwondo, Tin Vu." Waving your fingers, looking all scared. "You can use anything. I can take anything you throw at me." Minha looked worried about something, standing by, gritting his teeth in tension. Minho emphasized once more. "So, you definitely want to fight me?" He kept the mocking smile. "What, scared now? If you're scared, don't talk big later. This Thuong Tan Dang school isn't a place where a loser like you can cause a storm. Making waves, huh?" He wasn't holding back, firing back right in my face. "I bet you're too scared to fight me." Tin Vu was already hit. Chan Wook's temper flared up. "I can't beat you." Aunt Duong then asked Kung So Hejin to take Minho to explore Sozhou, also to buy some new things. "This guy says I can't beat him. What do you think, is that funny?" After mocking, he continued to wave his finger. "Come here." Watch how he asserts himself next to Tin Vu by jumping up, spinning around, and acting all slick. After just a few basic moves, he raised his voice. "Do you know the difference between me and you?" Minho bluntly commented, gesturing wildly. Tin Vu felt his blood boil upon hearing that, his face scrunched up, and seeing that fierce expression made him even more scared than before, while his friends below cheered him on. "Charge! Teach him a lesson! That guy is definitely dead!" Heijin couldn't stand still for 3 seconds. Running up close, he shouted, "You want to die!" Tin Vu started with a straight kick. He dodged easily. The guy was so angry that he kept attacking recklessly, his feet moving in a bored and indifferent manner. In response, Tin Vu executed a long-legged kick straight up. His foot extended perfectly according to martial arts rules. The guy was so surprised that he just stood there with wide eyes, his expression changing. Focusing straight on his opponent, Tin Vu, who was so cocky earlier, now pulled his hands up to cover his face, looking very cowardly. But when they got to the door, she said she had something to do and told him to go on his own. Kwang Sir Hae-jin thought Minho would shamelessly insist. In the final moment, Minho finished decisively with a direct stomp to his head. Dam Thu stared wide-eyed as if he couldn't believe it. He won! Those guys flipped faster than lightning! Tin Vu is too weak. He couldn't even handle that guy. It seems like this transfer student isn't just all talk. He really has some skills. Thurung Vun looked at Minho differently now, seeming more cautious than towards Tin Vu. Bragging with me, and the result is that he couldn't even withstand one kick from that guy. Such a loser. Seeing Tan lying flat on the ground, Nying Ha walked over to ask, "Are you okay?" Then he asked Tin Vu in an annoyed tone, "We're all classmates. Why did you hit him so hard?" Minho replied without hesitation. Not to mention that he actively started the fight, just considering a few kicks from him. Think about it. What if I had hit you? Nying Ha, feeling frustrated, could only shout, "If you have that kind of strength, how would I challenge you?" Hearing that, Thurung Vun became worried. She rushed over, shouting loudly as if to stop it, but Nyang Ha didn't care, already preparing to punch. She expected him to make her lead the way, but surprisingly, he didn't wait for her to say a second word before heading out on his own. Thinking in his head, Minho's kick was indeed impressive, regardless of speed or power. It was nothing like the kick of an ordinary person, but I've been practicing Taekwondo since I was little, training for more than a decade. There's no way I can't beat Minho. I kindly reminded him that I still want to fight with you, so know that if we really go at it, I won't hold back. The classmates continued to change their attitudes. Minho's kick wasn't anything special, just a bit faster and a bit stronger. Nying Ha, we have several black belt masters who would praise that. That's right, I wonder when that time will come. Who can't hold back anymore? Empty barrels make the most noise. Nying Ha is the best. The teacher has been observing from the start. Now he finally spoke up, saying that students can fight, but they need to know when to stop. But in his mind, he had already taken a liking to Tin Vu, standing there smiling to himself, gesturing wildly, definitely needs teaching. Training this excellent student of mine a bit. He is already eager to make a move, Minho gently said. Go ahead. Ngen Ha was infuriated by his calm demeanor. He was faster and more skillful than the earlier match. And strangely, this made the young lady feel dissatisfied. Minho didn't care about that. The downward kick executed by Ngen Ha was incredibly impressive. Minho quickly reminded himself to stay alert. Ngen Ha is no simple opponent. Besides experience, he's no different from that Abu guy. The girls just see a handsome guy and go wild. Ngen Ha is amazing. The teacher squinted his eyes, excited to watch. This is already the strength of a 4th-degree black belt. Just based on that kick, Ngen Ha easily surpassed him. Minho was cautious, but not too tense, still able to smile before the kick that came close to his face. He gently raised his hand to block. Ngen Ha was a bit flustered but tried to stay calm. How is this possible? How can he be this strong? But that tough spirit didn't help much. Minho only needed to use a light touch to make his opponent stagger. Ngen Ha glared back. Then he gently lifted his heel, followed by a rapid up-and-down kick. His leg was like a fan gradually closing in on Minho. He dodged the attack effortlessly, but Ngen Ha was a bit exhausted and pulled his leg back. Minho chuckled lightly. If you've kicked that many times, let's see how my punch measures up. With that, he leaned back slightly. He just strolled slowly. Not far away was Yin Kwai Lake, which is also the place with the densest spiritual energy in this area. One hand tightly coiled at his hip, the other slightly bent. The teacher realized something and shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Minho had no intention of being lenient, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Ngen Ha seemed to realize he couldn't dodge and crossed his arms defensively. But he was a step too slow compared to the punch Minho just threw. That punch seemed to be wrapped in an extra layer of magic, leaving Ngen Ha both scared and surprised. Heijin's residual power from Minho sent him flying backward. Then he painfully hit the ground. Everyone watching went silent, turned to stone. Thurung Vun worriedly rushed over. Sitting beside the loser, she anxiously called out to Ngen Ha. Ngen Ha, you calmly reassured him. Don't worry, it's fine. It's just temporary exhaustion. She wasn't scared yet and shot a sharp glance. Minho had won, so his tone was a bit arrogant. And what about the AI? If there's no AI left, then it's over. He wasn't leaving yet, with more to say, pointing and cursing at Ngen Ha, gesturing dramatically. Unless you learned from a famous teacher, mastering real skills, otherwise even after 15 years of training, you won't be my match. You find a large tree trunk, sit down, and start cultivating. Time is very precious. After saying that, Minho clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. He passed by Dam Thu, who was still standing, nudging him along. Have you eaten yet? No? He was surprised. Heijin gasped. So he is that strong? But since he was their friend, Dam Thu and Heijin were very happy, excitedly shouting, "Let's go." He quietly watched Minho, smiling proudly. No wonder he didn't even bother to look at Ngen Ha. When it comes to fighting, 10 Ngen Ha wouldn't withstand one hit from him. Minho, this transfer student will definitely not be ordinary. After that, the two quietly left the gym. A few days later, it seems your popularity has increased after that impressive performance. Everyone is excited to call out to Minho, especially the girls who keep flocking around, exclaiming, Minho, Minho. The guys are comforting him a lot. It's just losing in taekwondo class, but they tease him in terms of physical fitness. Whether it's piano skills or looks, they can easily crush that Minho. Are you doing okay? But he's still looking gloomy, no matter how much they call out to him, trying to cheer him up. He found himself sitting on a bus that he had taken that summer from the Tu Thui district to Sershao. You must quickly enter the foundation establishment stage. Cultivators are divided into 8 realms, starting with Qi refining. While he's standing there in a daze, someone comes up and taps his shoulder. It's Wu Jin. He grins at him and says, I've noticed you've been a bit distracted these days. What's up? He smiles gently and replies, I'm fine, but a nosy guy has told him everything. Isn't it because of that transfer student? He defeated the top CA in taekwondo class. Now he walks around the class with such swagger, and Vun usually adds fuel to the fire. Just a kid who knows how to fight. When it comes to studying, family background, or looks, how can he compare to Nguyen Ha? So Ha is filled with envy, unwilling to acknowledge Minho's strength. Indeed, he's much stronger than me, but I don't believe I'll lose to him. In other aspects, she continues to encourage, That's right, how could you lose to him? Vun eagerly suggests, Tomorrow is the welcome party for new students. You should show up last. Put on a spectacular performance to make that guy see reality. The next morning, Wu Jin feels a bit uneasy watching Nguyen Ha prepare to take revenge on Min Ho, the guy who could break the wrist of the top CA, Xiao Kyung-su, Tianjin Dan, Yuan Ying, Hua Shen, Fan Hu, He Dao, and the highest is the tribulation stage. Although the Qi refining realm is the lowest level, maybe I should just stop talking, no need to demoralize him. Meanwhile, Dam Thu and Min Ho are also together. He quickly announces, Tomorrow night there's a welcome party for new students. Min Jung will definitely show up. He asks in confusion, Welcome party for new students? Dam Thu replies, Yeah, because the 10th graders have to go for military training for half a month. Tin Vu walks by, throwing out a reminder. You still dare to have feelings for Min Jung? She's already with that top CA. He tears up, and Min Ho immediately questions, Why do I hear she only sees Nguyen Ha as just a normal friend? He retorts in a way that satisfies him, so it doesn't concern you, and you confidently respond, Not necessarily. Hey, Dam Thu gets angry, pointing and shouting, That's right, who said you can't? That day you got knocked out by my brother Pham. Want to get knocked out again? Tin Vu feels hit where it hurts and clicks his tongue before heading straight to the evening's event in the hall. The stage is set for the welcome party for new students. In the audience, he's sitting next to Min Ho, chatting non-stop. Hurry up, hurry up! My goddess is about to appear. Vun is the MC for this party. It's also divided into 3 smaller realms: foundation, establishment, profound understanding, and divine harmony. Once successfully cultivated, you can lift 1,000 pounds. She wore an elegant dress and performed very skillfully. Next, please welcome Min Jung from class 11 to 2. She will present a solo dance of Swan Princess. The audience below responded enthusiastically. Applause erupted. The auditorium lights went out, leaving only the spotlight on stage. The light shone on him, sitting below playing the piano. It was Nguyen Ha chatting. Every time Min Jung danced, he accompanied her music. She gracefully glided on her toes across the stage. Wherever she went, the light followed, her movements fluid. Min Jung's elegant demeanor looked both graceful and alluring. Each move was like spinning her foot, rising on her toes and leaning back. Her actions were very charming. Nguyen Ha played the piano. Min Jung danced, and together they created a performance like professional artists. In response to their efforts were the cheers and applause from the audience below. At the end, he gallantly helped her off the stage. They both bowed to the audience at the same time. The excited crowd cheered even louder. Get together, get together. Hearing those words, both looked a bit awkward. Your legs can run as fast as a horse, breaking the limits of the body. Min Ho feels a bit confused. Quickly pulling their hands apart, Dam Thu below looked on with envy. The goddess's charisma rivaled that of ballet dancers. Moving professionally, that guy Nguyen Ha took the chance to get closer to my goddess. Min Ho wasn't very enthusiastic, so he stood up. It's over. We should go. But in reality, in your head, you're secretly wishing to see Deng Fi's performance one more time. Just then, Dam Thu's face went blank. Quick, look, Min Jung is coming over to us. Min Ho tried to stick around to watch. He was still greeting everyone with her. Just seeing that made him feel a surge of jealousy towards that damn Nguyen Ha. Could it be that this little pretty boy has won her over? Min Ho didn't want to watch anymore, so he said, Hey, I'm heading out. Just as he was leaving, something pulled him back. This time, it was the slick voice of someone. Trun Dai, our master, why are you leaving early? Aren't you going to meet the 2 main characters of tonight's party? He turned his head to look. He caught the disdainful looks from Tung Vun and Nguyen Ha, but Min Jung was very happy to welcome him. He doesn't know which foundation establishment method to use. The secret techniques he has collected over the past 500 years are vast, just for the foundation. Minho! She spotted him and ran straight over, ignoring everyone else. She kept calling out sweetly, Minho! He saw Min Jung running towards him. He opened his arms wide and smiled happily. The two embraced in front of so many people, feeling a bit bold. So Min Jung felt embarrassed afterward. Her face flushed. She covered her eyes and hurriedly explained, I saw you safe and sound, so I got a little too excited. Minho smiled gently, thanked Min Jung. Probably too shy to stay long, he said. I'm going ahead, bye. The scene just now caused a stir among the audience. Min Jung hugging Minho, that ordinary transfer student. Why isn't Nyenha ordinary? He's the one who defeated Nyenha, that kid with a foul mouth. At that moment, he probably felt like he was being outdone, gritting his teeth and glaring. The next day, Minho came to class as usual. As soon as he stepped in, all eyes were on him. They thought he was just a country bumpkin. Turns out he not only has strength but also charm. Being embraced affectionately by the beauty, Damthu hugged him and said, Minho, there are 13,726 methods alone. Even though it's an entry-level realm, it's very important because only with a solid foundation. My brother, I really didn't expect this. He quickly denied it. If I say I have nothing to do with Min Jung, would you believe me? Damthu pouted, immediately replying. Of course, Heijin doesn't believe it. Just a moment ago she was sulking, but now he was thrilled. Last night he really hit Ngenha hard, it felt great. Ngenha's face was pale at that time, standing there for 10 minutes, unable to leave. Minho smiled awkwardly. It was a misunderstanding. Then he stood in the hallway, looking out the window, thinking, why don't I like Min Jung? Yet she's still waiting for me. Minho stood there and accidentally overheard some rumors. Min Jung is in love with a new guy, and they were hugging right in front of everyone. Ji-hoon was confused, thinking to himself, Min Jung, who doesn't even like Min Hong Gen-ha, how could she like that ordinary new student? A classmate came over, calling for the president. He smiled insincerely, saying, if you have something to do, go ahead. That classmate politely replied, yes, President, you've worked hard. Ji-hoon stood alone in the empty hallway. Can you build a tall house? Minho's failure in the last life during the tribulation was partly due to an unstable foundation. He pondered, debating whether to talk to that Minho, the defense student. You're being sent to special forces, right? After all, you're not just Commander Jae-hyun, but also the top pursuer of Min Jung. Half a month later, Minho sat in the training room. He closed his eyes tightly and focused intensely. Finally, since the start of the semester, he entered the stabilization phase. Today, there are finally signs of a breakthrough. It seems like tonight he can advance to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Thinking that, he continued to pour all his energy into training. Minho muttered to himself, if I have enough cultivation, I can refine the air, treating it as energy to absorb. The foundation establishment stage originally couldn't absorb the essence of heaven and earth, but the void body refining method is too powerful. Luckily, I still have a few small recovery pills left. He quickly ate 1x3 pills. His body immediately surged with power. Minho could clearly feel it. The strength was flowing through his meridians, making him very joyful. This is the feeling. This is the present. A dark patch appeared on his body. He was delighted and let out a sigh of relief. So in this life, he doesn't want to repeat that mistake. After thinking for a while, he decides to use the technique called the Great Tao. Finally, I have entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. After removing the cumbersome clothing, Minho no longer had any reactions. He reminded himself, keep going, I need to make money for more pills. Just then, his phone rang. He turned his head to see someone calling him. He answered, an unknown number. Hello? The voice on the other end opened with a greeting. Minho automatically blurted out the name Kyung-soo. He looked handsome, with a big smile. You're free tomorrow afternoon. I want to invite you to a meal. You have to come. Minho calculated in his mind and conveniently discussed with him. He thought of some money-making ideas and replied, okay, the day after tomorrow at the restaurant. Kyung-soo and Abil took turns to say goodbye. When he saw Minho walk in, Master Tran said, you've arrived. Minho sat down and teased him, showing his teeth. Who hit you? That kick of mine was an internal injury. Looks like you didn't invite me just for a meal. You came to find me for something, right? Kyung-soo also admitted, I really encountered a bit of trouble. We're like family. I won't hide anything from you. A few years ago, I had a rival who ran abroad, and now he's back and wants to kill me. Void training decision. He has chosen the technique now. Minho laughed and said, sounds like a gang rivalry, but I'm not the police. Kyung-soo raised his voice slightly as if to emphasize, it's not about competing for power. That guy learned some martial arts from somewhere. He only fights people without needing money. He definitely wants to kill me. The police won't be able to do anything. He got straight to the point. How does his skill compare to mine? He frowned immediately, responding tensely, terrifying, a master I've never encountered. He might be even stronger. Upon hearing the description, Minho immediately thought of 4 words, internal martial artist. Kyung-soo continued waving his hands. That guy is meeting me tonight on a small island in the lake. If you help me, I'll give you this much. You prefer to be straightforward, so you directly asked for 100,000. He chuckled lightly, emphasizing the huge number. No, it's 1 million. The surplus is to make amends to Master Tran. Minho suddenly felt more interested. Although he had no intention of giving money up front, he wanted to see how the internal cultivator operated. Then he gave him a definite answer. While they were talking, Kyung-soo suddenly stood up, bowing as he greeted the master. The final day has finally arrived. He then quickly ran to welcome the new guest. Minho watched the hasty figure. Minho immediately starts cultivating from dawn until late at night, even until the next morning. Well, just pursed his lips. Heijin happily introduced her elder brother. This is Sir Tran. This is Kyujong, Master Quach of the prestigious martial arts school, the top expert in our region. His voice, like his name, is solid and serious. Are you seriously sending a kid still wet behind the ears to his death? Kyung-soo bowed his head, sweating profusely, and answered softly. Master Quach, our cousin Tran is quite capable, Quach continued. Your opponent's strength is extraordinary. An ordinary person can't handle it. He urgently asked back, what do you think? He temporarily sat down, picked up a teacup, then slowly opened the lid and began to ask one question at a time. I wonder if you've ever heard of an internal cultivator? Abu was surprised to hear those 4 strange words, and Heijin asked back, internal cultivator? Quach explained, if it's not internal cultivation, how could a master break your arm? This power has surpassed the limits of the human body. He picked up on the man's question. When I was learning martial arts, I heard that in modern society, there's only one internal cultivator for every 10,000 people. To attend 12th grade, this was truly astonishing, but it was not a dream. Only then does the process succeed. Fortunately, he has chosen a good technique, so for the first time. Quach laughed, wrinkles showing on his face. A character like that could kill you before you even pull the trigger. Kyung-soo still couldn't believe the exaggeration of Master Quach, so he chuckled and slapped the table hard. Look at this hero. Immediately the table under his hand bowed down, creating a dent. Kyung-soo was taken aback. This is what internal cultivation looks like. Abu was stunned, mouth agape. If it wasn't on the body, wouldn't it be caved in? Only Minho was not interested in this trick, finding it dull, not even as good as hitting the willow tree with his palm. After getting over the initial excitement, he confidently declared with Master Quach here, let's see if that guy dares to act tough anymore. Lam Bao, who fought me for territory a few years ago, was beaten and ran away. I never expected he would come back now having learned martial arts. Master Quach, here's the deposit. I will repay you after the job is done. I will recommend you to Nuai Donghae. He would be happier than finding gold, as making friends with the Nuai family is the most important thing. On the outside, he pretended to smile happily and carefree. The hero was polite, but he still just sat quietly watching him. The cultivation directly enters the foundation establishment profound stage. Right now, Minho feels his body filled with energy. His gaze had a hint of meaning. They then left the restaurant. Quach Wai turned back and said deliberately, Minho, no matter how strong you are, you won't withstand the power of an internal cultivator. Kyung-soo originally wanted to keep the peace, so he wanted to untangle the situation with Sir Tran, but you spoke up first. It's my duty to protect you now. There's really nothing but hot air from those internal martial artists. Guo Yi just remained cold upon hearing that, telling the young ones they really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of the earth. If they want to die, just come. They stopped in front of a space far from the city. As they moved into the house, a person stood at the front to greet them, waving hello. Hero Minho praised internally as he walked. This Kyung-soo guy has some brains, even prepared a few bodyguards outside. After they had entered inside, he politely invited Master Guo to rest a bit, to regain strength. But suddenly, Hyejin Kyujong furrowed his brow and softly said, someone's here. Indeed, the bodyguards outside had all been taken down. Kyung-soo was now extremely panicked. They're here already. I had over 10 lackeys outside and they got here so fast. But upon hearing the sound of footsteps running heavily, he tries to punch a tree trunk behind him, leaving a large mark on the ancient tree. This is just pure energy based on his physical form. He had to exclaim, oh no, I've underestimated Lam Bao's strength. Minho squinted at the new friend. Finally, they've arrived. In front of them stood a red-haired guy with a goofy face, dressed in flashy clothes, casting a mocking gaze. What's up? A hero meeting an old friend. Aren't you happy? Lam Bao swaggered in. The wounds and scars you gave me back then are still here. I can never forget them. For the past few years, I've been risking my life training in martial arts for this day. Kyung-soo wasn't intimidated and replied back, don't think that just because you've achieved internal mastery you can do whatever you want. Lam Bao sneered at this. You know internal mastery too, so why not just fold your arms and surrender? At this moment, he stepped forward to intimidate him. I am the owner of the prominent martial arts school here. Eshing Yi Quan. Kyujong doesn't know who this brother's master is. Lam Bao didn't care about age, so he directly cursed. Cut the crap, my master is abroad. You better go find death. Kyujong slightly bent down, ready for combat, quickly cursing back at him. Just the flesh alone is this strong. Minho is very satisfied. The next thing to do is to fill that hungry stomach. The next second, he unleashed a flurry of 4 or 5 kicks, landing with dizzying speed. His movement changed, faster than lightning. One moment he was on the left, then suddenly on the right, causing Kyung-soo to panic. This is a true internal martial artist, way too terrifying. Master Quach must win, otherwise it's scary. I won't see the sun tomorrow. At that moment, Lam Bao and Qiu separated, temporarily keeping their distance. But he seemed to be at a disadvantage compared to him, taking a long time to regain his footing. Quach Wai had to scold himself for not realizing that the kid had achieved great internal mastery. I underestimated my opponent. He looks up to the sky, a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. How could he know the vastness of the world? I was lucky to have a master. Witnessing a martial arts master from abroad become a mercenary, Jae-hyun quickly reached the realm of internal mastery. Great mastery. Quachi's face was tense, his brows tightly knitted, realizing that he was under the tutelage of a master. No wonder he was like this. I don't feel unjust in my defeat. Kyung-soo was so scared he humbly begged for mercy. Brother Lem, now that you've successfully practiced martial arts, after all, he is still in a mortal body and needs to eat. So Minho leaves the lakeside area. It's time to show your skills. How do we split the spoils? Lam Bao walked straight towards him. You think I would care about your little inheritance? Seeing Kyung-soo about to be threatened, Abu immediately stepped in. Don't come over here. Unexpectedly, Lam Bao delivered a single blow that sent him crashing against the wall. He walked over, stroked Kyung-soo's cheek, and said a few words. My assets abroad are only more than yours, not less. Kyung-soo, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. He was too rigid, trying every way to convince him that if you kill me, Ngui Donghae won't let you off. Lam Bao mockingly asked. If the Ngui family could come abroad to catch me, then wouldn't you, Kyung-soo, have already roamed the world? He then knelt down, gripping Lam Bao's leg, and cried out, that's right, please spare my life. Kyujong also felt humiliated, but not to the extent of Kyung-soo. He just thought today was a single move loss. One misstep leads to a mile? Lam Bao burst into laughter seeing his opponent like this. Suddenly, Heijin's familiar voice rang out, Kyung-soo. But after taking a few steps, he is stopped by a group of 3 people. Leading them is a man named Jae-hyun with silver hair. Just give me 10 million, and I'll save you. He changed his expression, frowning and asking, who? Minho continued to repeat the request. Just agree, and I'll deal with Chan Wook, that scar-faced guy. Lem Bao curiously asked, who are you? Such big talk. You're just standing there, enjoying the scenery, slowly turning to look at him before answering. You're just a greatly accomplished internal martial artist. Your master might be able to match me for a few moves. Lam Bao was furious after hearing that. How dare you insult my master? You're asking for death. I want to twist your head off and throw it into the Yinqui Lake for the fish to eat. His face now showed pronounced veins, indicating that his anger had reached its peak. Abu feared. Minho has gone too crazy. Kyujong is already scared for him, but Minho shows no fear and confidently taunts, oh really? He spins his hand, and a beam of golden light appears. Minho declares briefly, yet powerfully, I have a sword that cuts through people, and in an instant, a sword materializes in his hand. Though slender, it sweeps around, revealing the brilliance of his opponent, Lam Bao, a martial arts master of the Huaxia realm. But his gaze is filled with sharpness. Minho immediately becomes alert. Who are you? To think there's a master of this caliber. Before Minho could make a move, he turned and ran. This is a master of transformation at the top of martial arts. 10 people like me wouldn't be enough to take him down. Plus, he's still so young. I must report this to Master Minho. Once he has a grip, he won't let go. He threatens nonchalantly. Now he wants to run. I wonder if it's too late. Lam Bao panics upon seeing Minho ignite with rage behind him. It's over, run quickly! But Minho is determined not to let him go, fire erupting from his mouth. Spreading rapidly throughout the space, in an instant, Lam Bao feels a piercing pain. His eyes roll back, his body sways, about to fall, stunned into silence, feeling defeated as he unleashes his killing intent. Indeed, Heijin is a master. He looks only about 16 or 17, still just a high school kid. And yet, he is a top transformation master in martial arts. Kyung-soo, still lying on the ground, finally lifts his head and mutters, I won. Seeing the situation turn, he laughs gleefully. Next, Kyung-soo approaches, starting to gloat over Lam Bao. Is there something wrong? The man Jae-hyun shakes his head, then mutters, Ha! I could chase you off back then, and today I can still beat you. Seeing him look smug and complacent, Minho reminds, Lam Bao is just unconscious. Be careful not to wake him. Kyung-soo then turns to ask, Master Tran, aren't you going to kill him? He definitely has Chan Wook's reasoning and perspective. He's still a martial artist who has achieved great internal mastery. How could my breath possibly kill him? At most, I just knocked him out, he says, then sits down to check. All right, I've sealed his high acupoint. Handing it over to you, Kyung-soo rubs his hands together excitedly. Master Tran's skills are truly impressive. I'm in awe, truly in awe. Guo Yi also curiously asks, Master Tran, can sealing the high acupoint prevent someone from using their internal energy? Minho replies very modestly, I used a secret technique. I blocked several acupoints on his body, causing his internal energy to disperse and preventing it from gathering again. He continues, you're like hitting acupoints in a TV show. Indeed, He Jin is a master, and Minho doesn't want to discuss further. He tells the person behind him that Minho might just be a young person coincidentally running by. He holds out his hand for his reward, 10 million. His brow raises in a smile. Don't worry, I'll give you 20 million. I'll go back and transfer the money to you immediately. It's all worth it. Lam Bao has also regained consciousness by now. Though sarcastic, he remains spirited. Today I admit defeat, but if you kill me, my master will definitely take revenge for me. You're quite humble with your words. I just haven't met a true master yet. I hope he doesn't disappoint me, Abu excitedly commented. This is what real masters are all about. On the leisurely boat on the sea, Minho hugged his chest, looking tired, but he also found this move quite interesting, drawing out 1/3 of his inner energy, not to scare Kyung-soo, but to feel his way through. The long night passed, and the next day Minho sat cross-legged, focusing to regenerate his lost power. I need to quickly enhance my abilities. Just then, his phone rang. Looking at the screen, Minho wondered, Sun-hee, what does she want? Then he picked up the phone. Hello, auction house. But Minho glances back and notices that the girl behind them has traces of true essence. Sun-hee crossed her legs, sitting on the chair, leisurely replied, This auction is actually a buffet party, mainly for people to socialize. Expanding connections. Most of the antiques at the auction carry a hint of mystery. Right next to her was a row of sparkling silver crystal glasses. Outside, the scenery was also quiet. Sun-hee excitedly continued. Moreover, I heard that a mysterious artifact will be auctioned. Mr. Tran will surely be interested. Minho repeated her words. An artifact is an artifact, in my understanding. What? She immediately added. That's right. I heard this artifact has miraculous effects, like stabilizing homes, warding off evil. I'm actually quite interested. I'll come help you in the evening, he declined. No need, thinking to himself. With Sun-hee and her luxurious car waiting for me, I have to become the center of attention. A moment later, Minho asked, Tell me the address. I'll go by myself. The voice on the other end replied, When you arrive, just say my name. At the same time, Thuong Van was inviting Ninha, let's go to the auction, relax a bit. Tin Vu was also excited. The North Huyền Tiên Tôn was no more. He had truly returned to being the 17-year-old Minho. At first, he thought this girl was also a cultivator, but upon closer inspection, her true essence is too weak. I got the invitation for the evening party. She continued to introduce, this is a high-level party organized by Phuong Thang International. The strongest company in Sochow is hosting it. He bantered with Thuong Van. That's right. Moreover, I heard that there will be an auction for some mysterious antique. Ninha was drawn into listening to her two friends' promotions. Tran Pham was still thinking about the earlier conversation. He stood muttering to himself, The auction seems interesting. A short day passed, and night fell. On the day of the auction, when Minho entered the banquet hall, he exclaimed, Looks like there are quite a few rich folks in Sochow. He approached the waiter. Sun-hee told me. Just say her name to get in. The person immediately pointed towards the door. I received a notification that you are Miss Nuyet's friend. As soon as Minho stepped in, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Who is that? Is it too rude to dress like that? I wonder whose child they are. Better not offend them. He glanced around and muttered, The auction hasn't started yet, and it seems Sun-hee hasn't arrived. Minho then walked straight to the dining table. He reminded himself, I'm still just a mere mortal. The condensation is too scattered. Compared to a true cultivator's true essence, it's countless times weaker. I need to eat while it's still quiet. Let's see if there's anything to eat. Before he could grab a bite, someone called out to him from behind. Minho turned around, immediately exclaiming in surprise, It's you! What are you doing here? Minjung smiled and replied, I came with Man. I heard there will be a lot of amazing auction items this time. We came to check it out. Minho, are you here with the AI? Are you planning to participate in the auction? Their joy was quickly snuffed out when someone named Chen, along with his crush, Haijin, approached with a frown and a look of disdain. Don't even think about participating in the auction. I doubt you can even afford these lobsters. He didn't care about saving face and just admitted it. That's right. I really don't have money for the auction. I'm just here to mooch a meal. The food here is pretty good. The desserts are really delicious. You should try them. Deng Fi smiled wide at Minho's words, joining in. Really? The girl beside her seemed a bit irritated, huffing quietly. He was surrounded by two beauties. While thinking these things, Minho unconsciously shakes his head and sighs. Little did he know that this small action caught their attention. This caused the crowd to murmur, wondering who that guy was. He's not from our circle, so friendly like that. Could he be Minjung's boyfriend? He's a student from Changthandang. From the 4th Water District, I heard he's quite the fighter. Is that true? Minjung, why would you like him? Someone outside our circle dares to flirt with girls here? Meanwhile, outside in the parking lot, Another conversation was taking place. Minjung is definitely coming tonight, don't worry, you're not wrong. Minho replied briefly, good. The interior space was decorated. It was very luxurious and visually appealing. Jihoon was there with a few friends, one of whom snickered and said, if Minho was here, he would definitely teach that guy a lesson. Another one maliciously chimed in. That's right, Minho once beat up a guy who was flirting with Minjung. That left him unable to get out of bed for 3 months. While the three were chatting, someone shouted, hey, look over there, isn't that Minho? The other party, he shakes his head. What's going on? Oh, sorry, I shook my head because I was lost in thought. Minho declines and then wants to leave. He entered the banquet hall in simple attire, walking calmly. Jihoon was excitedly looking forward. This time there's going to be a good show. Look at Dongfei and Minho. They're happily chatting. Minho seemed to be heading straight over here. He struggled to ask, Minjung, come here with me. I'm looking for you. I have something to say, she shyly replied. Is there something that can't be said here? Minho snapped, ordering everyone. You all step aside. Minjung and I need to talk privately. Haijin, annoyed by his rude attitude, couldn't help but exclaim, Minho is just like always. Seeing an injustice, he couldn't stay silent and asked, on what basis do we have to step aside? He frowned and asked, who are you? But just after asking, Haejin suddenly froze, sensing Minho's gaze. He chuckled lightly. It's me, what's up? His face showed a hint of malice. I heard you fighting, are you good? Even Ngainha was defeated by you. But you should know, Ngainha practices Taekwondo. But he is suddenly blocked by the young man. The white-haired Jae-hyun is convinced that just now, it should just be seen as a pretty dance, just a cover. Minho bowed his head and laughed, responding courteously. You do make a point. Minho continued, raising his voice. Minjung, come over here for a bit. I really want to talk to you. Seeing her hesitate, he reached out, ready to pull her along, but Minjung immediately yanked her hand back. Then, she seemed to be scared of something, hiding behind him. Minho, what do you want to do? Minho understood Minjung's feelings, so he gently threatened. You're not welcome here, please leave. This made him frown and glare. Minho didn't leave, but still waving his hand ready to hit, get lost. But the strength of that hand couldn't compare to his muscular chest. Minho patiently repeated, you get out! He still hadn't recognized the opponent's strength, so he threatened the guy. Do you really want to confront me? He gritted his teeth. So what? Minho started rambling. Do you know who I am? I joined the army for training at 12. At 16, I was sent to military school. The number of guns I've touched probably exceeds what you've ever seen. Minho looks at his niece and shakes his head, wanting to clarify the reason, even though he has said it has nothing to do with them. I've fought one-on-one with special forces too. Minho didn't take these things seriously, so he looked directly at him and asked, so what then? You think you can touch me? Tin Vu, playing the intelligence role, was anxious. Running back to Thurung Vun and confronting the 4 big CA, guess who I saw? He reacted reflexively. Who? Don't tell me it's Minho. He immediately agreed. It was him. I even saw Minho looking for him. Those two had a fight, and Minjung was there too. She scolded loudly. Really? This guy actually managed to sneak in here. Now running into Minho will definitely make him look foolish. Nyenha quickly pulled all 3 away. Let's go see Tinvu. At this moment, the group came up with an idea. Minho, can this trouble of yours clear my grudge against you? Everyone at the party began to pay attention to the commotion going on. Isn't that Minho? Why is he here? That guy wants to go head-to-head with Minho. You could see Minho's face, as if he wanted to kill that Minho. But they are determined not to let you go. Looking at the posture of this young brother, he seems to be a fellow practitioner in the martial arts world. I humbly. Young Hae-jin couldn't stay silent any longer, so she reminded Minho, this is a party hosted by International Fung Thang. It's not a place where you can make a fuss. Minjung can go wherever she wants. You have no right to manage that. He didn't care about her and continued to mock the guy. You're the first punk daring to challenge me like this. I'll show you just how big the gap is between you and me. Minho was willing to do just that. Just then, a powerful voice rose. What's going on? A middle-aged man squeezed into the crowd. Who dares to cause trouble at the International Fung Thang party? Everyone around immediately recognized it. Manager Chan Wook-chu was here. Someone was about to get in trouble. International Fung Thang in Shao has a huge backing. Who knows how they'll handle Chan Wook? It's best to kick both Minho and Min out. Hui, get outside. I see those two are already bothering the challenger. Introducing manager Chan Wook-chu. I'm Minho. I suspect this person has no invitation and snuck into the party. I hope you can throw him out right now. He calmly replied, yes, the officer is here. Manager Chan Wook-chu then turned to Minho. As a subordinate, may I ask where this brother comes from? From which sect do you hail? This gentleman is asking for Minjung's invitation card. Quick-wittedly, he asks back based on just one of his words. But how are we supposed to retrieve the invitation card? Why didn't he take it? He gives a very simple answer. Because the owner of the house is a friend of our Jae-hyun. Moreover, this gentleman looks quite unfamiliar. All the invitation cards were written by me. I don't know who this gentleman is. After hearing this, Hae-jin suddenly also wonders. Actually, I'm curious too. Those qualified to obtain an invitation to the auction are all from the upper class. How did Minho get in here? Manager Chan-wook angrily repeats. Sir, please take out your invitation. If not, I will call security. You too, Heijin admits she doesn't have an invitation. Minho, taking advantage of that, becomes more arrogant. So what? I told you so. He becomes furious upon hearing this. Without an invitation, how can you get in? Van is very happy to watch a good show. This time, I want to see how he handles this. It's so satisfying. Tin Vu doesn't like Minho, so of course Heijin takes the opportunity to mock. If you're not one of us, then don't step in. Otherwise, you'll just become a laughingstock. Mr. Jae-hyun politely clasped his hands and asked Minho out of respect for Jun-ki. Minho politely replied that he did not practice martial arts. So don't step in, or you'll just be a laughingstock. Nguyen Ha is tangled up with a mess of thoughts. Could it be that my rival is actually a thief sneaking into the hall? It's really disappointing. At that moment, Heijin was also quite surprised by AI Kia Minho's answer. Minjung nervously grips his shoulder. Minho then continues to explain, even though I don't have an invitation, someone invited me. He can go to the reception desk to check with manager Chan-wook. Chu, not believing, retorts. An invitation must have the right to invite guests to this party. Only the owner in our company's Jae-hyun can do that. Minho immediately questions in his head. Isn't Sun Hee the international owner of Phuong Thang? She worries he might be embarrassed, so she pleads with manager Chan-wook. Please make an exception. But he insists on following the rules, using the walkie-talkie to call security. The security guard scoffs. We are not of the same class. One word from me can get you kicked out. What can you do? The crowd watching also joins in. Get out, get out, get out. He only cultivates, knows a little about energy techniques, but unexpectedly, after answering, it became more troublesome because Jun-ki wanted him to compete with his niece. Minho's face pales a bit. Even though he knows Sun Hee is vouching for him, he didn't expect this situation. The envious trio, of course, Hyejin can't help but add a few mocking laughs. Just when things are heating up, a light footstep approaches. But the voice is as sharp as steel. Who wants to kick him out? A beautiful young lady appears, causing the crowd to gasp. Sun Hee, the princess of the Nugi family. Manager Chan-wook is stunned and sweating profusely. Miss, he scratches his head and asks, why are you here? Sun Hee bluntly declares, I am not the princess of your company. Mr. Tran is my honored guest, and yet you just kicked him out. What did security want to do just now? Manager Chan-wook knows he overstepped, so he hurriedly smiles shyly. I didn't know this gentleman was a guest you invited. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to chase him away. This gentleman is a guest you invited. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to chase him away. After scolding him, Sun Hee turned to speak softly. Mr. Tran, I'm late. I'm sorry, I didn't expect my subordinate to be so clueless. Minho didn't take it to heart, but words can still hurt. It's fine. They're just a bunch of noisy clowns. Even though he currently had no power, no strong magical abilities, and even his divine artifacts were completely lost. Just a little sparring. His niece is the girl with fragmented spiritual energy. Her ability is lacking, but she is very confident. She temporarily said nothing, but thought to herself. Her grandfather always tried hard to please Minho, yet now he was embarrassed by a manager Chan-wook. It's a small matter to make him lose face. If Minho gets angry and leaves today, then Wei Ra will offend a martial arts master. You're still sulking. This person seems to have a grudge against me, adamantly insisting on kicking me out. Manager Chan-wook, Chu Shi-chong, wants to make excuses. Young lady, please let me explain. Sun Hee didn't bother to listen. No need to explain. I will recommend to your boss to fire you directly. Manager Chan-wook, at that moment, looked at Minho with a pained expression. This is lacking, but he was too busy making a grimace. This is Sun Hee, and yet, I'm sorry. Minho's anger was boiling inside him, but his mouth didn't dare to open like before. Though he called her sister Sun Hee, she was also impatient to listen. Immediately scolded him. What do you want to say? Don't you know my temperament? Minho deliberately interjected, playing the victim. It's this guy. He stole my girlfriend first. Sun Hee shouted 2 words in a high-pitched tone. Minho sighed. It seems that after just wishing for success today, he has to take action already. Shut up. Even in the army, you're more arrogant than a mild-mannered person like Mr. Tran, and you've pushed him this far. I will personally speak to Uncle about this. After resolving the internal matter, she smiled brightly. Mr. Tran, let me take you to see the exhibit. You waved goodbye to Minjung. I'll go ahead. Let's keep in touch later. She nodded. The situation was too embarrassing for both manager Chan-wook, Chu, and Minho. He felt humiliated, deliberately throwing a broken glass and cursing like hell. Why does he know Sun Hee? A gossiping guy leaned close to his friend and whispered. Moreover, looking at how Sun Hee treated him, it wasn't normal. Could he have some other background? Haijin saw Minjung standing there in a daze and reminded her, he's gone. Don't just stand here like an idiot. But in truth, she was also very confused. Is this really his backing? The princess of the Nugi family in Bakjiang. Minjung wasn't much different. She was lost in thought, sadly wondering, Minho, how many more secrets do you have? Sun He led him down a hallway, talking as she walked. Fuang Thang International is my uncle's company. He didn't want to directly engage with a weak girl, so he turned around and plucked a leaf. I apologize to you again. Minho didn't take it to heart, saying, "It's fine, I should be the one thanking you for helping me out of a tight spot." She took a few steps and looked at him, lost in thought. Minho, this martial arts master, can he really hold back this anger? That wouldn't be good. Then she worried that he might still be embarrassed about earlier. Sun He apologized on behalf of her younger brother. Although Minho offended you, I hope you can forgive him just this once. You didn't respond, but the corners of your mouth were curling up with some hidden meaning. She was startled as soon as she saw it. "Oh, Heijin," so Sun He panicked. "Please forgive me, Master Tran, I beg you." Minho gently warned that if it happened again, he would be the one to die. Sun He was still in a daze, only subconsciously replying yes. After this trip, she thought to herself, when I get back, I must firmly set Minho straight. After walking for a while, the two encountered a man around 50 years old. Sun He introduced him as Uncle Lam. He would take us to tour the exhibition room. Uncle Lam was elegant and composed, gesturing to guide the two, the young lady being polite. Then, Minho infused this leaf with power and flicked it lightly. Junki saw this and quickly shouted, "Be careful!" But if Minho truly had bad intentions, his warning would have been too late. Then he invited us to go this way, but he seemed particularly focused on the person accompanying the young lady, his eyes squinting with curiosity. Minho was just a student. Uncle Lam quickly cleared his thoughts and began explaining to the two. They heard that these displayed items were all carefully curated by Donghae, collected from various places around the world. This is the compass passed down from a feng shui master during the Ming and Qing dynasties. This is the blue heart gem from South Africa. It's said to bring good luck to the wearer. This is a jade piece found in the tomb of a noble from the Han dynasty. These treasures are the pride of Wei Donghae. Sun He's eyes sparkled with admiration, while He Jin noticed that he was too quiet. She then asked Master Tran, "What do you think of these items?" Minho replied, splashing cold water on the conversation. "Just ordinary antiques." Uncle Lam was extremely displeased to hear this comment. Ordinary antiques? It seems I need to teach him a lesson. He decided to reveal his trump card. "Young lady, we still have one last treasure. Please come this way." The three of them stopped in front of a glowing orb. Be careful." But if Minho truly had bad intentions, his warning would have been too late. Sun He looked at it as if entranced, her face blank, eyes wide open, and her mouth slightly agape. After a long while, she finally asked Uncle Lam, "Is this the artifact that is up for auction?" He nodded. "That's right." After answering, he smugly thought to himself, this artifact, just seeing it would draw in an ordinary person like being caught in a whirlpool. Just like Sun He, waking up for a moment is already quite rare, but Minho seems to be. Uncle Lam's anticipation was extinguished by his cold expression. He was confused. Is he really okay? Uncle Lam still tried to maintain a calm tone. This gem is from a living Buddha in hiding, always worn by him. It has never left his body, helps to regulate the human body's magnetic field, gathers feng shui, and simultaneously prays for blessings, avoiding disasters. The owner personally went to the burial site to bring it back. Sun He was impressed the more she heard. It truly was extraordinary. He saw Minho still standing there, unfazed, and curiously asked, "Master Tran, it seems you don't value our treasure?" You bluntly stated, "It's just flashy on the outside." The leaf shot away like a bullet, cutting off a few strands of Junki's niece's hair and simultaneously creating. It's not a genuine magical artifact. Minho's nonchalant demeanor while speaking made Uncle Lam furious, pointing at his face. "So, can you show me a genuine magical artifact?" Without hesitation, he replied to him, "A genuine magical artifact is one that can summon winds and rain, controlling thunder and lightning, besides seeing it for the first time, absorbing human spirit energy." It was utterly useless. Uncle Lam, having a prejudice, immediately dismissed what he said, claiming it's only in legends. What Mr. Tran said, I absolutely can't believe. She didn't believe it either, but only thought to herself, "That's right, I find the gem very miraculous." Minho immediately demonstrated to both of them, channeling his energy into the orb before him. As he withdrew his finger, he casually asked, "Now, take a look." Uncle Lam and Sun He gasped in turn. How could that strange attractive force be gone? Minho crossed his arms, calm. He Jin explained, "It was just tainted by the spirit energy of the wearer. I've already drained it." At that moment, he changed his opinion about this young man. A thin wound on this girl's cheek. She turned around and saw the leaf that had just made her bleed. A bit capable, can't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Minho felt disheartened. Rolling his eyes one last time, he concluded that it seemed he gained nothing from being here this time, but it looked like he discovered something. He fixed his gaze on a point. She approached to ask, "What's wrong?" What Minho was looking at was a small gem lying on the strip. The white silk before him, that was an emerald, looking very ordinary. Sun He also didn't pay much attention to it. This gem seemed to have nothing special, far inferior to the previous one. But he seemed to really like it. "I want this gem, Miss Ra. Name your price." Sun He happily agreed. "If Mr. Tran values it, then just take it." Uncle Lam didn't oppose at all, further encouraging. The young lady is right. Minho joyfully expressed, I accept this favor from the Gui family. Then, he raised both hands to receive the gem. Seeing Minho's eager and enchanted expression, she found it puzzling. Even the villa that his grandfather gave him didn't evoke any reaction from him, yet this ordinary gem gained his favor. Even the villa his grandfather gave him didn't evoke any reaction, yet this ordinary gem gained his favor. It was now embedded firmly in the tree trunk. Behind her, Junki sighed in relief when he saw his niece was not seriously injured. It was truly an unexpected joy, so Sun He couldn't help but curiously ask if this antique gem had anything special. He answered ambiguously, making people even more curious. After I polish and refine it, it will become a genuine treasure with great power. He and she both wondered about the two words refining Qi. Minho was as happy as a child to have such a desired item. There's nothing left to see here, I want to go home. He headed straight to the banquet hall, then approached Minjung and Haijin. Earlier, he saw Minho. She spoke up, you're back. He exhaled, replied coldly, yeah. Then, Minho playfully pinched Minjung's cheek. This time, thank you for protecting me. A while later, he had returned home. Minho took out the gem and stared at it intently. Didn't expect that in a place with scarce spiritual energy like Earth, there would still be such a precious gem. The gem slowly radiated a gentle light. He looked at it and thought to himself, this is the first treasure of heaven and earth that I've obtained. It must be used with caution. Next time, this luck might not be there when Minho cultivates. The gem continuously cracked at the top, but once it was done, it returned to its original shape. He seemed excited that in the later years of his life he could witness such a miraculous technique. Still encased in a layer of white light, he looked at the gem and thought to himself, if I were to auction this, it might fetch a sky-high price, but I won't sell it if I can successfully refine it. It would be like gaining another life. Money can't measure that. Later, I'll refine a few protective charms for my parents, and Anne and little Quinn, each one for them. In that moment, he unconsciously sent thoughts to a girl. Little Quinn, wait for me. After thinking, Minho sat back in his chair, lost in thought as usual. If I haven't reached the mystical realm yet, I can't refine weapons. But I'm Minho, not an ordinary person. It's just a pity that my current magical power is quite low. I can only rely on water to grind stones, slowly engraving spells. The magic ceremony at school tomorrow, Damthu was pacing back and forth, humming a few tunes. Suddenly, he turned his head back, looking as if he was wondering about something. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. Why does he seem like he's avoiding me? I wonder why Hiejin came to school early to study today. At the same time, he was surprised that the teenager in front of him seemed ordinary, yet was a master of martial arts who had not emerged from the world. As this confusion lingered, Damthu turned back and saw Thungvan waddling over. He immediately asked, are you going to fetch water again? I was at the night market until 2 a.m. last night, trying to catch up on sleep, but who knew she would be so polite today? Damthu greeted him with a, good morning. Upon hearing this, he was startled. Huh? Good morning, Thungvan. After greeting, he pretended to ask casually, is Minho taking another day off today? Damthu replied calmly on the outside. It seems so, but he actually knew inside. You want to dig deeper, don't you? Thungvan pretended to innocently ask. Really? That's concerning. Nothing happened, right? He bluntly continued. It's unrealistic. She actually cares about Minho. She seems so quiet on the outside. Inside, Damthu's heart was racing like it was shocked. What on earth happened? Oh my God, in the familiar apartment complex. You've locked yourself at home all day, finally done. Now I have to keep it with me. To nurture my spiritual energy, I've only finished engraving 3 basic formations: Spirit Gathering Formation, Diamond Spell, and Green Demon Thunder. Reluctantly enough for self-defense with the Spirit Gathering Formation, my cultivation speed has somewhat increased by 1/3. There's a boat team and a resistance abroad in Tianha City. One of them agrees with him. Yuna blushed, murmuring, wondering what kind of person Master Tran is. It would be great if she could marry him. Not very fond of him, she turned to Minho and asked, they're really scary, especially that bald guy. The 2 instructors exclaimed. This was the first time they witnessed this kind of training method. Grandmaster Tran is like a celestial being, not someone you or I can imagine, Donglai said solemnly. Right now, I'm truly convinced. He's way stronger than I imagined. At that moment, Minho came over to check in. How is everyone training? He immediately reported to the Grandmaster. Your training method is truly unique. You don't find anything unusual? It's just about unlocking potential, Donglai quietly asked the Grandmaster. Is it possible to talk somewhere else for a moment? Minho couldn't refuse, could he? As they passed by, Minho also noticed, only hearing the soldiers chatting, this Grandmaster is truly a legend. He gritted his teeth, full of resentment. Minho didn't even bother to look at him. I worked hard to join Thung Long. Can I not surpass him in my lifetime? But then Minho suddenly snapped back to reality. He saw his teammates beside him. The captain is still persevering, so Minho suddenly made up his mind. I must persist. His eyes seem like they want to devour people. Then, she continued to question. Do you know them? You have no intention of hiding it. One day, I will be famous. Minho, if you've passed this training method to me, then I will cultivate even better than you. On the other side, Donglai bowed his head to ask the Grandmaster. My previous attitude wasn't good. I didn't recognize the greatness of Taishan. I hope you can forgive me. He didn't care much. It's fine. If there's anything, just say it directly. He felt even more indifferent. He didn't have time to bicker with a lowly insect like this. Instead, he heard him probing. I wonder if you will attend the martial arts festival held in Lam Chao this year. Minho asked back. What is this martial arts festival? Donglai was stunned. You don't know? He shrugged and explained. To be precise, I'm not one of your martial artists. So he then explained, the martial arts festival is a grand event held once every 3 years by the major martial arts families. Everyone gathers to discuss and compete in martial arts. They exchange ideas, and there's a trading fair where many medicinal treasures, spiritual items, and even elixirs are sold. There might even be appearances from legendary masters. Upon hearing this, Minho showed some interest. Oh, Donglai excitedly recounted. He directly stated, the leader is Jaehyun. The name Jaehyun shocked a too, Jaehyun from Haidong. At the previous festival, there was even a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Actually, I wanted to invite you to the **8 extremes sect. Joining this martial arts festival, you start to understand a bit. With the 8 extremes, could there really be competition in the tournament? He shyly admitted, Daeung Hae-jin, our 8 extremes clan used to be powerful. It's just that in recent years, talent has declined. That's why Minho directly asked, did you come to ask for my help in the match? Donglai quickly waved his hand. You don't need to worry. The martial arts festival is quite friendly, just a precautionary measure. You can't really refuse. I'll go. There's a bit of excitement in my heart, just when we want to know how strong the martial artists on Earth really are. Donglai happily asked back, really? He calculated joyfully. With a master like this backing us, what do we have to fear from challenges anymore? This time, the 8 extremes won't let others bully us like before. Time passed, and half a month later at the Shanglong base, the soldiers from before now seem like they've been reborn. Everyone is tall and strong. At this moment, during the sparring, Minho kicked with force. So you actually know the arrogant family. But quickly, she calmed down and continued. That makes sense. Master Tran's status is noble. But Tank stood firm. Is that all the strength you have? He wasn't shaken at all by the kick. He had no choice but to retreat. Minho grumbled angrily. You're really a monster. We all train the same technique. But you have advanced far beyond us. Tank laughed loudly, bragging. Jaehyun is the genius of this training plan proposed by the Grand Instructor. Specifically for Jaehyun, he also had to agree. Right. Like observing them. Tank is indeed strong. Tests show the toughness of his muscles. His strength is already 3 times that of a normal person. Vuthan came over with paperwork, having a report. On average, the results are nearing the limits of the body. After reading, the instructors exclaimed, so strong? They seemed even more excited, praising General Tran. Instructor, this training method is indeed impressive, if it could be popularized throughout the army. Minho pointed at the soldiers. You all know how much hardship these people have endured. Can an ordinary person handle it? Donglai also agreed. That's right, for the members of Shanglong, this time was like going through hell. Even Town President Trong has to curry favor with him, his expression dark and dangerous. They sighed. The training method includes various techniques that strongly impact the muscles, body friction, stimulating acupoints, unleashing extreme potential. Vuthan recalled that early time. If they didn't use the pain relief pills and the body refining pills, their bodies wouldn't be able to endure for more than 3 days. Donglai signaled, that's enough people for them. At that time, Thon approached, full of excitement. Hey, instructor, why don't you give it a try? He provocatively said. Fight me a few rounds. He frowned in response. Little Jaehyun is pretty good, daring to challenge me after just half a month. He was still pumped, kicking the person out. Jaehyun, enough. Come on, teach this little Jaehyun a lesson. And signaling to Donglai that Minho is watching, he didn't refuse anymore and stepped forward. Today, I'll let you taste the power of the 8 extremes fist. Tan still has confidence in himself, but that might not be enough. With that, he immediately launched an attack. Donglai, while on guard, praised, great start! His foot gathered strength, causing the ground to crack. Donglai shouted loudly, unleash the Iron Mountain test, the ultimate move of the 8 extremes fist. A single motion stepped forward directly facing him. Minho then asked back, do you know Jaehyun? Atu slowly replied, her voice trembling with fear, I do. Easily creating a distance between the two, but Tan did not seem at a disadvantage as he stopped behind. Donglai noticed one side of his shirt was torn. He didn't hesitate to praise the *** Dragon's Claw *** move as excellent. The Grand Master is a martial arts legend, and what he teaches is not to be taken lightly. At this moment, the soldiers were excitedly cheering. Grandmaster Tran, why don't you show us some of your skills? Indeed, Grandmaster. Why not spar a few moves for us to see? The two, Donglai and Grandmaster Tran, were also paying attention to each other. Always not truly revealing his skills, just how strong is he? You wouldn't refuse. So who will take the hit? One brave person steps forward for us to discuss. The captain is the captain. Tran Pham smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You definitely noticed his somewhat tense face. You praised. In this Dragon's Claw course, you are the most gifted. With the strongest will and having cultivated to this level, the captain respectfully bowed his head, hoping for the Grandmaster's guidance. Many people risk their lives working under the arrogant family. Throughout, they never forgot to observe Minho's expression. Tran Pham replied, "You go ahead and strike. If you can make me take a step back, then you've won." Immediately, the captain charged forward. But just then, 3 people appeared. Dong Lai asked in surprise, "Master Uncle, why are you here?" Bowing his hands to greet Master Jae-hyun. "Why didn't you announce your arrival so we could greet you?" Jae-hyun gently waved his hand. "I've retired. I'm no different from a commoner." The 2 behind bowed. Dong Lai, Master Uncle, also returned the greeting. Bak Thang looked around, asking Master Dong Lai, "Where's Grandmaster Tran? Why don't I see him?" He pointed behind. "The Grandmaster is that young man in the training yard." The 3 of Master Thai were surprised. "Is that really Bak Hyun, Grandmaster Tran?" Tio Mun scoffed. "Those 2 in the yard are only on par with me." Bak Thang was also displeased, even less comparable to the masters, let alone the Grandmaster. Dong Lai awkwardly explained, "The Grandmaster is conserving his strength." Master Thai stroked his beard thoughtfully. This young man is indeed conserving his strength, but in terms of power and speed when he dodges. Let's go in quickly. His gaze turned towards that direction, pondering further. "It's only at the level of internal energy mastery," Dong Lai said. "Someone like him doesn't have the qualifications to help our 8 extremes suppress others." He hurriedly said, "Master Uncle, I saw Grandmaster Tran jump directly from over 100 meters high to the ground, leaving a huge imprint on the ground too." Tio Mun didn't believe it, teasing Master Dong Lai. "You're joking. How could a common person jump from such a height and not die?" In the battle over there, Minho only used one move to push back the captain. He crossed his arms, conceding to the Grandmaster, "I lost." You reassured, complimenting, "Just half a month of training and you already have such strength. That's really impressive." In the future, it's not impossible to break the training method record specifically for the Dragon of Commerce. Haijin provocatively challenged Grandmaster Tran. "How about I spar with you?" Dong Lai helplessly looked at this nephew in disbelief. You raised an eyebrow at him. "Who are you?" Bak Thang cautiously introduced himself. "I am Bak Thang from the 8 Extremes." He hurriedly stepped in to mediate. "Grandmaster, this is my disciple. He's a bit rough around the edges, but he still challenged Grandmaster Tran." A 2 gently remarked beside him, "The martial arts competition hasn't even started yet, and there are already so many people. I've heard you're a master of martial arts, so I wanted to seek your guidance on a few techniques. Are you afraid?" The group of soldiers shouted in anger. "What did you say? Our Grandmaster is afraid? Little Jae-hyun, you'd better watch your mouth. I'll throw you out there," Bak Thang continued. "Is this the Jae-hyun you trained?" "I don't think it's that impressive." He then focused his strength, lightly stepping on the ground, creating a deep dent. Dong Lai was a bit surprised. "Not bad, Bak Thang. Have you already mastered your internal energy?" Internally satisfied asterisk. Young as he is, he's already a master of internal energy. The 8 extremes will soon have a talent emerge. The group of soldiers continued to cheer for Minho, Grandmaster. He saw they weren't afraid and became angry. Grandmaster Tran took action, and Minho turned to ask, 8 extremes, are you inviting me to the martial arts festival? Is this how you invite someone?" Lai was flustered. "Grandmaster, please let me explain first." He resolutely showed no regard and added nothing more. "I will attend this martial arts festival myself, but I have nothing to do with your 8 extremes. Let's hurry and go in." His gaze turned towards that direction, thinking further. This left him feeling helpless. "Grandmaster Tran, little Mun even exaggerated to my senior brother. And you don't dare to spar but still want to lead the 8 extremes. I will fight." Dong Lai quickly turned to Master Tai. "You should go persuade him." But Jae-hyun shook his head. "I don't believe he is a master of martial arts. I've seen many true masters of martial arts, and none of them lack a strong presence. None of them are like him." This attitude brought tears to his eyes. The Master Tai proudly reminded Dong Lai, "You no longer have the heart for martial arts. 8 extremes. When did we need someone else to suppress us?" He sighed. "Master Tai, everyone is really something." Minho finally replied to Bak Thang. "You aren't worthy of my effort." He darkly asked back, "If I'm not worthy, then who is? Who could possibly be worthy for you to take action?" Minho coldly replied, "At least someone like Nam Thien." What was that about a heavenly something? This made Bak Thang snicker at me. "I originally thought you were some extraordinary character, but it turns out you're just a brash junior." Master Tai thought so too. However, Haijin crossed her arms, shattering her fantasies, saying perhaps, "This is the competition arena that Kyung-soo wants to dominate. Many people have already gathered in this area. The more you cultivate the martial Tao, the more you must respect the master. If you don't regard the master, how can you claim to have a heart for the martial Tao? Bok Thang no longer wanted to be polite and threatened. If you refuse to submit, I'll keep hitting you until you do. With that, he threw a powerful punch. The group of soldiers was also astonished. That strike was truly fierce. This is the power of a master of internal energy at its peak. I wonder how the grand instructor will respond. But Minho only gave him a sidelong glance. Xiao Min on the side judged that he was definitely dead. Even the senior pastor didn't dare to casually take on the punch of the senior brother. But what would he do? He simply raised one hand lightly, a massive pressure illuminating Bok Thang's vision. This startled him into changing his stance poorly, but the overwhelming force stopped just before it struck. Minho withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "I told you, you're not worthy." This situation left everyone stunned. Bok Thang was disheartened, sitting down abruptly. The senior pastor frowned in confusion. Could it be that I was mistaken? Why is he such a hidden master? Just then, someone appeared. Someone recognized the senior pastor. They were all buzzing, each with their own comments. It is said that this is where the big shots from Jiangbak gather. Jae-hyun directly said, "Pastor of the Eight Extremes sect, I humbly ask to learn your esteemed technique." Dong Lai held his head in terror. How did it come to this? But the group of soldiers was extremely excited. The grand instructor is truly formidable. Let's see if he dares to talk nonsense anymore. Just crush the opponent. Crush them. A tense atmosphere enveloped the Eight Extremes sect. At this moment, the senior pastor shielded his disciple. "You are being too ruthless." Minho coldly replied, "Daring to provoke me. Not killing him is already showing great mercy." Muson furrowed his brow in evaluation. Just a 17-year-old boy, how could he have such an intense gaze? After thinking, he said, "Eight Extremes, Muson, I humbly ask to learn your esteemed technique." He casually glanced over and spoke. "You're still not worthy." This statement made Jae-hyun freeze. "Senior pastor, I'm sorry," as if granting a favor. "Enough! Muson, the grand instructor, is indeed formidable. This time, the Eight Extremes must admit our mistake. I hope the grand instructor can suppress the heroes of the world like this at the martial arts festival." Minho scoffed. "That's right. They use this place to resolve conflicts and divide power." Soon, the crowd was bustling with chatter. "Not even a single word of apology, and you want to leave already?" Jae-hyun frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Minho was bold. "Earlier, Dong Lai invited me to settle the matter. For your Eight Extremes sect, I had already agreed. But you Eight Extremes not only disrespected me but also provoked me time and again. When did Beishuan allow anyone to bully me like this? Go cut off your own legs and roll out of here." Dong Lai turned pale upon hearing this. Grand Instructor Muson angrily questioned Grand Instructor Tran. "Do you want to make an enemy of our Eight Extremes?" Minho shrugged. "So what if I do?" Jae-hyun immediately declared war. "If that's the case, then I can only learn the ultimate technique of Grand Instructor Tong." The senior pastor laughed heartily. "That is the spirit of our Eight Extremes sect." You looked at him with disdain. "Forget it. Just go for it." That attitude made Muson secretly annoyed. "I have shown the utmost respect to my opponent, yet he did not reciprocate. He truly looks down on me." Immediately, Jae-hyun circulated his energy, and the surrounding earth and rock seemed to lose gravity and float. Muk-son then swung a punch. He threw a boulder at Minho. The onlookers gasped. "Be careful, General." They saw him casually wave his hand, and the boulder shattered. "They're here, they're here, they're here," Minho curiously asked. "They're here?" Atu explained beside him. "The big shots have arrived." Jae-hyun again channeled energy, charging straight towards Minho to attack. The soldiers were anxious. Is the general even a match for him? The tank looks extremely imposing. The enthusiastic fans rebutted, "Nonsense. A guy like him could be slapped down by the general." At that moment, Muk-son prepared to deliver a punch, filled with confidence. Unless it's a martial arts master, no one could withstand it. "With this move, everyone sees you still standing," the general said in panic. But Jae-hyun had no intention of holding back. He struck directly at Minho, the impact obscuring everyone's view. After the thick cloud of dust settled, "What happened? Did Master Ba win?" "The general is okay, right?" Unexpectedly, the master turned pale, exclaiming, "Impossible!" Dong Lai asked in panic. "What's wrong, master?" As the dust cleared, they saw that Muk-son's move didn't make him budge an inch. Muk-son, terrified, stepped back. "How can this be? You can actually block my full force strike with your arm?" In the distance, several figures resembling Chung, along with Son Ha, slowly entered in a formation. And without getting hurt, Jae-hyun was shocked inside. How can there be someone with such strength in this world? Could it be that his body is made of steel? Minho brushed the dust off his shoulder. "I told you, you're not worthy of being my opponent." This left the Batkuk-mon group speechless, and the master could only bow his head. We didn't recognize the greatness of Tai Shan. At that moment, Tio Man had lost his arrogance. This young boy truly was a master. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, how could Look Nu be even more excited than a martial arts master? The soldiers cheered joyfully. Long live the general, long live, Minho coldly reminded. Now you can cut off your own legs and roll out of here, right? Jae-hyun spoke up. If you are a young master, then our offense deserves punishment. A master cannot humiliate Muk-son. You cut off your own legs. Upon hearing the order, Jae-hyun's face darkened, bowed his head, then decisively looked at his legs and took action. Lying in pain on the ground, he looked up at the horrified faces around him. Master Ba spoke. The shape of Chung from Thien-ha City, and look, Than Thuy with his bald head has also arrived. Over here, Kyung-soo also made a grand entrance. Master Trun, are you satisfied now? He shrugged and waved his hand. All right, Jae-hyun turned to leave, then we take our leave. But before I go, I want to tell Master Trun one thing. Bat-kook also has masters. We will definitely take revenge. Minho scoffed. I'll be waiting for him. Master Ba endured the humiliation, managing a smile. In the end, only Dong Lai sighed. What was supposed to be a good thing turned out like this. The group of soldiers cheered for him, and even Luk Nyu couldn't help but praise the young master. If this person practices martial arts, he might shock the world. He turned back to see Dong Lai, sighing. This was originally the honor of the 8 extremes. I regret that it was ruined by my own people. A few days later, Minho prepared to leave. He informed Vu Than that he was about to set off for Lam Shao to attend the martial arts festival held every 3 years. Dong Lai asked the grand instructor about this matter seriously. Minho patted his shoulder to reassure him. It's all in the past. You are the 8 extremes. I can distinguish that myself. Get a grip, grand instructor. However, people below had already started to discuss. Why is it just Kyung-soo? Where's Dong-hae from our department? Vo Than reported about you. I have already reported it to my superiors. You are free to act. You can leave at any time, and you will still retain your rank. You are still the grand instructor of Thuong Long. He nodded and turned away, planning to return to Shao first. They immediately obeyed the order. Understood. As soon as Minho returned, he went for a walk to practice. This time, regardless of the Hongmon Hai Nuai or other forces, I will be able to resist. Heijin was out for a stroll and ran into him. Minho, when did you come back? Her friend teased her, not expecting Heijin to know a classmate from the south. This time, Ji-hoon will probably be jealous. Heijin shyly said, You've been gone for too long. A lot has changed. Did your mom know you just got back? Shanfa smiled and replied, I just returned to Shao today, and I was about to ask you to visit Aunt with me. Is she a little upset with you? Jae-hyun mentioned you a lot to your mom. Right now, I'm a bit inconvenient. Why don't you go home first by yourself? That attitude caught his attention. What was going on? They continued to point out the wealthiest man in Bakjiang, Jae-hyun from Haidong, as these two sat down. A car suddenly stopped beside them. Ji-hoon got out and greeted Minho. Have you exchanged students and come back? Haijin, let's hurry. The master by the Kirishima coast has already started preparing. Then you should go ahead with me. Minho watched their car drive away, not feeling too surprised. Haijin and Ji-hoon are together now. It's like in the past, both of them preparing for the Trung Hai University entrance exam. If I don't intervene, it seems everything will be like in the past. If Haijin's fate is like this, what about the others? It seems the whirlwind created by me, Ho Diep, is still not strong enough. As soon as he entered the class, he heard the gossip. He's back. I heard he's an exchange student at another school. It has nothing to do with us. Suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder. Hey man, you're finally back. I thought you had died out there. I heard you went to be an exchange student. How does it feel? During class, he heard Damthu telling a story that startled him. Wifey, do you have a new girlfriend? He said gloomily. Ji-hoon's group couldn't help but show disdain towards Jae-hyun, thinking there was no need for a quarrel. No, it's my neighbor. She finally agreed to be my girlfriend. Minho immediately thought of Teo Tien. In the previous life, Damthu also got into trouble because of this woman, ended up in prison for 7 years, ruining his whole life. It's true that fate plays tricks on people. If I hadn't gotten involved, Damthu would have followed the same path. In the previous life, Heijin was like that, and so was Dam Thursday. My resurrection doesn't fundamentally change the fate of any AI. Little Quinn and my parents will also be like in the past, and I will waste 35 years, then be met by Thuong Than Tien Nhan. Damthu noticed you were lost in thought and asked, What's wrong? Minho pretended to laugh loudly. I never expected to be so sentimental. It seems Heijin has transferred into the body of a teenager, and her mind has become quite naive. He felt confused, not realizing that he was angry with the wretched fate at that moment. Bakuan has roamed the universe for 500 years, standing at the peak of the universe, observing the myriad worlds. Imposing one's will upon a life of cultivation is indeed an act against heaven. Ji-hoon temporarily let him be smug for a moment, while Kwok Dong crossed his arms and sneered, saying that Jiang Shao had no good people. Not to mention other things, if I go kill Teo Thien and Ji-hoon now, wouldn't their fates change too? That's why I say there is no fate that can't be changed. Only power is absolute. So Minho turned to look at his friend, Teo Thu, and asked, Do you know what is most important in this world? He looked puzzled and asked, "What is it?" Minho slapped his shoulder and replied, "It's power, the power in our hands. Only power is reliable. Only power is eternal." Damthu worriedly touched his friend's forehead. "Are you okay? Do you need to rest for 2 days?" Minho shook his head. "I'm fine." After school, he waited at the school gate. When he saw Jin arrive, he asked, "Did you come to find me for something?" She shyly began to speak. "My mom wants to invite you to our house for dinner." Minho waved his hand and replied, "Okay, I got it." Jin suddenly explained, "Wait, I only agreed to go eat one meal with Ji-hoon. I have no intention of being his girlfriend." He frowned and turned to look. Indicating that she was listening, she said with tears in her eyes, "We were really desperate when we couldn't find you. It's that guy Jae-hyun, and if you marry him, what will Woo-jin do?" Hearing this, Yuna scoffed. "Him, huh? Why send a girl like you over here?" A girl appeared, accompanied by a male foot. Minho grasped the main point. "You guys?" Haijin quickly nodded. "Yes, me and Minjung. You're not Jae-hyun, right?" "Do you know how long Minjung has been crying?" He frowned in confusion. "I only see her as an ordinary friend." "Forget it." Haijin suddenly became angry. "An ordinary friend? Do you know how outstanding Minjung is? Just wait until Minjung joins the entertainment industry. At that time, no one who pursues her will shine brighter than Gin-ha and Haejin. I don't care if you're in Sir Shao, you can lean on Sun-hee. But what if you leave Sir Shao? If you don't appreciate her, then I'm really sorry for her." Saying that, she directly brushed past Minho and left. He was still a bit surprised that someone actually cared about him. That girl is really something. After a while, Minho arrived at Ji-hoon's mansion. Acting like the host, he welcomed him. Minho was a bit surprised. So many people? Minjung happily greeted Minho. "Brother, you're back." The kitchen staff also looked out at Teo Pham. "Why are you just arriving now?" Hyejin still hadn't brewed tea for Teo Pham. She helplessly replied, "Yes, Mom." Only Hai-sun remained silent. Minjung hugged his arm. "Minho, big brother, will you sit next to me?" The one accompanying the 6 young ladies angrily questioned, "How dare you disrespect our young lady?" Upon hearing this, Jae-hyun slowly explained to the foolish Kwok-dong that due to Ngo Jae-hyun's poor health, he invited the 6 young ladies as a substitute. Haejin felt a bit sad seeing her friend like that. Hai-sun asked about others. "Teo Sieu, do you want to request a 5-star hotel?" Woo-jin nodded. "Yes, sir, Yuna." Then Uncle Kuang added, "That's right. They have also come to inspect in the province recently." "You're very quick with news. Can you share a bit with us?" he hurriedly pleaded. "This is very important for my family," he replied calmly. "The Provincial Tourism Bureau has already approved it," Yuna asked happily. "Really?" Hai-sun confirmed. "As long as we pass the National Tourism Bureau's approval, this can be secured, TOCO." This time, Vice Mayor Chan Wook put in a lot of effort. Woo Jin turned to thank him. Ji-hoon smiled and waved. Everyone is friends, no need to be polite. Hai-sun felt pleased with Haejin's friends. Their family backgrounds are all very good, so there will be support later on, allowing them to go even further. As for Minho, the gap is just too wide. "Haejin, how can you care for him?" A moment later, Kyun-doong called everyone to eat. Yuna asked Uncle Kuang again, slowly explaining to the foolish Kwok-dong that due to Ngo Jae-hyun's poor health, he invited the 6 young ladies as a substitute. "Have you heard about Master Trun?" He seemed a bit surprised and asked back. "Master Trun, you've heard of him too." She recalled recent news. This person used to have some fame in Shao, but recently became a prominent figure in Jiangbak. Woo Jin was serving food for his girlfriend while adding, "Is there anyone in Jiangbak who hasn't heard of his title?" Haejin recounted what she knew. Rumors about him were quite miraculous, saying he could walk on water, stopping bullets, killing countless people. Yuna exclaimed, "He's even more incredible than martial arts masters in movies." Hai-sun didn't know much to say. This question could be directed to Teo Fi. Minjung asked blankly, "Me?" He confirmed it was correct. Her father must know best. Previously, all the great Jae-hyun and Jangbak respected Master Trun, including Shao Kyung-soo and Jae-hyun. "Ji-hoon, if you can become a formal student at Kimlung University, you will soon achieve my position." He immediately replied, "Thank you, Uncle Kuang." "Of Kimlung University, you will soon achieve my position." He immediately replied, "Thank you, Uncle Kuang." Compared to Kimlung University, I want to go to Trunghai even more. Her father was a bit surprised. Trunghai University was Haejin's goal. He let out an "oh" as if he understood, and only then did the 6 young ladies wave their hands, prompting the other person to back off. "You have to work hard," Ji-hoon confidently smiled. "I will try." She wasn't too happy, wanting to change the subject with her dad. Then, she turned to check Minho's attitude and saw he was indifferent, looking down sadly. Hai-sun reminded, "And Minjung, the future will be very promising." She quickly replied, "Thank you, Uncle Kuang." After that, he seemed to want to say something. But in the end, he felt helpless, not knowing how to advise. This attitude made Ji-hoon delighted. Minho. Even as a critic, Hai-sun doesn't have any qualifications. After dinner, everyone returned to his house. Before leaving, he asked Hae-jin, "Do you still have the villa key? Hand it over." She suddenly remembered and rushed back inside. "Wait a moment." Yuna curiously asked, "What villa key?" Qian Duong explained. It's the key to the villa on the mountain. Tio Pham gave it to He Jin for safekeeping. Ji-hoon noticed the villa on the mountain. Could it be the #1 villa at Von Vu Son Trong? It is said to be a highly valuable villa of the family. How could it be in the hands of classmate Trun? She didn't even know how to explain it. The Woojin couple chuckled mockingly. He dejectedly explained. He already gifted this villa to me. He still smiled warmly. Gifting it to you, huh? The crowd continued to murmur. This is the authority of Jae-hyun, the one who holds all of Bakjiang. At this moment, Haijin also took the key. Ra Minho didn't want to stay longer, so I'm leaving first. Yun-ah still wouldn't let Minho go. How about you take us to the villa to check it out? Haijin still thought he was making it up, so she wanted to stop Minho. But the other group just regarded it as a fun show, and his back froze when he heard those words. Yuna deliberately emphasized, "You don't mind, right?" Qian Duong hurriedly tried to defuse the situation and walked away. "Never mind, Manman is just joking, Tio Pham. You should head home." She scoffed, thinking she would let it slide for Aunt Duing's sake. Unexpectedly, Minho generously laughed and said, "Aunt Duing, I wanted to take you to see it sooner. How about we go now?" This attitude surprised everyone. Haijin snapped, "Are you crazy? My mom just saved you. And yet you're still so stubborn." Minjung also looked worried. "Minho, big brother, this is Ji-hoon," sneering. Truly clueless, just ruining his own image. Kindung was suspicious, really? Yuna eagerly invited Aunt Durng. "He's already actively inviting us. Let's hurry and go." She had no choice but to agree happily. "So fine," she linked arms, eagerly saying, "Let's go." Haijin shot Minho an annoyed glance, and even Dichthun scoffed, brushing past him. Haisun stuffed his hands into his jacket pockets, muttering. At this moment, Jae-hyun stood up, spread his arms wide, and began his speech. "Brothers, friends, kids these days are just dying for pride." Minjung stepped closer to him, calling out, "Minho, big brother." He chuckled and said, "It's fine. He just happened to take her to see his new house." Hearing him say that made her feel reassured, suddenly remembering her father's words. Minho is not an ordinary person. Going with him has its benefits. While walking, Minjung was deep in thought. Could it really be like what her father said, that he has another identity? Yuna teased, "A rich tycoon." "Come on, open the door so we can expand our horizons." He-jin shyly interrupted. "Come on, we should still go. We have class tomorrow." Ji-hoon also put on a face. Defending him was right. Man is just joking, classmate Trun. Don't mind it." In Hai-sern's heart, he felt satisfied, secretly evaluating. This is truly an outstanding talent. In terms of family background, looks, or academic skills, he's got it all. Plus, he has grand ambitions. He was just about to clarify, but before he could finish, he saw the maid standing in front of the villa door. Seeing so many people, she nervously asked, "Are you the ones Aunt left behind?" In front was Minho. She greeted, "Mr. Tran, you're back." He happily replied, "It's Aunt Lu." She passed on the message. From the south to the north, everyone has come to Than Duong, where his voice is the only sound echoing in the space. "The Nuki family has always told me to report to them immediately if I met you. I have to go make a phone call now." Everyone stood in surprise. Jin stared at him, turned to hold Minjung's hand, and explained, "Aunt Liu is the housekeeper. She has the keys. Come on in. Everyone needs to see what my new house is like." Then, turning back, she urged, "Aunt Tang, hurry up!" She used to think Minho was pretending, but seeing it for real left her confused. Jian Tang stuttered, "Little fam, is this house yours, Woojin?" Still unable to believe this was the top villa area of the province, she murmured, "Minho, Mr. Tran, the villa." Ji-hoon recalled Aunt Liu's earlier words. The nanny said the new family had instructed her that, "Dong Hei, this indeed relates to Tukan." I underestimated Minho. His face suddenly tensed and darkened. Finally, gritting his teeth, he concluded that this was indeed a formidable enemy, a real threat. Hai-sun could only sigh. This world has become too chaotic. Minho, specially invited, "Uncle Kwang, please come in and take a seat." "So, what do you think? My new house isn't bad, right?" Yuna, feeling shy, quickly said, "I'm tired, I have to go home now." Today, our Jiangbak relies on the martial arts competition to determine each family's territory. Wu Jin also took the opportunity to leave, saying, "I'll take you home." Hai-sun quickly pulled his wife away, while Min Jung cast a loving glance at him. "That's great." Min Ho Caca-son. Hai-jin felt embarrassed. Listening to her dad, she should go home now. Everyone returned together. The road was quite quiet. The moon hung silently overhead. Yoon-ah kept wondering, did Jae-hyun lend them the villa for a while? Woo-jin replied that perhaps the others weren't talking. Each had their own thoughts. Jian Tang sighed inwardly. It was true he hadn't misjudged. Min Ho, this child He-jin, was indeed not lying. He-jin is really something. Minho left the keys with her, but she didn't even try once. He-jin, walking beside him, was also confused and sad, feeling a mix of surprise, joy, and suspicion. Regretful, she looked up at the person in front of her. He-jin comforted herself. "Ji-hoon has such good conditions. His father supports him, and he's with me. It's only natural. The image of Minho appeared in her mind again, feeling awkward. Ending the grievances of the past. Today everything will be judged by martial arts victories. At this moment, Kwok-dong threw out a challenge. She wondered why there had to be another Minho. After everyone left, he quietly stood alone on the balcony, Minho. Looking at the jade talisman in his hand, he silently chanted a few incantations, and the figure of Long Ying appeared before him. When I killed this yin snake, I specifically used magic to draw its soul essence into the jade talisman. It's for this moment you are the spirit of the Yunsan Grand Formation. You look very much like a real dragon. Again, condensing the mist all over, I'll call you Bai Li. Returning to his room, he continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate, although this Bai Li was just the soul of the yin snake, merging with the spiritual energy of Van Vu Mountain. But later, if the formation is upgraded, it can completely transform into a guardian spirit beast, condensing into a physical form, finally breaking free from the formation and existing as a normal creature. I don't know how long it's been. The sun gradually rises. Minho looks at the sunrise scene, marveling that he has cultivated for a whole evening. At this moment, 4 elegantly dressed men arrive, and a voice calls out, "Someone's here, come in." Tianha, puzzled, turns to Donghae and asks, "Did you hear something?" He replies, "You heard it too?" "Kyung-soo, where's your Donghae? Today, let's see how you can escape." While saying this, he waved his hand at someone behind him. "It seems like there's something echoing in my head," a voice saying, "Stop rambling, come to the 3rd floor to meet me." The statement startled the gentleman, and Abil is the first to realize. It's Master Tran. Donghae exclaims, "I can't believe Master Tran can transmit his voice like this. Isn't that a power of the Buddha in mythology?" After that, all 4 of them step in, entering the interior space. They are amazed. So refreshing. Donghae admires this formation of Master Tran. "Much stronger than my artifacts." Abiel also exclaims, "I feel the old wounds on my body are much more comfortable now." At this moment, Minho is still sitting cross-legged, cultivating on the balcony. His whole body radiates a dazzling source of energy. The 4 men respectfully clasp their hands and greet Master Tran. Kyung-soo speaks up. "With Master Tran here, we in Jiangbei have nothing to fear from that bastard Taemin anymore." Minho is slightly surprised, and Heijin repeats the name, Taemin. He explains, "He's the one in charge of Kim Lang, quite a powerful force, but Jiangbei shuns him." If I had half the skills of Master Tran, would I even have this thought? The party quickly came to an end. Receiving the signal, this person quickly moved towards the arena. That's why he's tried repeatedly to intervene but has been stopped by us. You just noticed. Is that Taemin really that formidable? You guys can't do anything to him. Kyung-soo confidently replies, "If everyone unites. Why should we fear a small fry like Taemin?" Donghae looks worried, but Taemin is indeed formidable. The Tang family has ties to the human veins of Kim Lang, with a very deep foundation, being one of the largest clans in Jiangnan. Quach Yi expresses concern that Hao Xie may not know some news, and Kyung-soo is surprised. Hyejin asks what news, and he clasps his hands to report the situation to Minho. Taemin and his father are both top internal martial arts masters, dominating all of Jiangnan. Without rivals, he calmly states, "All money, power, and family background are meaningless. Only strength is the true power." Donghae confidently asserts, "What if Taemin is even more formidable? We still have Master Tran with us," and he agrees. Indeed, with Master Tran here, Taemin, that bastard, would just be an easy target for Master Tran. He stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum, his eyes narrowing, and a voice rose up. Seeing their flattering expressions, Minho asks, "What do you need to see me for?" Donghae seriously replies, "Master Tran, the big Jaehyun and Jiangbei really want to meet you at the province office." I couldn't refuse to respond. Kyung-soo was extremely excited to hear that, saying, "That's great. Jiangbei is always so chaotic. We need someone to unify Jiangbei." Donghae enthusiastically supported. Exactly. He secretly felt pleased, knowing his father had always looked down on him. They think I lack potential, but since I know Master Tran, Kyung-soo has his own goals too. If Master Tran becomes the Jaehyun of Jiangbei and doesn't get involved in the details, then aren't I the most suitable spokesperson? At that time, I would be the 2nd biggest figure in Jiangbei. After that, they eagerly discussed it. We should establish an organization, set up a private club for regular meetups, regulate the power dynamics among the great Jaehyun. Minho looked at them and thought, "You guys are oversimplifying things. The great Jaehyun of Jiangbei only fears my power. Not that they truly respect me, but so what? I have the strength." Kyung-soo below sighed. "That damn bald guy, my lifelong enemy. Anyone who doesn't comply can be eliminated." After thinking it through, he finally spoke up. "All right, let's go sit in the living room. Everyone should have a cup of water before leaving." The steam from the teacup rose, and Minho's actions puzzled Donghae. "What does that mean?" Kyung-soo replied. "I don't know." Kwachi actively drank, coincidentally feeling thirsty. Not being polite anymore, after drinking, he immediately exclaimed, "This feels so pleasant." Kwach Yi curiously asked, "What kind of water is this?" The others saw this and also boldly drank, expressing their amazement. Why do I feel like I just took a heavenly pill? I feel so light all over. Kyung-soo agreed. I don't feel any discomfort at all. Dong-hae also closed his eyes and enjoyed it, saying, this is even better than the finest mineral water I've ever had. The taste is sweet, cool, and refreshing. It feels like once it hits my stomach, it transforms my entire body, filled with energy. Then, with a straight face, he asked him, Master Tran, is this divine water? Minho answered vaguely, in some ways you could say that. Kyung-soo, not being polite, said, Master Tran. He anxiously looked at the person beside him. Master Quach, are you confident? Meanwhile, the spectators below were already noisy with comments. Can I have another cup? You wouldn't be stingy with this, would you? It would be best for the master to drink a bit more. After all, the wounds from the fighting arena haven't fully healed yet. He poured another cup of tea and invited, that's right, Quach Shibo. He invited the master, standing up, bowing respectfully and saying, thank you, master, Minho thought to himself. With this water, you can have as much as you want. As long as the spirit-gathering formation remains, we can produce it every day. Finally, after finishing the tea, Dong-hae began to be curious. Master Tran, you have this water every day. How can there be so much? He raised his hand to signal. I can provide 20 jars every day. He looked at the teacup and estimated, each jar is 5 liters, 20 jars make 100 liters, that's 400 cups every day. This can be a business opportunity, Master Tran. This water can truly cure all ailments. Why not talk about the benefits of this tea water? Minho explained, this water has absorbed the spiritual energy from the villa. Drinking it over time will strengthen the body, prevent all diseases, and even prolong lifespan. The body will be healthy, immune to all diseases, and even prolong life, Kyung-soo asked. How long can your water last? He asked with a chuckle. That's great. If it were with me, it could last a very long time. It seems like they are masters of Tai Chi. They've been tying headbands since childhood and practicing strikes with stones, breaking bones each time. But as soon as you take it away, it will lose all its effectiveness in just half a day. He was awkwardly unsure of what to do with this. Is there no other way? Minho put his hand in his pocket. Then, to heal, they trained to develop 2 tower-like arms and 2 steel thighs. Master Quach confirmed it. As long as he's not a disciple of the ancient Tai Chi secret techniques, I'm sure I can beat him. With that, he took off. In an instant, he stood in front of his opponent. A comment echoed underneath. Great skills, Lahan. He clasped his hands in respect, inviting Kyujong to engage. Then, he charged in at high speed, and in a blink, the battle began. Minho observed from the outside, slowly commenting. This punch was so unexpected, using the power from his waist and elbow, moving at lightning speed. Min Jung gently bid farewell to Min Ho, thanking him for coming. He smiled back. It's nothing. I'm just glad you enjoyed it. Lahan struck with a sweeping blow, and he could only raise his hands to defend. But it didn't stop there. He continued to swing his arms, delivering a series of continuous Lahan strikes. Meanwhile, Kyujong could only keep defending. Inside, he felt extremely frustrated. He could only wait for the kid to expose a weakness before he could counterattack. This scene pleased Kwok-dong, who spoke up. A master, huh? He's already famous in Southeast Asia. Edmer he's already called Lahan. Hearing this, Jae-hyun slowly commented, Lahan. Being called Lahan in Southeast Asia, he must have a significant background. Jae-hyun next to him agreed. That's right. Being called Lahan is considered the greatest honor. Minho Cho's expression revealed undisguised annoyance. If this continues, Kyujong will definitely lose. Just thinking about that scenario, Kyujong was knocked off the ring by Lahan. He could only let out a dreadful curse. The duel had gone on for half its duration. Lahan soared up, channeling force into his punch. He punched straight into Kyujong's chest, and he lost his momentum, flying off the ring. Kyujong struggled to regain his footing. Saying goodbye, his mind had already started thinking about the important matters at home. He still had to continue setting up the Van Sun Grand Formation. The next day arrived quickly. As a result, he found himself sprawled on the ground, looking at Kyujong's injuries beneath his feet, silently thinking. This strike directly shattered Kyujong's ribcage. He turned pale. It was dangerous, especially if he hit him in the heart. He feared it would strike straight into Kyujong's heart. He would die right on the spot. A two nearby was shocked and covered his mouth from below the ring. Kyujong held his wound, saying, I concede. Hearing that, Lahan also clasped his hands and bowed to his opponent. Once done, he jumped back towards Kwok-dong. Kwok-dong took the opportunity to boast. How about that, hero? From now on, the territory of Lem Phuc Town belongs to Tao. Kyung-soo gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger as Kwok-dong continued to set conditions. Furthermore, the shipping routes from the province to Thon Thuy also belong to Tao. You're not allowed to intervene anymore. He was furious, but he was still the one who lost this bet. Damn Lem Phuc Town. This time, his interests suffered some losses, amounting to about 10 million. After that, Kwok-dong turned to ask about Abu. Where's Master Trun? Why hasn't he arrived yet? He replied with a smile. There are too many visitors here. It's really impossible to find him. Minho's mind was always occupied with the Van Son Grand formation, even while walking on the road. But if Master Trun agreed to come, he would definitely show up. Hearing this, Kyung-soo had no choice but to sit down and wait. No one can compare to Master Tran killing people in the blink of an eye. Then he glanced over at Kwok Dong, muttering, "You better watch out, Liu. Once Master Tran arrives, I'll take everything back." On the other side, the bodyguard accompanying the 6 young ladies commented, "Q Jong is a master of internal strength, yet he couldn't even defeat a guy practicing Tai Chi." Someone beside him added, "Miss, he might be cultivating the ancient Tai Chi technique." The whispers from the onlookers grew louder. "Are we out of people in Jiangbei? How can we let a Thai person run rampant here? What a disgrace to the people of Jiangbei." At that moment, Vona crumpled the paper in her hand and snapped, "Ji-hoon, if you seek death, I'll gladly grant it." Ji-hoon twisted 2 marbles in his hand, scoffing. "Get lost, Dong." He looked at him with a hint of expectation. "Didn't you invite a master from abroad? That guy shouldn't have run away scared after seeing the power of Tai Chi, right?" Ji-hoon faced the arena, clasped his hands, and loudly called for Ho-Ra. Jae-hyun was momentarily surprised to hear that. He also thought about the Van Son Grand formation. Suddenly, a car stopped next to him, and Hae-jin spoke up, "Please, Mr. Tran." Kyung-soo was equally startled. Where did this guy Ho-Ra come from? The young lady furrowed her brow and whispered to the 2 bodyguards. Not knowing which divine being this was, Kwok Dong secretly thought as he watched Ji-hoon's confident demeanor. "Just watch the show." As if sensing the aura of the mysterious person, Minho briefly turned his head, a stern look crossing his face. "Interesting, there's even a master like this," Jae-hyun thought, realizing he was in big trouble this time with the young lady. When he saw the bodyguards focused on one direction, he curiously asked, "What's going on?" Jae-hyun replied. He was trying to understand the old man's intent. Before he could get an answer, the crowd below started to stir. "Look! Oh my god, is that a person?" Hearing that, he quickly turned to look. "What's happening?" Upon seeing the scene below, Jae-hyun gritted his teeth. "What is that?" Something seemed to glide over the water, a man with his hands clasped behind his back, looking relaxed as he played with the waves. Everyone present was utterly surprised. Is this a person? Is this magic? Even Jae-hyun was momentarily stunned. Kyung-soo widened his eyes, quietly exclaiming, "Walking on water is peak internal strength." The young lady couldn't help but be amazed. "Our boss wants to invite you." Jae-hyun's figure had long been waiting for Min-ho on the bridge. A fan shouted loudly, "Welcome, Ho-Ra!" Ji-hoon bowed and shouted loudly, while Lam-ho lightly kicked the water's surface. Gaining momentum, he jumped high and landed softly like a feather. He raised his voice, looking towards the arena. "You are my opponent." Lahan felt the invisible pressure and thought, there are always higher heavens. There are always people better than the best. Then, he flew down and continued. Facing a master was an extreme honor. Lam-ho clasped his hands in invitation. Lam-ho waved his hand. "Lahan, come up!" He growled angrily. "Dare to humiliate me like that!" Overwhelmed by anger, Lahan charged without hesitation. Lam-ho continued to wait for him. He observed for a while and somewhat admired the self-sacrifice technique of ancient Tai Chi. "Not bad," Jae-hyun above exclaimed. "This technique can only be used 3 times in a lifetime, after which it will severely damage one's vital energy." Jae-hyun stared in shock at Lahan. "This is risking your life." Lahan's body had turned black, and he charged in front of Lam-ho. Kyujong above still held his wound, worried. "With this kind of power, if it were me, I doubt I could withstand 3 punches." He smiled and asked, "Did you come to find me for something?" He did not turn his head. However, Lam-ho didn't budge an inch. Kyujong was surprised. Ho-Ra actually dodged the powerful punch from Lahan that was coming. Lam-ho remained still, just glaring. Then, the 2 powerful punches collided in midair. With just one blow, he sent Lahan flying. He even teleported to kick at him. Lahan couldn't react in time and shouted, taking advantage of the situation to rush forward. Lam-ho leaped high into the air, preparing for a decisive strike. At this moment, Lahan was overwhelmed, lying face down on the ground. Lam-ho scoffed loudly. "Too weak. If you trained for another 15 years, then maybe you could fight me a few moves." Saying that, he looked back at the onlookers. "Anyone else want to step up and learn?" Kwok Dong gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me!" Even someone as cold as the lady seemed a bit scared. After waiting for a moment, no one responded. Lam-ho asked again, "Is there no one else?" He glared, letting out a cold huff. Jae-hyun anxiously kept his eyes glued to him. Then he sighed and turned to Jae-hyun, asking, "Ko Jae-hyun, are you confident?" Jae-hyun understood the implication and spoke up in response. "Thank you. Over the years, you have taken in an old Jae-hyun like me." Before stepping onto the stage, Jae-hyun threw back a remark. "Let today be the last time I fight for you." "That's right." Minho's eyes unconsciously glanced over. Minho acted arrogantly. Jae-hyun continued speaking. He just looked far away, asking while observing, "Here, can you see anything?" Minho gazed at the scenery, replying that it's Yan Kwai Lake. From now on, Jae-hyun and Lam-ho would be opponents. Jae-hyun clasped his hands in greeting to his opponent. Jae-hyun thought seriously. According to the words of the late Jae-hyun, he was prepared to fight to the death in the ring. Lam Ho just glanced at Jae-hyun with some disappointment. His internal skill was indeed impressive. Jae-hyun coldly asked, "Who is your master?" Lam Ho confidently patted his chest and stated, Hong Mon Tien Tuet. This name caused quite a commotion among the crowd. Hong Mon is the leader of the Overseas Chinese, a prestigious organization that has been passed down for over 100 years. Jae-hyun couldn't hide the unease in his heart. As the eagle overshadowing the international scene, he felt he couldn't compare at all. The lady frowned and whispered to the person next to her, Thien Tuyet is very famous, the bodyguard replied readily. Thien Tuyet is a grandmaster who doesn't reveal himself. It is said he resides in the Arctic, having created a secret method of enlightenment. It has unfathomable effects. He added a few more details. Back then, he defeated 16 masters from Hoaha. He became the #1 master abroad. Upon hearing this, the lady turned and exclaimed, "So strong, what happened next?" The vast waves of fog. Jae-hyun finally turned to look at him. Indeed, the vast waves of fog are enchanting. The bodyguard's expression darkened, filled with a hint of pity. In the end, it was thanks to Nam Tien that he was defeated, forcing Tien Tuyet to make a vow. In this lifetime, I will never step foot in Hoaha again. The young lady glanced at the person in the arena while calculating the Nam Tien of the Yen Kin military district. The bodyguard nodded firmly. That's right, Nam Tien officially became famous in the world from that point on. Below Minho also concluded, the outcome is clear, because on the arena, Jae-hyun was just thrown unconscious by Lam Ho. He maintained his winning streak and loudly asked, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Jae-hyun had lost his trump card and had to bow his head. We admit defeat. Cheers erupted praising Ho-jia's might. Kyung-soo just realized that Ho-jia was him, Lam Bao's brother. Lam Ho's voice, filled with pressure, rang out. My younger brother, Lam Bao, died in Sershao because he wasn't as good as others. If he died, then he has. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly. But still, he was my own brother, Jae-hyun's junior under my master, Tien Tuyet Hong Mon. We must seek justice! Lam Ho roared towards the audience. Master Trun, I know you're here! It makes one suddenly feel really small. However, Yanqui Lake is only ranked 10th in Jiangnan province, looking out over the entire Huaxia. Lam Ho didn't hesitate to accuse Minho. You killed my brother, ruining our Hong Mon's reputation. How can I not take revenge for this? Lam Ho wants to learn your powerful techniques today. The people below began to murmur about Master Tren, who could make a powerful master from abroad come to seek revenge. So the girl timidly asked back, isn't he Master Tren? It was rumored before in Sir Shao. Atu's eyes were filled with worry, fearing it was Master Trun. Hearing the sound of the wind, Kyung-soo had already run away. His legs trembled. Could it be that Master Trun has fled? Ji-hoon above laughed loudly, while Jae-hyun rested his chin in boredom. Could there really be a Master Trun who steps up to defeat him? Lam Ho's chances of salvaging the situation seemed slim. Suddenly, his smile vanished because of Minho. When did you appear? He was calling me. Lam Ho glared at you. You are Master Trun. All eyes turned to Minho. Atu beside him grabbed his hand. Master Trun, please sit down. It's just a small lake, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Minho frowned and asked directly, What do you mean, Uncle Jae-hyun? The person on the stage can kill, he calmly reassured her. It's okay, I'm not afraid of him. To ease her worries, Minho turned and patted Atu's head, affirming, You're not malicious. I accept you as my little sister. After saying that, he pushed her hand away and left. Atu's eyes were already brimming with tears. Master Trun, you walked with a confident demeanor, stepping onto the stage steadily, unafraid. Jae-hyun looked at him in confusion. Minho kid, what are you doing up here? Hurry and get down! Minho replied wearily. If he called me, of course I have to go up. Hearing this, he angrily shouted, They called Master Trun, not you. Do you think just because your last name is Trun, you are a master? Jae-hyun then got up to stop him. You dare come up looking for death with your lousy skills? Jae-hyun tried to advise Minho to come back down. Ho is a magnanimous person. He won't hold it against you. Instead, Minho just sneered at everything. Lam Ho still doesn't believe the person in front of him is Master Tran. This kid probably doesn't have any martial arts foundation at all. A glimmer of golden light shone in his eyes. His eyes gleamed sharply, just like Minho, standing out at the Zhuo office. But if he dares to step onto the arena, he must know that he will die. I will kill him for the crowd. The young lady sitting above anxiously looked at the bodyguard. Can you save him? We can't let a normal person be beaten. Dying under the young lady's watch, that person seemed to avoid the gaze. He shook his head slightly. No. Lam Ho wants to use bloody tactics to suppress Jiang Bei. Who dares to step up? There is only one way to die. Atu, sitting below the stands, kept calling Minho's name. Master Tran! Master Tran! Lam Ho scoffed, raising his chin disdainfully. You? I'm looking for Master Tran. Not some puppy or kitten. Minho glared back at him with fierce eyes. If the person you're looking for is Master Tran, who defeated your brother, then that's me. Jae-hyun was a bit stunned. Is that real? Lam Ho couldn't believe his ears. What? To confirm what he said, Minho remarked, Lam Bao is really too weak. One of my moves scared him off. However, looking out over Huaxia is as insignificant as a grain of sand. My meaning is very clear. I couldn't bear to use another move. I thought Lei Tian Yue would come, but unexpectedly, it was you. These words made Lam Ho furious, furrowing his brows tightly. Not stopping there, Minho continued to provoke him. Your martial arts may be lacking, but they're quite unique. That walking on water move I've never seen before. Kyung-soo suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Master Tran, you finally arrived! His voice echoed throughout the arena. Master Tran, you must teach that Lam Ho a lesson so he knows. Jiang Bei is not easy to mess with. Each arrogant person stared wide-eyed. Master Tran, how is that possible? A two below also gaped, realizing why the vice president called him Master Tran. I thought this was a special title at the department. Minho smirked, while Lam Ho lamented in disbelief that he was Master Tran. He laughed loudly as if celebrating. I don't care what you are, Master Tran, North Master. You killed my brother, humiliated my sect, then just back off. Cutting off the smile with a sharp gaze. Today, I will use your blood to offer to my brother's soul in the sky. I hope you can stay away from Minjung. You are not qualified enough to marry her. Minho's face darkened upon hearing these words. Finishing his words, a flame erupted beneath his feet, his muscles tensed, veins bulging. Lam Ho was now wrapped in a radiant golden aura. He stiffened and roared. Heavenly Secret, the bodyguard of the young lady, was stunned by Lam Ho's move. Internal strength projected outward, gathering energy into a sphere. This is the secret technique of Tian Jue, Minho sneered, his words somewhat dismissive. He just reached full mastery of internal strength and could already use external projection. It's just relying on this secret technique. You lower your face, just holding the energy sphere in front of you for him to see. What is true martial arts? Minho accepted the challenge. A strong aura erupted, the 36 styles of footwork. You pointed directly at Lam Ho and shouted loudly, First move, Heaven's Pool. Lam Ho was utterly astonished by your strength. How is that possible? Only an inner strength master can condense such rays of sunlight. Not a physical entity. How can it wrap around someone without keeping him waiting? Minho laughed loudly, explaining, I told you, you don't know what true martial arts are. Lam Ho felt humiliated and annoyed. How can one be considered qualified? Jaehyun didn't hesitate to state his own criteria. This is indeed magic, right? Then, he stiffened his body, making himself larger. Lam Ho took a defensive stance. Soaring up to charge at Minho, here comes a punch from me! He chose to attack from behind. However, to Minho, it was just a trivial matter. He was too weak. You extended your hand, channeling spiritual energy into it, then crouched down, your eyes gleaming. A strange beam of light. Lam Ho tried to retreat. It wasn't good. In an instant, he was several meters away from Minho. Some comments rang out. What's up with the tiger? Running away before fighting. The force from Minho's strike had cracked the arena floor. Tinha was so scared that she sat down on the ground. Is this martial arts? At this moment, Lam Ho understood what a coffin was. This is not magic. He is a top-tier master of martial arts. Dong Jae-hyun recoiled, worry evident on his face. Should he advance or retreat? The mundane side was still practicing their techniques. Next, the second move, Tui Van stance. Lam Ho muttered while stepping back that he could no longer fight. It's time to pull back. Minho waved his hand, instantly appearing behind him. Regardless of background or ability, one must be extraordinary to qualify. I think you have none of these qualities. No way. Lam Ho decided to risk it all and tried, let's see how it feels to receive a punch containing all my life's cultivation. Although Haijin's punch that he had arrogantly thrown was blocked by Minho in an instant, even allowing him to touch his fingertips. It grazed across his chest. He screamed in pain, retreating a distance. Lam Ho clutched the wound on his chest. Whispers began to rise. What? Oh my god, that's a serious injury, Jaehyun grimaced in comment. This was just Minho's fingertip lightly brushing by, if he had hit for real. I fear he would be chopped in half. Lam Ho, heavily injured and spitting blood, could only run away. Thinking of a way to retreat, he quickly headed towards the beach to escape. He has the water walking technique. If Minho dares to chase me, I would dare to turn back and fight, stepping on the surface of the sea. He sighed in relief, feeling safe, but Minho still wouldn't let him off. The third move, Void Shock. The beam shot through like lightning, striking his back. Lam Ho braced himself to endure the fatal blow of the 100 Steps Divine Fist. On the outside, he seems modest and polite, but in reality, he's an arrogant brat. You won't succeed. The bodyguard of the 6 young ladies furrowed his brows in doubt. Minho, from 10 meters away, could injure Lam Ho heavily with a single punch. The 6 young ladies were so astonished that they jumped up. This is the realm of a master, the power of a true master. Minho teleported right in front of him. I thought your master had arrived, so I prepared 7 moves. Unfortunately, you could only take 3 moves. Hearing this, Lam Ho burst into laughter. That's the true martial arts 36 moves. Why did he fall down there, saying his last words before dying? I can see this martial art now. No regrets! The audience erupted. Lam Ho is dead! Minho! Looking around at the noble families on the high platform, is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Everyone present was taken aback. He glanced at him and thought, in just a few minutes, Minho killed Lam Ho with just 3 moves. Atu couldn't help but feel joy. He won! Master Tran has won! Looking at the young man in front of him, one can't help but ask, is such powerful martial arts something a human can possess? At that time, Ji-hoon brought a master to the Juo office for a transaction, wanting to trick Dong-hae. How could I marry my daughter off to someone like that? Minho firmly interrupted Mr. Jae-hoon. I only see Min-jung as a sister. Seeing the scene below the arena, Ji-hoon began to feel restless. Even Lam Ho is dead. Who else could fight Master Tran? The sixth lady felt a bit self-reproachful. I truly am a frog at the bottom of a well. Meanwhile, Kyung-soo laughed heartily like a fisherman reaping the rewards. Master Tran has won. Jae-hyun watched Minho's back from above, muttering to himself, Master Tran, no wonder he doesn't care about me, he finally smiled. Realizing the reason behind such strength, who needs things like power and money anymore? From now on, no matter what obstacles you create, I will cut them all down with one strike. At this moment, Minho's momentum soared to the sky. To some, Lam Ho was a master of internal energy, a bird that covered the international skies. But to me, he was nothing but a worm. Ji-hoon was so scared that sweat drenched his bald head. Master Tran, can you spare me? Hearing that, he jumped lightly. He said, in the blink of an eye, Min-ho had flown behind Ji-hoon at the Zhou office. I spared your life once, and you brought Lam Ho here for revenge. What do you want me to do? Besides, I have the skills to be arrogant. Upon hearing this, Jae-hyun retorted, is it your parents' wealth or your extraordinary abilities? He panicked and ran far away. Don't come over here, don't come over here. He even dared to pull out a firearm. Ji-hoon aimed his gun at Minho's face, warning, if you keep coming closer, I'll shoot. He casually put his hands in his pockets. In a provocative tone, is that so? Go ahead and shoot. Seeing he was not afraid of death, Ji-hoon trembled and threatened, I will shoot for real. Minho said sternly, glaring at him. Go ahead and shoot. In his excitement, Ji-hoon fired, eyes wide open, shouting, Master Tran? Arrogantly gaping, watching the situation unfold. The 6 ladies also eagerly called his name, Minho. The bullet casually pierced through Minho's hand, creating a massive explosion, but he wasn't harmed. Not even a gun could kill him. Jae-hyun was also under immense pressure. Internal energy and external projection, the vital energy hardened like steel. This is the transformation stage. Master Guo Yi couldn't help but exclaim, his martial arts have reached the transformation stage. What is there to fear from bullets? Minho was now holding the bullet. Holding it out in front? You really dare to shoot? Then there's no way I can spare you. Ji-hoon was scared and embarrassed, yelling, no! Then he tried to run far away while Minho was using force to flick back. My wealth and abilities are not what you can imagine. The bullet meant for retaliation, Ji-hoon couldn't avoid it. Thus, he was sent off by Minho for a while. Sun Ha, seeing this scene, knelt down and pleaded, Master Tran, spare my life! Master Tran, spare my life! Jae-hyun also stepped down from the high platform and spoke up, Master Tran, your martial arts are unparalleled in Jiangbei. This time, we owe it all to your help. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. From today onward, Jiangbei shall be your thunder god, striking wherever you command. If there are orders, I will not hesitate to obey. Kwok Dong and the audience present enthusiastically responded, Master Tran. They all chanted in unison, Master Tran! Master Tran! Master Tran! Atu looked at Minho as if he were applying a filter, truly handsome. At this moment, Minho stood before the cheers and admiration of everyone. From now on, it seemed that Jiangbei would only have one voice. That was the voice of Master Tran. After the applause at the dojo that night, Atu felt extremely self-conscious. No wonder Master Tran didn't bother to look at someone as ordinary as me. The moonlight softly illuminated a villa. Inside, Minho was sitting in a high position. He skeptically asked Sun Ha, are you serious? He didn't dare to lie, the little man. However, Minho gently reminded Mr. Jae-hyun that these things can be easily obtained. Little did he know, if I do lie, may my ancestors in heaven make me disappear forever. In Minho's hand was a piece of jade. Sun Ha continued to explain, in my sect, there is indeed a secret place called the Yin Dragon Pool. Inside, there is a piece of shadow gemstone, but I only know its energy is quite heavy and can nurture spirits. As for other effects, I'm not very clear. You see, he seems quite honest, so I'll let him off the hook for now. Feeling secretly pleased, this time it truly was worth it, as this was precisely the material needed for the Cloud Mountain Grand Array. Next, Minho was a bit curious about his sect in Dongdu City, Zhongzhou Province. Sun Ha replied simply, yes. After receiving the answer, he threw a comment at them and left. Then there can be no more delays. I'll head back to the prefecture first. You guys don't need to follow. Kyung-soo took me back to the field. After some time, it was the night of the next day. Alone in the forest, there was a shadow hiding and peeking. Haijin's cheeks flushed red with nervousness. Did he call me for something? He received another condescending remark from him. Easily obtained? You're too naive. And then Jae-hyun turned and waved him off. Minho replied slowly. I want to leave the prefecture for a while. Please help me explain to Aunt Dang. Hearing that, her grip on the tree tightened. Where do you want to go? For how long? He answered her questions one by one. To Dongdu City, Zhongzhou Province, for 3 to 4 months. Haejin reacted with excitement and objection. Why are you going there? And for more than 3 months? Are you going to school? She stepped out of the darkness and approached Minho. If you keep going like this, you won't be worthy of Min Jung, and you won't even pass university. Who could possibly take you seriously? In the end, Haejin finally expressed what was on her mind. Minho, please don't go, okay? Minho brushed off her suggestion, extending an item forward. I have to go. This is the key to the villa on the mountain. You can take it when you have free time. You can take Aunt Dang up the mountain for a visit, show her the clouds. After handing everything over, Minho left in a hurry. Minho, don't go! Haejin called after him while running. Minho! He calmly responded. Come find me when you finally figure things out. He discreetly glanced back, secretly wanting to take Minho for his own use. Just go up there and take a look, she shouted in frustration. Are you still talking nonsense? You just don't want to lose face, right? Haejin looked up at the house above, thinking to herself, then wouldn't it be obvious whether it's real or fake? The ugly duckling becomes a swan because it was originally a swan. In the end, Haejin decided not to go up and walked away. Her gaze was resolute. She didn't believe Tren Pham could soar to great heights. He continued toward the waiting car. As soon as Minho got in, Son Ha asked, Master Trun, are we heading to Dongdo now? You look a bit tired, he said. No rush. Before we go, I want to stop by a place, the Kim Leng City, the gate of the foreign language school. Minho stood in front of the gate, as if waiting for someone. Fuang Quinn had just finished her classes and was saying goodbye to her classmates. After waving, she stepped outside. Fuang Quinn quickly left the school and ran out. Suddenly, a car appeared in front of her and stopped. She gently waved her hand to decline the car, refusing it. Inside the car behind, someone was silently observing everything. Minho, from a distance, also saw her get into another car. Son Ha curiously asked, Master, should we follow them? I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Meanwhile, Minho thought to himself, you guys don't even care. His expression darkened. No need, just seeing her is enough. Minho brushed past Son Ha, saying, Let's go, he reminded himself. At this moment, I have waited 500 years. I have enough patience to wait for the next meeting. He will definitely gain absolute power to protect you. After 500 years, he will return to this place. Just to see you one more time, a bus is running on the border of Trongshao Province. On the bus right now, Antu is rambling. That's right, at that time our Vice President Chung was scared. Unbelievable. Sun Ha also praised enthusiastically. Master Chun is truly Master Chun. Minho leaned against the door, looking not very happy, because he wanted to visit Dum Long, so he chartered a whole big bus. Unexpectedly, Antu insisted on going back to the past with him. When leaving, he told her, I give you 2 choices. One is to go to school. The other is, I will arrange a job for you. Jaehyun also guaranteed a position at our company, directly on the maintenance floor. The small swallow in Huaxia may look insignificant, but it doesn't know how I see it. The salary you decide for yourself. Antu stubbornly said, feeling wronged. No, I just want to ask Master Trun to let me stay by your side. He tiredly rested his hand on his forehead, saying, You're still a student. What can you do if you follow me? She placed her hands on her hips, confidently exclaiming, I can be a babysitter. I can do anything. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his train of thought. Master Trun, do you want some water? Minho cheerfully took the cup of water from Antu, thinking to himself, but having this girl arrange the trip really is quite convenient. He asked Son Ha aloud. Shouldn't you tell me what actually happened at Dumumlong? Hearing that, Son Ha broke out in a sweat, stammering, Trun, Master Trun, do you already know? He glanced over there, coldly saying, Speak, what really happened? Minho spoke up. If Dumumlong is really in your hands, you should be able to break through to the realm of Thong Huan, right? Not just lingering around in Trung Ki Truk Ke. Sun Ha panicked. Let me explain. My ancestor of the Ghost Clan was actually a grave robber who skillfully stole an ancient tomb from the Tang dynasty. This entire earth is as small as a grain of sand. The luxury car rolled away, and Jae-hyun crossed his arms inquiringly. He unexpectedly obtained a cultivation manual. From then on, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, beginning the lineage of the Ghost Clan. The Yin Long Swamp was a secret place discovered by our founder. At that time, he believed he could break through to enlightenment there. Unexpectedly, there was a monster residing in the Yin Long Swamp. Antu listened with curiosity. A monster? Son Ha continued to explain, this monster is like a snake, but not a snake, and like a dragon, but not a dragon. Its immense power could devour yin energy, and the founder was no match for it. He was severely injured and quickly died thereafter. Fortunately, that monster has always stayed inside the swamp and hasn't come out. My brothers and I once entered the swamp to explore. I didn't expect it to still be alive until now. In the end, we only managed to collect a few stones and then left. Master Trun, I truly did not deceive you. I just fear that you won't believe me, An Tu exclaimed in shock. That monster has lived until now. At least it's lived over 100 years already. That's just not scientific, Minho calmly chuckled. That's not a dragon, just a yin serpent. Real dragons can summon rain and wind. I heard Ji-hoon found a skilled driver this time. That's correct, sir. The Qi control technique is the life force that governs the skies. That yin serpent wants to cultivate into a dragon, and it needs at least another 500 years of training to transform. Sun Ha wondered, Master Chun, do you know this? He confidently replied, Of course, Heijin knows. Just a yin serpent has scared these two so much, Minho thought. But now I'm only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Confronting the yin serpent is still a bit challenging. I just need to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. By forcefully using a powerful spell, I just need to add another strong technique to the jade water. He turned to ask Son Ha, Is there a suitable place for cultivation nearby? Ideally, a convenient place to buy materials for training. He seriously replied, Not far from here is a place that gathers medicinal materials. The largest in central continent, the Nine-Pillar City. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. Considered one of the 4 largest cities, Hoa Ha Son Ha replied, That's right. Minho thought for a moment. If we have enough medicinal herbs, we can not only improve a level of cultivation, but also enhance spell training. Unexpectedly, there was also a master next to Dong He, who quickly exposed him, and that person even used magic to defeat him. Ji-hoon even spread the word that he would dominate the North Jiang competition this time. Upon hearing this, he made a decision. All right then, let's head to Nine-Pillar City quickly. Everyone had arrived at Nine-Pillar City. Antu was excitedly walking. The main street was thick with the smell of medicine. Sonha also spoke up. What kind of herbs do you want to buy here, master? There's everything, Minho responded. Any type is fine, but the older, the better, because I don't need its attributes. What I need is the spiritual energy contained in these aged herbs. The aged herbs made him frown a bit and thought, but the herbs must also pay attention to how they're combined, and I didn't dare to contradict Son Ha, who was hastily leading the way. Then we have to go to a few old pharmacies. Follow me. The 3 of them quickly stood in front of Bach Duok Duong. Inside the pharmacy, the staff greeted them with smiles, welcoming the guests. What would you like to buy? He spoke up, asking to call their master out. Just say that Son Ha has arrived. They replied, Yes, please wait a moment. The 3 were taken into a private room. He said, Master Trun, please wait a moment. Atu looked around and sighed. He turned to the side and made a request. Jae-hyun, I need your help this time. Having made his move, Jae-hyun just smiled lightly. Don't worry, I've got this. This pharmacy is really big. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Dear Master Ngo, the owner respectfully inquires. Why didn't you inform our family in advance so we could welcome you here in Trungshao? Master Ngo, I am also one of the top masters here, you know. Minho suddenly glanced at him. Under his gaze, Sonha felt a bit sweaty. He stood up and introduced, This person is a brother of mine. I want to buy a few valuable herbs that have been cultivated for a long time. The owner honestly replied, To not hide from the master, a girl has cleaned out all the herbs. In all the pharmacies of the entire city of Ninden right now, don't even mention those herbs that are over 100 years old. Even the herbs over 55 are quite scarce. Sun Ha's face darkened. Who could be so bold? The atmosphere in the private room was silent. Atu raised his hand to count. Cleared everything. How much money would that cost? The owner looked helpless. I heard she is the young lady of a family at the harbor, but I don't know more details. Son Ha looked fearfully at Minho. Could it be that in a big city like Nine Dun, there isn't a single long-standing herb? He was also in a difficult position. Minho called to check in, and the person on the other end sounded surprised. Jae-hyun, why is he bothering you? So, I suggest at the auction, there must be valuable herbs available. Upon hearing this, he wondered if he meant that famous underground auction. He replied, That's right, there are only precious herbs gathered from farmers and herb diggers there. There are many herbs over 100 years old, but this auction only invites merchants and wealthy people to participate. The auction can pay in full right on the spot. Atu suddenly asked, So the origins of these herbs aren't clear, right? What? Minho's face suddenly darkened. It doesn't matter when this auction is held, the owner told the 3 of them. It's at 7 p.m. tonight at Thanho Villa. Many bodyguards are mobilized to guard at 7 p.m. at Thanho Villa. One person spoke up. Sorry, please show your invitation. Son Ha looked displeased. We don't need an invitation. You go inform them, saying that Son Ha from Dongdo is here to visit. The guard didn't know how to handle this. Suddenly, from the car behind, a voice rang out. Master Ngo, you've arrived. Didn't you go to Jiangbak? He smiled and replied, Mr. Ho also came to participate in the herbal auction. What's up? Can you lead us inside? He explained slowly as he walked. It's nothing, I just found out he's the father of a friend of mine. The other person happily responded, that's great. I also need Master Ngo to help me check the goods. The items at the auction, their origins are unclear, some are real, some are fake. The organizers take no responsibility at all. However, with him here, no one dares to deal in fake goods. Atu watched and exclaimed, Master Ngo is truly impressive. Minho happily replied, as long as it's not wrong, it's okay. Everyone inside showed respect when they saw Son Ha appear. Master Ngo, you came to greet Master Ngo too. Wishing Master Ngo good health, he cheerfully waved to everyone. Long time no see. Suddenly, someone from behind scoffed, Master Ngo, what is that? Just a fake god and ghost. Son Ha's expression darkened as he turned around. Who said I was a fake god and ghost? And Qi appeared arrogantly with a group of bodyguards. Boss Ho introduced. This is the eldest young lady of the Trient family at the port, who has wiped out all the old medicinal herbs in City 9 Din. Atu then asked, is that her? Why is that? He replied, I heard the old man at home is quite old and won't live much longer, needing some divine herbs to extend his life. Won't live much longer. Needing some divine herbs to extend his life. Son Ha panicked, the Trin family at the port. Upon hearing this, Kyung-soo let out a sigh of relief. That's good, Jae-hyun has powerful connections. How could I provoke such a wealthy family? Min-ho ignored his pleading gaze and turned away. Son Ha didn't know what to say. He could only awkwardly smile. She looked down on both of them as she walked past. Min-ho was deep in thought. The old man of the Trint family is already over 100 years old, and all his organs are completely exhausted. This is fate. Unfortunately, I can't find the elixir to refine the great spirit-boosting pill. If I could, I would fiercely strike the Trint family once. Son Ha said, Master Trun, let's go inside together. He replied, sure. Inside, the auction began with each item being presented. Sun Kem Ko 135, weighing 127, starting price ba 00, and Ku immediately offered a staggering 17, 00. The crowd gasped. Such a high price, so much vulgar money. Don't offend them, don't compete anymore. Minho wasn't too happy either. I only managed to bid on 100-year-old Ha Thu O, while most were packed by that girl from the Trien family. Then the auction continued. The next item was about to be revealed. The box was opened, and everyone was surprised. What is this? I've never seen it before. Is this also a medicinal herb? Minho seemed to sense something. Even someone strong like Dong Hae has to deal with him, so that's how it is, Master Tran. Seeing his reaction, Son Ha asked, Master Tran, do you recognize it? Minho replied, I don't recognize it, but the spiritual energy it contains is extremely strong. More than 10 times that of a 100-year-old Son Sam. Just now it was almost an elixir already. It can be called a semi-elixir. He exclaimed in shock. Semi-elixir. Minho was explaining that what we call an elixir refers to those plants that contain spiritual energy reaching a certain standard, whether they are precious herbs or even small grasses. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, they can be called elixirs. Only elixirs can be refined into spiritual pills. The real deal. Son Ha was curious about the spiritual pill. Trun Pham continued. Ordinary medicinal materials must become elixirs, at least 1,000 years old. This root of the semi-elixir has probably been over a few hundred years old. This dry root can refine several spiritual pills, with quite low requirements. Son Ha turned to ask, then let's join the auction. Are you sure about this, Heijin? He rubbed his hands and laughed. We can do this. Watching the alchemy is worth it even if we just sit and observe a bit. The auctioneer shouted, this unnamed herb starts at 5 million. The crowd below buzzed. 5 million. I called to ask for your help with something. Minho paid attention to what was happening, listening carefully. So expensive, how can we even tell what it is? Son Ha calmly raised his paddle. 5,500,000. The auctioneer pondered. Should I knock the gavel? This is the price that Master Tran set. Better not offend him, right? Suddenly, Kai shouted, 10 million. Son Ha didn't back down, angrily exclaiming, 11 million. I won't give up! 20 million! Those not participating murmured, why are they adding money like that? They add 1 million, and she adds a whole 10 million. It's definitely ours today. Hearing Kai shout the price, Son Ha felt helpless. Damn it, I don't have much money left. Min Ho wasn't doing much better. All my money went into setting up the Van Son Grand Formation. I don't have much left now. If it goes over 30 million, I'm out. Son Ha responded, yes. He stood up and shouted, 21 million. And Kai wouldn't let it go and yelled, 30 million. I looked at him with a cold glare. Son Ha couldn't afford to bid anymore, thinking, you can't bid any further. He angrily sat down. Master Tran, she simply wants to oppose us. Otherwise, Minho calmly replied, in half a month, there will be an underground martial arts competition among the bigwigs in Jiangbak to determine the territory. No need, it's just selling a spirit herb. If it's a spirit herb, I find it even stranger. Why is she so eager? Atu then asked, is there someone in the Trin family who recognizes this spirit herb tree? And Kai arrogantly stated, just a country bumpkin wanting to compete with the family. My sister, an employee, handed the item she just bid for to Anne Kai and turned to ask the person next to her, Mr. Thatch. This is the divine herb you mentioned. Next to her was an older person, deeply knowledgeable in herbs. He replied, Unfortunately, this pine tree is just one step away from being a divine herb. If it's dug up in 100 years, then it would be a divine herb that could grow Xianxia. Jae-hyun would be reborn, and Kai, slightly disappointed, asked, Isn't this a divine herb? So what should we do? Grandpa's body only has about 3 months left. The others were staring intently, staring at our family's fortune like a tiger waiting for its prey. Mr. Thatch comforted, It's okay, there's one more place that definitely has a divine herb. She was curious. Where? He replied, In the ancient book recorded by my sect. I heard this competition will not only have many masters but also internal energy practitioners. The founder once discovered an immature divine herb in a deep pond. At that time, after recording the location, the founder left, hoping that future generations can return to retrieve the divine herb. Hearing this, and Kai beamed, Really? Then let's go right now. He turned to Sun Ha and said, We need someone to guide us. The auction is over. Everyone gradually moved outside. Minho angrily shouted, The harvest was too little, not interesting at all. Sun Ha comforted him. The Trint family really doesn't know what's good for them. It's thanks to your generosity that you don't argue with them. Suddenly, Enki's voice appeared. Who are you saying doesn't know what's good for them? He turned around and smiled slightly. It's you! With the power of the Trint family, there are so many of them, I can't provoke them, and I can't escape in time either. Enki ignored the sarcasm and said, Your name is Sun Ha. You're from Dongdo City, in Trungshao Province. You're from the Umqui Tong. He suddenly became alert. If you've investigated me, then just say what you need. And Qi then clarified her purpose. I want to hire you to help me find a place to stay near Dongdo City. Upon hearing this, Minho bluntly asked, You want me to help you compete? He immediately denied it. Sun Ha asked curiously, A place? Are you looking for a place to build a grave? Thak Tien Sin appeared from behind. Why are you looking? It has nothing to do with you. Sun Ha, slightly curious, asked, Is Tet Tien Sin the feng shui master at the port? How does he compare to Chu Dao Te? And Qi shouted, Our Tet Tien Sin won't let you speak. Tet Tien Sin replied, How does he compare to Chu Dao Te? You can come and experience it yourself. Suddenly, a blue light surrounded Tet Tien Sin's people. Sun Ha saw it and praised, Wow. Not wanting to back down, he showcased his own power, with a green circle surrounding his feet. The two forces collided. Both seemed to sense each other's power. He spoke first. So, my friend, do you now understand my strength? Sun Ha admired. I can't compare to you. Just say where you want to go, Thach Tien Sin answered. A deep pond in the mountains, located on the outskirts of Dongdo City. The water is cold to the bone all year round. The pond is about 10 square meters wide. He asked in response, Isn't that the Umlong Dam? His eyes were sharp. Ngo Dao Hu Yu clearly knows this place. The agent Ji-hoon brought back was then miserably sent away by Ji-hoon and had to pay 45 million. I wouldn't dare. I've already invited a skilled engineer to compete. I want you to come and suppress the situation. He was quietly calculating. Sun Ha replied unhappily. No kidding. This is a secret place of my sect. From behind, Minho placed a hand on his shoulder. Not many people look for Umlong Dam, and Qi arrogantly crossed her arms, not concerned about them. You just need to guide the way, and after the job is done, I'll pay you. Minho shook his head, indicating it wasn't the case. We don't need money. The condition is that you give me that dry tree root. She then said, That's 30 million. Tet Tien Sin did not hesitate. Perhaps An Qi was startled. Tet Tien Sin replied, No problem. After saying that, he took out a box and handed it to him. Minho spoke. A week from now, we'll take you guys to look for it. Umlong Dam, An Qi, and Tet Tien Sin then left. Sernha didn't understand why Master Chun had to bring them along. The cultivation of that scholar is very high, much stronger than me. There could be trouble. He smiled. The Umlong Dam has a yin serpent guarding it. We just happen to need a few people to scout, and we get this medicinal root. One arrow hits two birds. Sun Ha was impressed. Master Chun is indeed remarkable. He cheerfully said, Atu, the main villa needs to be quiet. I actually want to meet those internal energy masters. Minho agreed. All right then. In the next 7 days, I want a retreat. She agreed. Yes. The three of them quickly returned to the main villa. There are many bodyguards outside standing watch. Sun Ha doesn't like those guys and grumbles. They even sent bodyguards to watch us. Are they afraid we'll run away? Atu replies to him, Let them be. They're just serving as our bodyguards. Master Chun has been in seclusion for 7 days now. I wonder how it's going. The room above is Minho's. Inside, he is sitting in the middle, surrounded by many medicinal herbs. Minho is deep in thought. So that I can refine a *** spirit gathering pill ***. The *** spirit gathering pill *** is one of the most basic elixirs, nourishing the body and enhancing health. The *** spirit gathering pill ** provides foundational energy. He suddenly shouts, "Done. With the ** spirit gathering pill ***, I'll have a better chance of breaking through my realm." Dao body. Atu brings out a teapot to the back courtyard, cheerfully saying, "Yes." Sonha happily adds, "You've come out of seclusion." Outside in the back courtyard, where the three of them gather, Sonha is analyzing the aroma of this warm tea, the fragrance spreading everywhere, rich in spiritual energy. Minho is satisfied and Heijin because she received a ** spirit gathering pill **. He calls out, "Atu, come over here. Let me know when the time comes." His gaze turned distant. For him, the most important thing now was to arrange the Van Son Grand formation. She quickly walks over to him. Minho holds up a teacup and says, "From now on, going to Dongdo City is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you, so you should just go back." She doesn't understand and asks, "Huh?" He crosses his arms and replies, "I guarantee I'll ask Kyo to arrange something for you. Whether it's joining a company or going to university, it's up to you to decide. Atu is unwilling. Please don't send me away. Let me stay by your side." This time Minho is no longer yielding, looking at her seriously. Tears stream from Atu's eyes. He's like Big Brother Trun, gently patting her head under the arena. Or like a high immortal above. Minho stands up and calmly speaks. "Do you know what you want?" But without sincerity, how can one seek the path of cultivation? Hearing this, Atu immediately kneels down. The way cannot be taken lightly. Atu questions, "The way cannot be taken lightly?" She implicitly admits, "That's right. After I met Minho, I really liked the kind of power I could hold in my hands." Time flew by quickly. Half a month had passed. Due to material constraints, he could only set up the guiding spirit formation in advance. Study or work is in the hands of others. They can take it back at any time if they have power like Minho. Is there anything I want that I can't obtain? Why are you smiling, wanting to step into the path of cultivation? Besides sincerity, you also need opportunities. If the teachings are spread carelessly, the world will fall into chaos. If you don't believe me, ask Master Ngo. Atu turns to whisper to Master Ngo, and he replies, "If you want to seek the path, first, you must ask your master if they agree." Normally, when a martial artist becomes an apprentice, they need to clean the house and serve tea to the master for 2 years. After 6 years, the master will teach some basics. If you can't enter the school, your martial arts will be expelled from the sect. Only when you have enough talent and diligence can you be recognized by your master as a direct disciple of Jaehyun. My master tested me 15 times, seeing my unwavering sincerity before passing on the techniques to me. A person like me had to go through 15 checks, while Master Tran understands the heavens and the earth, with exceptional abilities. Such incomprehensible magic, how can it be casually passed on? What? Atu bowed her head and knelt before Minho. The 16 thumb-high crystals carrying their spiritual marks have been placed in position. Master, as long as you agree to teach me the martial arts, I don't mind going through 15 or 25 checks. You hold the teacup and calmly reply, "Please stand up, I can transfer it to you, but from now on your life will belong to me." If you have even a hint of betrayal in your mind, whether you go to Beach Lock or down to Huang Tuyen, I will definitely kill you. Atu listened to you and resolutely accepted. "Yes, master." Minho pointed down, his expression serious. "You don't need to call me master. You are just my signed disciple Jaehyun, not yet qualified to call me master." Atu clutched her dress tightly. "Right now I'm not qualified to call you that." "What? I'll train hard and one day I will make it for you." Atu stood up, determined to acknowledge me, and Sonha clasped his hands to congratulate Master Tran on accepting a disciple. Minho pondered, still far from enough. First, teach her a few simple techniques. In the most basic techniques of True Ke from Master Tran Tien Ton, if she truly has talent, she might just manage to break through the Thun High, and I'll consider accepting her as a mainline disciple of Jaehyun. You poured her a cup of tea. You close your eyes and feel your surroundings, then suddenly shout out, your whole body unexpectedly glowing. Tell her to drink this tea and then go back to sleep. Minho handed it to Atu and instructed, "Tomorrow, we set off." She happily accepted, took a sip. Suddenly, her whole body underwent a significant change. Sonha immediately explained, "Bone cleansing, hair punishment, changing bones and flesh." Atu knelt down, radiating gratitude. "Thank you, Master Tran," Minho spoke up. "If you can handle Chanwook well, the case of Long Dam could also have tea. I might even teach you magic." Sonha immediately knelt down in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Tran, for guiding me. Disciple Jaehyun will definitely handle this matter with Chanwook appropriately." The next morning, the three stood in front of a car, and Qi sat inside, questioning, "Ngo, you're not planning to take these 2 kids with you, are you? I know you have some skills, but these 2 clearly look like ordinary people." Sonha pointed to the back. "This cousin of the Tran family lives near Longdam. He is most familiar with it," and Qi was curious. "Really? You're from the Shixian mountain, getting impatient. Just lead the 2 kids, hurry up and set off." He saw Atu and pondered. This girl was weak last week, barely able to withstand the wind. How can she now be surrounded by spiritual energy? A few drops of sweat roll down Minho's face. It's here. Several streams of energy swirl around him. Minho grits his teeth, feeling the spiritual energy surging. Could it be that she directly consumed that pine tree? What a waste! The two cars quickly headed towards Umlongdam. Not long after, everyone arrived at the boundary of Dongdo, and Qi approached Minho and asked, "Are we already in Dongdo? Can you specify the exact location of Umlongdam?" You sitting inside replied, "Qisern County, Songlong Town." Although Qi didn't like Minho, but she couldn't let herself think, "Let you be pleased for a while. Wait until we find Umlongdam." In a beautiful village, surrounded by mountains and trees, there is a place called Songlong Town. When everyone arrives, someone rushes out to welcome Miss Trine to Songlong Town, and Qi doesn't care and replies, "Yeah, thanks." The chairman of Songlong Town introduces himself. "I heard you want to go deep into the mountains to find a deep pond, so I quickly brought him here." The man said, "Just call me True Jaehyun. I am a hunter. Do you want to find the Umlong Pond?" And Qi immediately became interested. "Do you know the place?" He replied, "I know it, but I can't go there. It's a teaching from my ancestors." His body feels like it's about to explode, yet he manages a forced smile, but it's still okay. His body is undergoing transformation. "They said to never go near that place." She unhappily asked, "What do you mean, True Jaehyun?" He warned her about it. The surroundings are extremely desolate and deserted. The water in Umhan Pond can be deadly if consumed. Most importantly, there are monsters. The chairman of Songlong Town doesn't believe it. What era are we in? There are still monsters? True Jaehyun, does your son still want the house foundation? He hurriedly explained this. Chairman Trun, I really think what he said is very similar to the records of my sect. I'm sure it's true. And Qi happily clasped her hands. All right, if it's confirmed that the Umlong Pond indeed exists, then let's set off immediately. Everyone quickly moved up the mountain. Sun Ha asked Trun Su with a frown. They clearly found a guide. Why do they still want to take us along? Minho wasn't very happy either. Because the Trin family basically doesn't trust me. My accent is from Jiangbak while they say I'm from Dongdo. If it were you, would you believe it? Sun Ha had to admit, that's true. I thought you guys were at the dock. His joints and muscles feel enhanced. Minho breathes a sigh of relief, standing up to look at his arms and legs. The port can't distinguish regional accents. Minho continued, they want to monitor us, but I still don't get it. Why do they want to find the Umlong Pond? That Mr. Thatch's cultivation in the wood system doesn't fit with the Umlong Pond. You pondered. Could it be that there are some heavenly treasures in the Umlong Pond? However, anywhere with concentrated spiritual energy like this, aside from some monsters, there could also be spiritual herbs or heavenly treasures. If so, I must definitely secure Jaehyun. I turned around to tell everyone, we probably won't make it there today. Let's find a place to rest and avoid the wind. The bodyguards quickly set up tents, and Qi was grilling meat and called Jaehyun to eat with us. Son Ha irritably hugged his stomach. They are so annoying. Tu also got angry, clenched his fist, and thought he wouldn't need any. Hearing the two complain, he still said nothing. Tren Pham glanced at An Qi, and when he saw him looking, he smiled. Tren Pham acknowledged this little trick. Although it was despicable, it was useful. He took something out of his pocket. Lucky he was prepared. The second level of the void body refining method has finally succeeded, but unfortunately, it's lacking. Then he threw something toward Tu and Sun Ha. The two quickly reached out to catch it, looking at it and wondering, what is this? Can it be eaten? Since they were very hungry, the two reluctantly brought it to their mouths and swallowed. When he went inside, they all felt this sensation. Sun Ha and Tu both exclaimed, "This is so comfortable." Sun Ha excitedly asked Tren Pham, "Is this the legendary spirit pill? I feel the power within me is much stronger." Tu also admitted, "This is amazing. Plus, I'm completely not hungry." He shut his eyes tightly and told the two, "All right, following my guidance, you two sit down and cultivate." They obeyed and immediately sat down, yes. The two quickly focused intently, and Qi was observing, curious about what they were doing. Weren't they afraid of being hungry? One of the subordinates replied, "Let them be hungry for 2 days. No matter how strong they are, they'll have to bow before the young lady." Mr. Thack spoke up. These three seem to be cultivating some kind of technique, but their bodies are concentrating energy. To cultivate internal energy, they will become hungrier the more they practice. The shocking amount left them in awe, 45 million, which is only a few million of their pocket money. The thumb-high crystal can't compare to those heavenly treasures. The next morning, An Qi woke up and stretched. She looked at the three Minho to see how long they could persist. They finished their cultivation and stood up, Tu exclaimed, as the internal energy within him spread everywhere. His limbs felt like they had explosive strength. He told himself, I will definitely put in all my effort in cultivation. One day it will pay off. I will prove that I have what it takes to be Jae-hyun's disciple, Min-ho observed too during the training session. She has officially stepped into the realm of internal energy now. Son-ha clenched his fists, reflecting on a night of hard training. More than I trained for 3 years, he said. Master Trun is indeed Master Heijin. This level feels like something out of a fairy tale. Everyone moved up the mountain following Jaehyun's lead. 3 days later, they seemed to have spotted the Yin Dragon Pool. Jaehyun warned, "Don't go any further, you all shouldn't proceed," and Qi and the others were getting impatient. They were almost there. "I can see it now," Minho observed and exclaimed, "That's the Yin Dragon Pool. I need to find a better replacement in the future." Returning to that villa, Minho continues his training. The Heijin fruit is where the yin energy gathers, a sacred place for the cultivation of exotic beasts and dark cultivators. As he walked, he suddenly heard a voice from afar. "Get lost." "You dare to attack!" Minho told the two. "Hey, let's go check it out." The three quickly approached the place. In front of the Yin Dragon Pool stood two men with vigilant expressions. One of them spoke up, "Ngo Jaehyun, you demon. You dare to bring outsiders to the secret of our sect, breaking the rules of the sect?" Sonha whispered, "Trun, these are my fellow disciples. Muk Jaehyun, you demon. I didn't bring them here. They came here on their own, right? Those two don't believe in Ngo Jaehyun, you demon. Now you still dare to talk back. Jaehyun is in Songlong Town. I saw you sneakily bringing a group of people into the mountains thinking we wouldn't know." In Minho's thoughts, he acknowledged it was true. This person had an impressive reputation. The Yin Demon sect was the strongest here. He would definitely know. And Qi lost her patience. "I don't care about the grudges between you. Just get out of the way." One of the two senior brothers asked her, "Who are you and what's your relationship with No Jaehyun, the demon?" She introduced herself. The void body refining method is divided into 5 levels: Ice Muscle, Jade Bone, Silver Blood, Golden Child, and Dao Body. "I'm in Kai from the Trint family at the port, here to scout for investments in Dongdo. Can you two senior brothers step aside? I don't care about the Trint family at the port, I'm not bothered. You're from some main family or whatever, but this is the territory of our Yin Ghost sect." And Kai wouldn't back down. "I'm the legitimate daughter of the Trint family at the port. And yet, I'm being insulted by these two country bumpkin Jaehyun guys. We brought guns, you know," he sneered. "So what? You think we're afraid of guns?" And Kai turned to the three Minho. "Are you all part of the same group trying to scam me? You think this girl and Kai is going to die right in front of you and you still don't know it?" Muk Jae-hyun, the demon, took out a talisman. "Stop wasting your breath. If you've entered the secret place of our Yin Ghost sect, then you must pay with your life." He jumped up, harnessing the surrounding power, suddenly surrounded by a cloud of black smoke, causing the bodyguards to panic. "What is this?" And Kai couldn't believe her eyes. "Do these old men really know magic?" She turned to call Mr. Thatch. Mr. Thatch stepped forward, his entire body surrounded by energy, enough to hold a fan in his hand. "Today, borrowing the power of the spirit guiding formation, I was able to break through. The training environment for Jade Bone on Earth is too poor." He said, "You people from the Yin Ghost sect, step aside, or else don't blame me." Chan Wook, Muk Jae-hyun, the demon ignored the martial arts peers. "How dare you want to touch the territory of our Yin Ghost sect? You think our Yin Ghost sect is easy to bully?" Jae-hyun began to chant a spell. His body was surrounded by a stream of power. The black smoke from Jae-hyun quickly dispersed around Mr. Thatch, shining brightly. "It's just a stream of ghostly energy, and you dare to be arrogant." He then created an energy field surrounding the black smoke. Someone shouted, "The black smoke has been swallowed." Mr. Thatch pushed the power away. The attack targeted Muk Jae-hyun, the demon. A single blow sent Jae-hyun flying, and the other senior brother was worried. "This guy Thatch isn't weak, plus there's Son Ha. Should I retreat now?" Mr. Thatch glided past him. "I came here just to get a divine medicine for your old man. Once I get it, I'll leave, and we won't interfere with each other. Otherwise, don't blame me." Muk Jae-hyun, the demon, then turned to ask his junior, "Junior, explain." Sun Ha felt awkward. "Chunsu, you should look straight at them." Mr. Thet spoke up. "Moreover, I hope to be able to fight a few rounds in the upcoming martial arts competition. I absolutely must not let myself down. Yin Ghost sect, what do you all want?" And Kai was unwilling. Would Mr. Thatch just let them go like this? That No and that Trun guy are definitely part of the same group as those people. Suddenly, something rose from the water, and Kai was about to say more when that thing interrupted. She dropped her glasses, fearfully calling for Mr. Thatch. "Mr. Thatch, there was a gigantic snake underwater, a ghost snake. It lunged to bite Mr. Thatch, who quickly dodged. Some people were unfortunately attacked by the ghost snake, and Kai couldn't do anything, just screamed. The bodyguards quickly protected and Kai. "Miss, quickly find a safe place to hide. The other bodyguards are drawing their weapons." "Yes, follow me." They immediately attacked the serpent with gunfire. "This is terrifying," one person spoke up. "Damn, if we had heavy weapons, we could turn this worm into minced meat." He pulled out a knife from his pocket. Then he quickly charged at the serpent. He lunged forward to stab it, but the sailor could only penetrate it 3 inches. He was stopped by its muscles and scales. How could he use all his strength in one strike? At this time, Minho was in a car driven by Kyung-soo, his face serious as he glanced over while speaking. Could he pierce through that steel? While he was still thinking, the serpent whipped its tail, sending the bodyguard flying. One strike from the serpent sent a person to meet their ancestors in an instant. One bodyguard grabbed Qi's hand and pulled her. "Miss, we need to leave quickly, but sir, Mr. Thatch is still here." He witnessed this and shouted in frustration, "Karma!" Mr. Thatch raised 2 fingers to chant, and a stream of green energy shot out from his mouth. The attack headed straight for the serpent. It was hit, and scales fell off its body. And Qi admired. "Mr. Thatch, you're amazing." He told himself that he had concentrated all his life force, using his blood essence to unleash a burst of green energy, just to inflict a little damage on it. The serpent then exhaled a cloud of smoke, which seeped into every corner, making the surroundings completely hazy. Someone shouted, "Damn it!" Mr. Thatch turned around. The 2 fellow disciples were petrified in the presence of the serpent. And Qi wondered, "What are we going to do?" The 2 of them replied, "Isn't it in a deep sleep?" "What? It only wakes every 3 years? The time hasn't come yet." Minho looked up and said, "You fool!" Looking in the direction of the martial arts competition held in Dongjiang province, Kyung-Soo quickly replied, "The deep sleep of the serpent is due to being unable to withstand the influence of the dark energy in the depths of the swamp, and it cannot refine it. It can only rely on flesh to transform the dark energy into magic power, while those living meat outside the swamp are killed. Dung Heijin will attract this hungry serpent." Then Sun Ha suggested, "Junsu, why not retreat?" Atu also agreed. "This is too scary." He remained calm, hands in his pockets, and asked, "Why should we retreat?" "We came here for it!" And Qi did not understand what he wanted to do. Minho stepped forward, determined, "Let's kill it." And Qi couldn't believe her ears. "You're crazy," Minho cheerfully replied. "I've been waiting for it for a long time." He showed a bit of fear in front of the serpent. Atu worried for his safety and asked him, "Is Shansu a match for it?" Son Ha was unsure. Perhaps he couldn't stop it, only knowing to observe the serpent. Though it was enormous, Minho did not back down. Mr. Thatch pondered. The people of Tong clearly knew the secrets of the swamp, yet they didn't warn them. Human hearts are truly unpredictable. He shouted, "Miss Trin, hurry! The people of Tong." That's right, Than Duong town is the 3rd place unmanaged, located between 2 provinces. The dark serpent once again exhaled a cloud of smoke, obscuring his view. A voice called out loudly, "Mr. Thatch." Everyone quickly noticed that Mr. Thatch was desperately resisting in the meantime. Mr. Thatch stared blankly at Minho's figure. Who is that? Does he want to seek death? More than anyone, he understood. Just having courage isn't enough. There's no way to kill this dark serpent. Minho slowly approached. He stood in front of the dark serpent, which had cultivated for hundreds of years, possessing immense physical strength, but its intelligence was still far inferior to that of humans. Minho quickly observed the serpent's sturdy scales. They could withstand gunfire. Not only that, it had a body strengthened by gathering dark energy. "And now you are a spiritual beast of the profound level. What ordinary person could defeat you?" He smirked disdainfully. "Too bad you ran into me today." Minho took out his jade pendant and used his spiritual power to create a sword. And Qi looked on in confusion. "What is that?" Minho used all his strength to fly toward the dark serpent. Every year, they hold underground martial arts competitions. Additionally, they secretly hold the underground martial arts competitions here. Leaping without support, Mr. Thatch paid close attention to his every move. This was Minho setting up a formation to draw his sword. The dark serpent still didn't understand what was happening, and over here, countless streams of energy rushed towards it, making it roar in anger. In that moment, Heijin's voice suddenly rang out, "Get out of here, Master Trun." Then, Minho unleashed the technique ***, severing the mountain ***. A golden sword beam shot straight up. Atu nearby was stunned. "That's the sword beam, right at the dark serpent's spot." Its head was quickly severed from its body, falling into the water and causing a disturbance. Minho stood there, looking cool, as if he had stepped into heaven. One strike cut through the dragon. Muk Jae-hyun couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Is this a person?" Sun Ha corrected him, saying it's definitely not a person, but a deity. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Master Trun is indeed amazing." Atu had turned into a fan at some point. "Master Trun is so skilled," and Qi voiced her disbelief. "If you're that powerful, why was she questioning you? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you strike sooner?" Minho finally stepped down. He patiently explained to the other party, "This sword technique took me 7 days to master, with the help of the spirit pill." At this moment, Da Bil, holding the steering wheel, continued Kyung-Soo's words, mentioning that there would also be underground fights. "Many rich people come here to enjoy themselves." Just barely inscribed into the jade tui, Minho added, "If it were Thrung Than Tien Nyan, just with this sword technique, he could probably split the sun in 2. Just with this sword technique, I could probably slice the sun in half." As he said this, his voice seemed to carry a hint of regret. "In this life, I want to cultivate back to the stage of Tao integration, but I wonder how many more years it will take." At that moment, Master Thatch approached, respectfully clasping his hands in gratitude for the immortal's help. I, Thatch, will definitely remember this kindness in my heart. Over here. Tu kept circling around the head of the ghost serpent, prompting Minho to remind him. She excitedly turned back and said that even a terrifying monster like that could be killed. Tu introduced that this was his master, but before he could finish, a voice interrupted from Minho. Why didn't you act sooner? And Qi approached and scolded. If you had acted earlier, my bodyguards wouldn't have died in such numbers. She pointed directly at Minho, saying that these lives are all your responsibility. Tu felt very angry hearing such words from Chan Wook. Master Trun saved several lives, and you still blame him for acting too late. Do you even feel any shame? Hearing this, Ji-hoon added, it seems this Master Tran really has some skills. Otherwise, why would Ji-hoon obediently leave? The car stopped at a spot, accompanied by an announcement. We're almost there. Right in front is my villa. I don't know how much time passed, but Master Thatch went to persuade Miss Trine, saying he could help. Then it should be remembered in the heart already. Why pursue this matter further? Minho wasn't shy to directly ask Miss Trine, what is our relationship? And Qi was caught off guard by his words. When did I say I would or wouldn't act? What does that have to do with you? She proposed something else, saying not to mention this anymore. If you've killed that monster, can we go into the marsh to get the divine medicine? Minho was not pleased with that attitude. Why should I step aside? The stuff in the ghost long belongs to her, and Qi challengingly replied. Do you still want to stop me? She was now very pleased, adding that the ghost Long Marsh is not yours. Minho turned back to ask, from now on, the ghost Long Marsh is mine. Do you all agree? Muk Jae-hyun knelt respectfully, and the ghostly spirits agreed. Their voices echoed through the heavens and the earth. Following the immortal's order, Minho directly chased Enki away. You all can leave now. The ghost Long Marsh doesn't welcome you. He waved his hand at her. Go away. The figures of several others had already appeared here waiting for them. Brother Hao, Brother Bill, you have arrived. And Qi was driven mad by Minho. She arrogantly pointed her finger. Based on, what do you say what you have is yours? I won't accept it! And Qi still didn't know fear. That brat Trun shouldn't think just a bit of magic means. Arrogant. Master Thatch sensed that things were going wrong and advised the young lady, you are speaking with an immortal, cultivating magic, slaying that evil dragon. Sernha added, if you provoke Master Chun, I fear that all those related to the Triton family present will not leave Mount Qi alive. Minho finally couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, get lost in Qi. For the first time being treated like this, she couldn't accept it. What did you say? Don't you mind repeating that? I said it this time? Minho shouted even louder. You get out. Her face turned pale, and she finally collapsed to the ground. Master Thatch also knelt before Master Trun. Miss Trine doesn't know your strength, so she has offended you. I sincerely apologize. Please help Enki. We will leave immediately. Suddenly, Hyejin, Minho, said in a sharp voice, did I tell you to leave? Jaehyun's group was scared out of their wits. Time was passing quickly. When Minho stepped outside, Kyung-soo began to speak. Master Trun is here, Vice President. A few days later, everyone was diligently searching in the Amlong swamp, and a gem was found. Try this. An Tu went to Sonha to participate as well. He used it and felt the energy. Weaker than the spirit pill he swallowed last time, An Tu had a different feeling, but it still made his body heat up. He felt a surge of power. Minho nodded in satisfaction. Yeah, this is the essence. It is all made from the blood and flesh of the Am snake. I've refined over 1,000 pills. You can explain further. As for other parts, like the eyes, scales, and spine, I've also collected them. They will be useful later. Minho told them about his intention. I've decided to stay here in hiding to cultivate for a while. Minho trusted Sonha. I've appointed you as the leader of the Amqui sect. You have full authority to handle related matters. Chan Wook nodded in agreement, just as Minho was about to assign a task to An Tu, then she. Suddenly, Hyejin rushed over to report. The person respectfully said, Enki has come again to see Master Trun. Trung from Tangzung town, a middle-aged man appeared looking dapper. Enki entered with an impressive demeanor. Master Trun, this time I'm not here to quarrel with you. She stated her purpose clearly. She wants to officially discuss with you regarding the Trine Corporation's interest in acquiring Amlongdam. Minho had no objections to them. If she wanted to discuss, he would be honest with her. He straightforwardly asserted, you guys are looking in the wrong place. And Qi couldn't believe it and asked back, what do you mean? Minho had no qualms about exposing them. You all want to find the divine herb. Chan Wook, since they care so much, it's because they want to extend the old man's lifespan, right? Everyone understood clearly. The divine herb in Amlongdam is a type of yew grass, which can temporarily bind the souls. When An-ki heard this, it can help the souls of the dead not to separate. But if a living person swallows it, they will die faster. She looked back at Master Thatch with suspicion. He thought for a moment, and then Master Thatch nodded in confirmation. That's right, Amlongdam is a place with so much umsat. How could there be a divine herb to extend life? Master Thatch didn't mind admitting his mistake in the sect's records. Smiling, he suggested, just call me Teo Trung. Who is this Master Chun? He only mentioned there is a divine herb, but didn't specify which one. I mistakenly said it in my eagerness. And Qi felt a bit disappointed. If this place doesn't have it, I will have to rely on Master Thak in a few days. Her voice became sad. Longdam is the most hopeful place to find the divine herb. It's really hopeless. At that time, Minho said, although the Ugrass cannot extend life, I have a divine pill in my hands. Can it extend life? And Qi was stunned and asked back, are you serious? He immediately gave the order. Find an injured animal and bring it here. Sun Ha hesitated a bit, and coincidentally, there was a rabbit in the back garden that wasn't doing well. Minho took out a pill, brought it over, and then fed it to the rabbit. Suddenly, Heijin shook violently. After a while, its face was full of satisfaction, and Kai asked suspiciously, this isn't a stimulant, right? What other kind of drug would have such a strong effect? Minho wasn't shy about showing the pill. Master Thach practiced wood-based techniques. It must be for certain types of elixirs. Master Thach took the pill from him and sniffed it. Kyung-Soo proudly introduced, Master Trun is a friend of Dong-Hae. Hearing that, Teo Trung immediately shook hands with him to get acquainted. Filled with life energy, it truly is a spiritual pill. Master Thach added, for ordinary people, it's extremely beneficial. It came as a shock so sudden that she couldn't believe it. Really? Minho explained clearly. This elixir is called Essence Pill. If elderly people use it, it can prolong their lifespan. He handed over a medicine vial. In this vial of mine, there are a total of 100 pills, enough to extend lifespan by more than 2 years. And Kai didn't hold back. I bought all of these. You name your price. Minho gestured a 1. She felt as if struck by lightning. That's really too expensive, 100 million. Even so, and Kai immediately agreed. If it's 100 million, then it's 100 million. Sun Ha listened, drooling. Master Tran Haijin is indeed Master Tran, casually refining a few elixirs. Could sell for 100 million, but I want to clarify, it's 100 million per pill, Minho spoke up immediately. Miss Trin, you're mistaken. What I mean is 100 million for one elixir. At that moment, the rabbit became extremely lively. You're calculating the total cost here, plus 1 pill for the rabbit earlier, totaling 100 essence pills. So that's 10 billion. Wow. Truly honored guests visiting my home. At this point, Kyung-Soo chimed in, and Kai shouted loudly after hearing, are you crazy? She yelled, do you know what 10 billion means? 10 billion buys a broken vial. Minho confidently replied, of course I know what 10 billion is. He didn't see any sincerity from the other side, so he turned to leave. But my elixir is a secret formula. If you don't want to buy, then please leave. And Qi was infuriated, speechless. You're being unreasonable. We can't accept this price. Minho said gently, of course, Heijin. I can give you some time. Aside from the cost of this essence pill vial, you can use it first. Though for Heijin, I have my conditions. Don't take too long. I don't have much patience. After saying that, Minho threw the vial down and left, and Kai gently caught the vial. She looked at it with deep respect, and Kai cheerfully agreed. All right, if Master Tran is so generous. Then the Trin family agrees as well. She assured, 10 billion in cash I will return to stock up. I won't keep you waiting long. Master Thach asked worriedly. Miss Trin, are you really going to pay 10 billion? His hand also reached out to prevent the man from touching Minho. All right. Or should we negotiate first? However, Haijin then said, who said I wanted to pay? Master Thak frowned suspiciously. Could it be that you want to? And Kai sarcastically shrugged. Did I sign a contract with that brat named Tran? Is there a notary present? Nothing at all. Is there a recording or photo? There's no evidence whatsoever. It has no legal validity. He can go ahead and sue. What can he do if he knows I tricked him? She didn't know this, but Minho heard it clearly. That brat named Tran only knew some magic tricks. This is a modern society. We have to talk about the law. He hesitated upon hearing this, wanting to advise. Trin, money from a real cultivator isn't easy to swindle like that. However, Mr. Thach could only think, if Miss Trin has decided this way, I fear the disaster for the Trin family is right around the corner. Sun Ha asked in confusion, Master Tran, why did you let her take the medicine like that? Atu also wondered, if the Trin family can't afford to pay, not even a dime, then what should we do? So what should we do? Minho calmly replied, if the Trin family has agreed with me. Master Tran is here for the first time. I hope you will be considerate of Kyung-Soo. Teo Trung only smiled and replied, just trust me. Then they must definitely pay me 10 billion. If they don't, take my life as payment. He smiled, calculating. At that time, if Jihoon doesn't pay 45 million, I fear I won't escape a fate either. Some people always think the law is absolute. Chan Wook. But they don't know the law is meant to be broken with absolute power. Right before my eyes, the remaining things are like a castle built on sand. Just one wave comes, and it will be completely gone. No one takes the affection of my Bakuyen Tien Ton. Yet I can still think calmly. Minho then instructed, all right, I want to enter seclusion. The following matters are entrusted to the two of you. The Son Ha group respectfully replied, yes. The brilliant lights like Ha's affection enveloped him. Minho sank into contemplation. The soundstones below the dam combined with the gathering spirit formation. Made from jade, highly effective for the void refinement technique. It can absorb all kinds of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, including the dark energy in the Long Dam. This is my sacred place for cultivation. Thanks to the support of To Hon Dan refined from pine grass leaves, today I can condense my spiritual consciousness. I guarantee Master Trun will be so happy he forgets the way home. They followed him inside, where several staff members warmly welcomed them. To Hon Dan is a spiritual medicine that can enhance soul awareness. As soon as he swallowed the pill, he suddenly sighed, clutching his chest. Not bad. His mental power was skyrocketing. His body was struggling to keep up. At this moment, he needed to coordinate with the method of condensing spiritual consciousness. The flow of spiritual energy in Minho's body surged like a whirlwind, being sucked in, forming a green crystal. But then it appeared to crack and instantly exploded. The spiritual energy surged out like ocean waves, making countless things clear in his eyes. Whether it's the ants on the grass or the blades of grass, Minho was astonished to perceive even the invisible elemental force on Earth. And I could see it too. Today, my spiritual consciousness has succeeded. I can start refining magical tools. 7 days after continuously refining, he joyfully looked at the white jade ROI, with only one last step to complete. The ROI gradually shrank, wrapping around Minho's wrist, and he was satisfied. That's good enough. I can't carry a bone chain every day. A 20 meters long spine beside him. Let's test its might. The powerful ROI swung out, creating an aura that tore the heavens and earth. Tiana City even handed over the money. Everyone around followed his words. Welcome, honored guests. A girl particularly approached Minho, shyly looking at him and saying, I am Atu. The foot smiled, retracting the impressive power. Calling you the Umsat Kotien, Atu walked towards a rocky cliff. She assumed a martial stance of 36 moves, shouted loudly, and struck the first punch, Lam Tien Tree, instantly. A large rock had already caved in the shape of a hand. Suddenly someone asked, Atu has only been training for 3 months, and yet she has already entered the realm of Lam Tien Tree. That was Son Ha, who approached with folded hands. She just retracted her stance. Smiling, she asked, Master Trun has been in seclusion for a long time. Is everything really fine? He patted her shoulder. Soothing. We shouldn't disturb him. But in Son Ha's heart, she clearly understood this girl's feelings. Why wouldn't I know? When she's not next to Dam Lu Yen Quian, she's just sitting there dazed next to Dam. What level is Trun Master that he could ever value her? Just then, a loud noise came from the stream. It shocked both of them. Atu lightly noticed that Trun Master had come out, and suddenly a cloud of dust rose. Sun Ha frowned in surprise. These 2 streams of golden smoke looked too much like a ghost snake. She gasped, What's happening? Meanwhile, Kyung-soo was already surrounded by several other girls while presenting. She saw a figure slowly appear from the smoke. Atu happily exclaimed, Trun Master. Sun Ha felt helpless at this expression. At that moment, he also appeared before them. She curiously asked, Trun Master, who are you? His eyes were fiery red and closed. When they opened again, Minho returned to normal. I finally mastered the power of the golden fire eyes. Son Ha immediately clasped her hands and said, Congratulations, Chun Master, on achieving great power. Atu. Even happier than the power of the golden eyes of that ghost snake, right? Awesome. He clasped one hand to announce, Today, I've successfully cultivated my powers. Moreover, I've been out for quite a while, so I should return. She panicked, feeling reluctant. Trun Master? You want to return to the Shao region? How can you take me along? Minho firmly refused. You should focus on your cultivation, not allowed to follow. After that, he returned to the Shao region. Minho calculated the time. In the past 3 months, I've improved my cultivation, refined my spiritual mind and magical tools, and practiced my powers. Regardless of foreign red factions or other forces, I have enough strength to fight back. At this moment, Sun He approached to welcome Minho. The afternoon is the final martial arts competition. You can look around here first. At that moment, Xiaozhang chimed in with some information. You finally came back. He was a bit surprised. Sun He is waiting for me. Is there something wrong? She smiled and explained, My grandfather and my new father want to meet you. Minho was somewhat surprised. Your father, Daesung, if I remember correctly, he is the colonel of the Kimleng military region. Sun He replied, That's right. He also agreed, If there's a meeting, then let's meet. The car took them to the Nukui family's mansion. She politely extended her hand. Master Trun, please meet the 2 elders of the Ngui family who have been waiting. Junki patted his shoulder. Master Trun, it's been a while. The elixir you gave me before worked incredibly well. He got straight to the point. So, Mr. Ngui has something else to discuss with me, right? He immediately answered, Daesung, let's sit down and talk. Sun He's father asked directly, Master Trun, I've heard that your martial arts are powerful and you've entered the transformation realm, is that true? Minho smiled and admitted, That's right, I do have some skills, but what does this have to do with you? Daesung directly requested, "Can you demonstrate a bit?" He didn't refuse. "Do you have a gun?" "Master Tran, if you want to go out, take a two with you. The locals here are quite fierce." He patted the bag at his side. "I always have a gun on me." Minho then pointed at himself. "Shoot at me." The three people from the Ngui family were stunned. "What?" The guard excitedly drew his weapon. "Okay, Master Tren, I really will shoot," Yu gently replied. "Go ahead and shoot." Sun He next to you panicked and wanted to intervene. "Dad," even he looked suspicious. Master Tran really isn't afraid of guns, and then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, just as the bullet flew close to Minho. Your hand shot up like the wind, and in an instant, you caught the bullet, smiling as you opened your hand to return it to him. Sun He was stunned, unable to believe it, yet you really managed to catch it. He laughed heartily, patting your shoulder. "Truly, Hyejin, your strength is indeed as rumored. Master Tran, I have come back on a mission to invite you to take the position of the Grand Instructor of Thuong Long." You were a bit confused. What exactly is the Grand Instructor of Thuong Long? After that, Daesung had to explain for a long time. Minho rested his chin on his hand, understanding. "So, Thuong Long is the special tribe of the Kim Lang Military District, the Grand Instructor. That is the highest position in the Thang Long Army, responsible for training and fighting for all of Thuong Long." He immediately confirmed, "That's right. It's easier to communicate if you have a local with you." Then he followed the old man's advice and brought a two along. "It's just that your age is too young. Initially, your military rank won't be very high, but in the end, it definitely won't be low." Major General Sun He also happily said, "A 20-year-old Major General. Among the entire decline, only you stand out." "But you asked a crucial question. If this position is so important, why are you looking for me?" Daesung helplessly replied that the previous Grand Instructor had taken on all the responsibilities and resigned. Not long ago, there was a martial arts competition for the entire Thuong Long Army with all 10 teams. 5 participating in the Special Forces combat rankings. The elite ranked third from the bottom. Sun He asked in shock, "What about these 10 combat teams?" "It also includes 3 teams that don't focus on developing into special forces, right? So that means..." He held his head in exhaustion, "That's right. So, among the 7 major military districts, Thuong Long ranks last from the bottom." She was at a loss for words. No wonder Minho was even more confused. "If that's the case, then there shouldn't be a reason to look for me. If you want to take charge of commanding training, then you need to find an elite soldier who is skilled in techniques." On the way, Minho seriously asked her, "How are the competitions organized here?" "Special operations and modern military strategy, because I don't even know what kind of gun you have in your hand." He laughed and explained, "Don't worry about that, Master Tran. Thuong Long has a complete set of instructors. As for the Grand Instructor who is specially invited, you only need to be responsible for training combat capabilities. Personal training for them is enough." You furrowed your brows and asked again. "Personal combat training," Daesung explained in detail. "The reason for the 7 defeats of the elite special forces this time is precisely in personal combat. We couldn't match up against those soldiers. Other special forces, they can take on 2, even 3. We are basically no match for them." Sun He curiously asked, "Who won first place in this competition?" He darkened his face and said, "First place is the Yenkin Military District. It is the Long Na of Nam Thien. They have continuously won first place 15 times in the competition. Individual combat and team combat, yet Tran Pham still felt a bit worried. "But I don't have time to train a bunch of kids." Daesung immediately offered a solution. Atu gently explained that during the day, there are regular martial arts competitions, while in the afternoon, it's the arena battles. The training site is not far from the Zhou office. It won't disrupt your studies, just 1 week. We can allocate 2 days to organize personal combat training for them." "That's fine, Master Tran. We are truly sincere. As long as you agree to the conditions, it's all good. Including the safety of your parents and your position in Bakjang, we can assure all of that." Jun Qi, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. Daesung's assurances this time were indeed very sincere. In the end, he agreed. "I'm in, but there's one condition. I want to use the name Bak Hu Yen." He happily committed. "This is too simple. Great. I will quickly send someone to pick you up." Seeing everything settled, Minho stood up. "Well, I'm heading back now." Assistant Chan Wook respectfully bowed his head. "Master Tran, I'll see you off." After seeing Minho off, Junki thoughtfully said, "Daesung, if you hadn't said that last sentence." I fear he would have refused right then. He turned back to ask his father, "Position in Jiangbak?" Junki shook his head. "In the evening, there's a campfire party." Then, she added that the arena battles are real fights. "No, it's about the safety of your parents." At that moment, he had returned to his home. Minho opened his suitcase to take out his things. "I can leave now." While he hadn't left yet, for long, I could start arranging the spirit guiding formation. The sound crystal could be used to set up the fog formation. At the same time, it serves as the foundation for the spirit guiding formation. 3 days later, he satisfiedly told himself that he had finished arranging the sound crystal. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the formation technique. A segment of the void seemed to be torn apart. Brilliant light gradually enveloped the villa, forming a hazy light membrane that protected it. Minho felt pleased as he absorbed the amount of spiritual energy. The pure spiritual energy feels so comfortable. Then I need to continue cultivating. A week later, the military vehicle stopped in front of the villa. He immediately sensed their arrival. A man and a woman in military uniforms appeared from the vehicle. The man mocked, "Is this really the residence of that young archbishop?" The young girl sternly reminded, "It's Master Tran. The archbishop is someone chosen by the higher-ups. Mind your attitude a bit," Dong Lai retorted irritably. No matter who he is, how can that brat possibly qualify to be our Archbishop of Long? Real fights can lead to death. Although the rewards are plentiful, the participants are all pushed to their limits by life. The blonde girl hurriedly said, "Suppress that thought. He's in charge of personal combat training." He looked down even more. That's even stranger. He's just a 16-17-year-old kid, at most a minor success in internal energy. I could slap him to death with just one hit. She adjusted her glasses, narrating from the documents. According to our records, this Master Tran has already reached the transformation realm. Dong Lai scoffed in disbelief. Transformation realm? No way! Reaching the transformation realm in martial arts means transcending into a saint. He's no longer a mere mortal. King Than frowned and said, "Could it be the documents are wrong? But I oversee Chan Wook. The intelligence officer cannot make such a mistake." He laughed mockingly and asserted, "That's definitely wrong." Nam Thien reached great internal energy at 17, this guy Bak Huyen. How could it be a transformation? She walked ahead and knocked on the door. "Is Mr. Tren home? We are from the military district." Receiving the order to pick up the gentleman to the facility at Thrung Long, the door opened and he welcomed them inside. Vu Than smiled and greeted, "You must be Mr. Huyen," although he thought inside that the man seemed too young. They are all people who have been cornered by life, yet her explanation was met with a rather disinterested expression. He confirmed, "That's right, it's me, Dong Lai, Yin Yang Quirk Energy, Chief Instructor Teo Chun. I am Dong Lai, the strongest of the 8 extremes. Pleased to meet you." Vu Than wanted to stop, but it was too late. "Chief Instructor," he coldly said. "Chief Instructor Trun, we are all martial artists, so let's not discuss ranks anymore. If you can defeat me, then I will accept it. Otherwise, even the soldiers won't respect you," she said shyly. "The Chief Instructor is the Chief Instructor. Personal combat training tends to be a bit hot-headed. Don't worry, you are the Chief Instructor. Members of Thrun Long will absolutely obey your orders." Minho's attitude was also fearless. "Why should I spar with you? I am the chief instructor. You are the deputy instructor. You must obey me." He gritted his teeth in anger. "We are all martial artists. Don't you follow the rules of the martial arts community? Or what?" Minho frowned. "You say I am the martial artist, Dong Lai. Now I take the identity of chief instructor." "I order you to shut up!" Heijin's words truly angered him. After finishing, Minho pretended to look down on him. Even though Ji-hoon has money, 45 million is still quite a burden. That's really impressive, yes. Minho began to feel wary. He was already wearing that kind of expression. He was already used to hearing military orders and replied, "Understood, Chief Instructor," and he smiled happily. "All right, let's get going," Vu Than followed up, also confused. Why are they going empty-handed as if for a stroll? It wasn't until the military vehicle was on the road that she introduced herself. "Chief Instructor, my name is Vu Than. I am your personal advisor and liaison. The Thung Long facility is in a military-restricted area. The situation is very complex. So we need to take a helicopter first," Vu Than reminded. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If I knew, I would tell you everything." But Minho firmly replied, "No." The more she thought, the more uneasy she felt. "You and the chief instructor really seem worlds apart. Could it be a mistake?" Dong Lai thought while driving. "Little Jae-hyun, wait until we reach Thuong Long to see how you deal with those arrogant and stubborn soldiers." At this moment, many people had gathered at the arena. They grumbled, "Damn it, we've been waiting for 3 hours and still no sign. This new chief instructor is also quite arrogant. I heard he was appointed by superiors, not even 20 years old, specializing in combat training. He didn't care about beauty at all." A group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. Jae-hyun shot a dark glance and said, "What are you doing here?" When the previous chief instructor took office, he was already over 40. The last chief instructor, during his term, achieved countless military exploits. Only then could he become the chief instructor. Just as they were discussing, the team leader shouted, "Who takes office or not is none of our business. We just need to follow orders," the group replied seriously. The captain, a bald guy in the corner, approached his teammate. He started a conversation. "Xiao Shi, you just passed the Thung Long recruitment exam. There's no need to rush." Minho puffed out his chest and declared, "Follow the captain's example." At that moment, Tank's expression darkened as he said, "What do you think will happen once the Grand Commander arrives? Should we take him down first?" A bespectacled soldier reminded them, "Didn't the captain just tell us to follow orders?" "Orders?" Tan quickly explained. "Who said we wouldn't comply? It's just to show off a bit. If he has no skills, then let him keep being the Grand Commander. But he shouldn't interfere with our training. He just asked more about our shooting skills. Close combat or obstacle racing?" Thu Hyejin immediately replied, "No, no." Minho remained polite, smiling as he responded. After that, he received a commanding suggestion from him. "Don't run around at night. Come meet me at the guest house. If he comes to train personal combat skills, then let's do it one-on-one." At this moment, the helicopter entered the gathering area. Vu Thon announced, "Grand Commander Trun, we are about to arrive at the Thung Long base." Minho calmly replied, "Yeah." She was still a bit worried. The Grand Commander might be challenged by the soldiers here after arriving. Looks like he'll need to show some skills. He might be challenged by the soldiers here. He'll likely have to show some skills. Yu slowly replied, "I understand. In the military, it's always about force, the strong rule." This attitude made Dong Lai feel secretly annoyed. "I'll just sit back and watch your show." Bak Huyen also felt helpless before Vu Thon. He's going to Thurn Long like this. He's bound to suffer losses. At this moment, Minho suddenly asked, "Now that we're here, are we landing right away?" She was startled and replied, right now." Then he said, "No need, just stop right here." Minho smiled knowingly and directly opened the helicopter door. Dong Lai was shocked to see this. Grand Commander Trun. Vu Thon was also confused. "What do you mean by that?" He only heard Minho ask back. With that, he left. The bald guy followed, curiously asking Jae Hyun, "Is that kid Jae Hyun? Didn't you say before that you had to show some skills for them to comply?" Her face froze at his words. "That's right. If not, Trun would overpower them. Then it would be very difficult to proceed with the next tasks." So Minho replied, "I got it." Dong Lai seemed to understand something. "Do you want to jump out right now? This position is over 100 meters from the ground. Hurry and tell the pilot to land." He laughed brightly, responding, "That's right. I plan to jump out right now." His shocking words left both of them stunned. But Minho had already gained momentum and jumped straight out of the helicopter, diving through the clouds. The people below had noticed. "Look, the helicopter has arrived. Finally, the new command gate has arrived. Remember to go easy on them later. Don't inflict any serious injuries." Tank cracked his knuckles, sneering. "Let me teach him a lesson." Before Minho, he silently told himself, "Minho, just wait. One day, I will become the strongest." Then, in front of you, just a moment later, they felt something strange. "Not in a hurry," he explained. "My nephew came here on his own." Kwok Dong sneered and chimed in. "Why is the helicopter just hovering? Is it not landing?" "The helicopter door is open," the one wearing glasses exclaimed in panic. "Look over there. Someone is jumping down from the helicopter." The group of soldiers whispered in shock. In their sight, a figure was diving down. He landed smoothly on the ground, but the tremors from him still caused the technical room to detect vibrations. "Is there an earthquake?" The soldiers outside were confused. They stood frozen, staring at the ground which had caved in like a pit. Pale-faced, they couldn't believe he had jumped directly from the helicopter. Later, Minho silently admitted, "That's impressive." But right after that, he saw Minho's face. He smiled and introduced himself. "Member of the Commercial Dragon." "Hello everyone, I am Bak Hyun." The tank stuttered in shock. "Is this the new Grandmaster?" "Glasses, why don't you try to solo him in a one-hit move? He jumped from over 100 meters." Completely unfazed, he quickly waved his hand. "Hey, let's go." "You can't even shoot through him." "I'm so embarrassed." Minho was even angrier. Now, the kids hear anything about underground fighting and want to join in on the fun. His gaze suddenly turned filthy. "No weapon could penetrate," Captain Minho had come to report. The Grandmaster asked me calmly, "I heard you wanted to challenge me, and now I'm here. Anyone who wants to challenge can step forward." Daeung Haejin, the soldiers could only stand in silence. Minho laughed, scratching his neck. "If no one steps forward, it means there are no objections, right?" They stammered in reply. "No, no objections." He glared fiercely and shouted loudly. In the sky, the helicopter also swayed. The two from Dong Lai trembled. It was terrifying. Below, the weak soldiers were frightened and sat down, shaking. The captain solemnly reported to the Grand Master, "We have no objections." The entire group repeated that phrase in unison. Minho cursed, frustrated at their weakness. "So weak. It's no wonder the army ranks last in martial arts competitions. But you can rest assured, with my training skills, even a beast can become a powerful divine creature." At that moment, the helicopter finally landed. Vuthon walked over, praising Grandmaster Trun. "Truly extraordinary, Haejin." Dong Lai also felt embarrassed. "That kid's girlfriend isn't bad, she's fair-skinned." Jaehyun looked at Kwok Dong with a disgusted expression. "Admittedly, I am completely convinced by Grandmaster Trun." Minho didn't argue, announcing, Then let's disperse, gather at the training ground after lunch at the military building. Countless discussions began. I heard the new Grand Master is a remarkable person. I saw him jump directly from over 100 meters. He landed so coolly. Inside the room, the three of them were also silent. He hesitated to ask, "Does the Grand Master have any prejudices against us?" Tan held his face in despair. If it were me, I would also have prejudices. A bunch of bottom-tier guys daring to point fingers in front of the Grand Master during martial arts. The captain in the room also said that the Grand Master would definitely teach us a lesson. He curiously wondered, is the Grand Master really a master of internal energy like Master Thoi? Minho denied it. Even Master Thoi wouldn't dare jump from that height. No matter how powerful a martial artist is, they're still human. They're not gods. Tang shrugged optimistically. At least that proves Master Thoi can't do it. That bald guy is too lecherous. He only associates with him because he's rich. They started discussing animatedly. So this new Grandmaster is just like Nam Thien then. Nam Thien might even be stronger, possibly even more powerful than Nam Thien. They didn't notice. Minho's expression was extremely bad. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Masters, a silent report was being presented. The situation at the Shanglong base is all here. Minho refused, saying he would leave right after training them. I don't need these things. Deep down, you know that if you see the classified military documents, getting deeply involved in managing the Chanwook base means you won't be able to leave later. She was a bit surprised, returning a question to Grandmaster Tran. How do you want to train these members? We have various weapons and support members. Minho waved his hand in refusal, saying, it's not necessary. To raise their level to Long Na in a short time, special methods must be used. The two from Dong Lai were stunned to hear about reaching Long Na's level in such a short time. He worriedly asked the Grand Master again. The combat capability of Dan Bin Long Na is already the best. It's really too hard to surpass them. Just in Tan Thui City. Then, he continued to glare at Minho. Minho already has Min Jung. He smiled confidently, saying, for me, it's as easy as flipping my hand. Minho pulled out a plan. He directly handed it to Vu Than, who was a bit surprised to receive it, and upon seeing the content, her eyes widened in shock. You confirm this is the special training method we've established. Just train according to this. In a month, they can defeat an internal energy martial artist. Someone else in the room asked how that would work. Combat training, may I ask, Grandmaster? What exactly is the secret in this training plan? Minho explained that after completing this plan, they would be able to contend with internal energy martial artists. Just by muscle? Dong Lai was the first to react. Could this plan really be similar to Thai boxing? Even so, it's confusing, but Thai boxing requires higher standards than internal energy. Only those with willpower beyond the ordinary can succeed. He continued to smile and explain, saying my plan has much lower requirements than Thai boxing. Therefore, they should be able to succeed, especially if combined with my unique Dan Duok. And now he's trying to charm this girl too. How ridiculous. Atu felt that too. They could achieve success rapidly in a short time, but because of that, they would not be able to progress further. This time, it was Vu Than who was shocked. Unique Dan Duok. She hurriedly asked what kind of formula could we see. However, in his heart, he thought that Dan Duok is the most important secret of the major sects, even more important than the techniques. He might not be willing to reveal it, but unexpectedly, Minho decisively pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to them without hesitation. Dong Lai was horrified. This was a medicine worth 1,000 gold, so he hurriedly read on. Grandmaster Tran, are you okay doing that? He calmly said to them, it's fine. The name of this elixir is *** rotting body pill, ***. It can only be used in conjunction with this *** Thuong Long *** training plan. Outsiders won't benefit from it. An elixir method used for training, surely that should satisfy everyone, right? That afternoon, the soldiers all used the medicine for training, their bodies full of energy, as if they were suffering from excruciating pain all over. Everyone was screaming in agony, it hurt so much, yet they also felt the difference, energy was gathering. Later, you held a jade bottle in your hand, introducing that if you used the jade bottle, the effect could last for a week. Whatever you want, I'm willing to agree. Minho was unyielding, saying, what I mean is, Yun Ah was also shocked, murmuring, Master Tran. Only Min Jung seemed quite excited, realizing Minho was Master Tran. Tran and nearby was calculating, wondering if it was related to Hyo Van. But what connection could a textile company have with a real estate company? Ha Khan sat at the banquet, reflecting on his memories, thinking he was just a vice chairman in a remote county. Small and unfamiliar with this person. Someone nearby commented, why does that Mr. Nan seem to be rushing towards Minho? The other party responded in doubt. Could it be a connection from the 3CA? After all, they were from the Zhou office. In the quiet space, little Nan walked slowly, happily approaching Ka Khan. Creating a sense of both respect and friendliness, he bowed politely to greet County Chairman Tran and Mrs. Tran. Little Nan paid his respects to the two. Ka Khan quickly assisted. Mr. Nan, you are also a big boss at the Zhou office. If that's the case, we will lose years off our lives, little Nan cheerfully said. Compared to you two and Mr. Tran, I'm nothing. He took out a small blue gift box, formally presenting it to Mrs. Tran. A person of ordinary appearance and ability, at most just a high school student, who fought pretty well. This is a small token of appreciation for Mrs. Tran. Mrs. Tran must accept it, leaving Hugh Van bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, stammering a thank you to little Nan, he then said, I don't dare to take up any more of your time. Farewell, Jae-hyun. His actions caused quite a stir. What was going on? It felt like he wasn't a billionaire boss at all. Rather, it felt like a worker gifting a present to a boss. Minho sat in a corner, saying, this fat guy knows how to play it right. After giving the gift, he left, making a good impression on the parents without making them dislike that AI, raising questions. Third aunt, what gift did Boss Nan give you? Let us widen our horizons a bit. Hugh Van was somewhat confused about this. She was worried in her heart. Having never met Nan the cow, if he gave something ordinary, then their family would become a laughingstock. But what was in front of her completely shocked her. Oh my god, everyone around was buzzing. The jadeite was of pure green crystal. Hey Jin must be worth at least 10 million, right? Wait, isn't this the Spring Full House pair? The auction in Hong Kong. How did it reach 50 million Hong Kong dollars? Xuan Man Lao truly is something else. Hugh Van stood there, wide-eyed. A person standing at the peak of Jiangbei is the great Jae-hyun, the leader of Jiangbei, observing the beings below. It was so shocking that the words seemed to get stuck in her throat. She felt a bit scared. This gift is too precious. Should we return it? I just saw him say to wait and decide later. Ka Khan thought, even if I wanted to return it, not now. Besides, the boss of Nun is mainly here for Minho. How could that be? I don't even understand Minho's abilities well. The scenery gradually changed, from a tree-lined path to the grand gate of the villa appearing before their eyes. An important character appeared. The Chinduk Stock Corporation, Director Cho, and Chief Colleague Chin Chin Lin arrived. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Which Chief Colleague Trin from the corporation controls Chinduk Stocks? Nine Lin, Director Shao, Triton Jae-hyun. He also came to the Trun family, but he has no business ties with him. Tren An thought, why is this rich guy from Jiangba coming all the way to the Trun family's annual event? Tren Nin thought the person before was from Director Shao, seemingly coming for Minho. Could this person be the same? Young Jae couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? It must be a mistake, Ji-hoon thought to himself. Kiem Han excitedly welcomed the guest, Treen Jae-hyun. What brings you all the way here? Nine Lin replied. Director Trun, right? This time it's to welcome Mr. Trun, he asked back in confusion. Which Mr. Trun? Could it be the big brother of Chin Han? The big brother is indeed impressive. Even a rich guy from Jiangbak came to visit. Congratulations to Chief Secretary Chun, Chun-hook flattered, exclaiming, the Chun-an family is truly remarkable. Chun-an was proudly beaming, while Anna silently thought, that fat guy with the last name Nyan seemed to have addressed Minho the same way before. Could I be mistaken? Just then, Nine Lin spoke up. Not Chief Secretary Trun, I came to congratulate Minho, Mr. Trun. All three froze, surprised. Who is Minho? Trun Minho! She slapped her head, realizing that Heijin's instincts were right. In an instant, Nine Lin moved to stand behind him. He clasped his hands, bowed, and formally greeted, Mr. Trun, Nine Lin has come to congratulate you. Minho remained indifferent, and Heijin replied, you're here. But inside, he felt a bit helpless. Perhaps the identity of Trun. So this was his trump card. Why was he clenching his fist, hiding it deep inside? I originally thought you were just an ordinary person. This master can't be hidden for much longer. But if it could shock the Trun family, then it would be worth it. Moreover, sooner or later, he must tell his grandpa. Minho politely invited him to sit. He replied, yes, Trun-hook, reluctantly responding, I'll stand. But the look in his eyes towards Minho was filled with jealousy. Huayan, being hospitable, said, Director Tin Jae-hyun, are you here to see my grandson? Nine, Lin said enthusiastically, addressing Heijin Trun. Mr. Tran, of high status in the Tran family, of course. Heijin must come to congratulate at my family feast, modestly unwilling to give in. Pointing at Minho, questioning him why he called him Mr. Tran, and even of high status. And Anna beside was equally puzzled. Little fam, what's going on? He then explained slowly. Mr. Tran has a regenerative favor towards me. Nine Lin is always extremely grateful. Everyone is confused about the regenerative favor. He's just a little high school student. How could he have a regenerative favor towards a wealthy person worth billions? At this moment, Han was surprised, but only dared to think to himself, how could your family know Nine Lin Min Ho? Your background, ability, and methods could make you envious. What could be worth a billionaire lowering himself to associate? Both Kak Han and Hugh Van understood, also didn't understand what was happening. What on earth was the announcement outside? Kyung-soo, CEO of the entertainment company, from Chao Chu, General Chu Kyung-soo, came to the senior associate of HOA Thin Real Estate Company. The city of Than Tui is meeting with the chief executive of the Tianha Port Group. Tian Sheng meets the chief executive of Vin Donghai, Xiao Jaehyun, and is surprised by Tran Qiu next to him. Why is Jaehyun here? All the guests bow respectfully before him, telling Tran Jiajia about the banquet. We came to congratulate Mr. Tran, and all three of them, Tran Hook, and Na, and Tran An, are so shocked by He Jin that they freeze. She is filled with questions. Is this Minho really the Minho that she knows? Suddenly, those feet appear. Evoking a sense of surprise, the other party actively greets Jaehyun. Master Jaehyun, Secretary Jaehyun of the Tran family, Hawaiian, leaning on his cane, hospitably replies, Chief Executive Jaehyun, you are too polite for coming all the way from Haichao. However, I never expected Tao to lose completely. Minho then stepped onto the stage and said, I have nothing to say. It's our fault for not welcoming a distinguished guest properly. Jaehyun laughs heartily. How could I not come to Mr. Tran's family banquet? Mayor Tran, Mrs. Tran, Tran Jia Jia, we are here to congratulate you. After that, the people below also shout, wishing you longevity and peace. Kim Han watches this scene feeling annoyed. When Jaehyun sees him, he only clasped his hands. But when meeting Minho's parents, he is formal. Meeting people, the difference is so stark. Kak Han awkwardly says, Chief Executive Jaehyun, we just met for the first time. You don't need to perform such great rituals. Jaehyun pays no mind. Still flattering Mrs. Tran, Madam has given birth to an extraordinary child. What is he doing now? Is there anyone in Jiangbak who doesn't know the great name of Mr. Tran? Han and his wife are shocked when he calls their son Mr. Tran. Both are extremely surprised. He Jin looks at each other blankly and mutters, Minho's great name, a lady attending the party completely does not believe what she just heard. Could it be that everyone has mistaken him? With Minho's shabby appearance, but she hadn't finished speaking when Abu interrupted, if you dare say that in Jiangbak. In the future, Donghae and Kyungsoo will arrange for the big shots to gather around him, showing excitement. I would have broken your legs long ago. Jaehyun also sternly reminds this lady, please be careful with your words. She quickly covers her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Kak Han gently reminds, please instruct your subordinates to be cautious. Jaehyun's face is grim as he speaks. Mr. Tran, your esteemed status is known throughout Jiangbak. Disrespecting him is equivalent to opposing us. Min Jung also steps forward, greeting Uncle Tran. Aunt Wang, hello everyone. She surprisingly asks, young lady, what is your name? The girl politely replies, my name is Hua Min Jung. Jaehyun is my father. I am classmates with Minho. Aunt Wang, this is a gift I saved my pocket money for. It took a whole year to buy it. You must not refuse it. Huvan nods and accepts, replying, all right, all right. When she opened the gift box, she was utterly surprised. Inside was a luxurious gold watch, clearly elegant and high class. Auntie Long smiled at Minjung and said gratefully, all right, I accept it. In contrast to his wife, Kak Han stood beside her, serious and silently thinking. Minho dares to date while still in high school. Meanwhile, Hiu Vun felt joyful and exclaimed, it's impressive that a boy can find a beautiful girlfriend like this. Kak Han glanced over, puzzled, and asked, Minho? Master Tran, it's been a while. Master Tran, my hotel is opening. Please come and celebrate with me. A boy can find a beautiful girlfriend like this. That's impressive. Kak Han glanced over in confusion as Jaehyun talked about Minho. What does high status and a renowned name in Jiangbei mean at this moment? There were continuous announcements of guests visiting Chief Ho of the pharmaceutical company Kai Long and General Lo from the stock control company. Van Dung, General Truong from the Tenbuk Group. The guests who just arrived bowed respectfully to Mr. Chun. We came to congratulate Min Ho, so we already know. Observing this scene with pride, I thought to myself, no one can compare to me. So that's how it is. Trun An sat quietly in a corner drinking tea, feeling envious. What does it matter if there are more rich people? He is just a high school student, and his father is just a minor official. I am the most outstanding elite in the younger generation of the Trun family, and my father is the future hope of the Trun family. Chin Han also found it hard to accept this. I am the elder. I am the pillar of the Kim Lung Trun family. How could I lose to a high school student? Hiu Van pulled Min Jung's hand and curiously asked, Little Fee, tell me the truth. What is going on with Min Ho? Master Tran, I can finally see you again. After that, Min Ho returned to his seat, walking past Young Jae. She worriedly thought, could it be that he is using the name of the Vung family? I don't want to take advantage of the Vung family at all. Min Jung whispered, my dad doesn't allow me to say, but now Min Ho. Kaka is the leader of Jiangbei. Even the richest person in Jiangbei, Vin Hoa, cannot compare. Vun was extremely surprised to hear this. Hey Jin, the richest person in Jiangbei, Vin Hoa, has Min Ho surpassed him? Suddenly, there was a buzz of conversation around. Someone else had arrived. Military District Pass, white car. The guards, seeing such a distinguished guest for the first time, quickly announced, Ngui Jaehyun, Ngui Jaehyun, Jaehyun's family has arrived. Kak Han felt something was off and asked, Which Ngui Jae-hyun? Do we have any wealthy people with the last name Ngui in Jiangnan? Someone else was also paying attention. Could it be that Ngui Jae-hyun has come? Huai An found it hard to believe. Is Junki the Junki from the Nuki family in Jiangbei? Nuki Jae-hyun, the general, has arrived. Hurry, Chin-han, come to welcome Ngui Jae-hyun. He hurriedly ran out to greet him. This is indeed Ngui Jae-hyun, the Chun family. I will not sell it to someone like you, but rather to the great Jae-hyun of all Jiangbei. Just follow my orders, and there will be a share. He smiled and said, that call earlier was really from your dad. He got angry and slammed his hand on the table. Since when did such a big figure come to our house? Could it be that he came because Minho is outside? It really is Junki and his daughter Sun Hee. It really is Ngui Jae-hyun. I've seen his picture before. Everyone was surprised. No wonder it's the Ngui family from Jiangbei. Jung Hang greeted Ngui Jae-hyun. You personally came here, truly a distinguished guest at our home. Junki stayed silent and said nothing. He turned around and saw Min Ho sitting across the room drinking tea and immediately rushed over to stand behind him. Then, he respectfully clasped his hands and said, Mr. Tran, I, the old Jae-hyun, have come to your home to ask for forgiveness. Jungxing watched this scene in shock. His parents were also left speechless in astonishment. Tran Nin stood by watching, smiling inwardly as he thought, I was wrong again. This kid has surpassed my expectations. Aninya also wondered, is this really my brother? Minho, you still sat calmly in your chair and said, Ni Jae-hyun has a good heart. Hoyan hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him, politely inviting Nu Jae-hyun, please come inside to talk. A sense of helplessness spread. Minjung ran over and called out, your dad, Minho. Jae-hyun opened his arms affectionately towards Minjung. Junki smiled and replied, is it Tran Jae-hyun? The entire family gathered together to have a serious conversation. Hoyan was the first to speak up. Little fam, can you explain this to us? Zhengxing thought, while also fearing yesterday's incident after the rest. Yet there are still some mayors from Jiangbei and soldiers from the Jiangbei military district coming to look for him. Kiem Han was also confused. They all came because of Minho. Kakan looked at him questioningly and asked, what exactly happened to Minho? Hyovan spoke with a reproachful tone, saying he didn't trust his son's abilities. At this moment, he stood up seriously. Before discussing this matter, I have a proposal. I propose to dismiss the chairman of Tran Corporation, Kiem Han. Handing over this position to Miss Hyovan, everyone raised their hands in agreement. I agree. Kiem Han glanced at his brother, hesitated, and called out to his elder brother Zhengxing. He just lowered his head to show agreement. Hoyan stood up and boldly declared, if that's the case, then from now on, Hyovan will take over as chairman of the corporation. He gently reminded Minjung, I still have some things to discuss with your dad. She smiled obediently and replied, yes. Hearing this, Tran Corporation's Kiem Han felt devastated. Even father and Hyovan spoke up. Thank you for this, Dad. Seeing no one object, Minho signaled that the voting was complete and spoke to everyone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Ho Ai-an curiously asked Little Fam, how do you know people like Chan Wook, the commander? In the military and with Ngui Jae-hyun, he calmly replied, I used to treat Ngui Jae-hyun's illness. As for Chan Wook, the commander needed to seek me out. Zhengxing was surprised. Heijin asked, what did he need you for? He is the commander-in-chief. What does he need you for? Minho laughed and explained, haven't you all heard of internal martial arts practitioners? Everyone speculated about martial arts masters, but internal martial arts practitioners were not referring to Chan Wook. He began to explain martial arts. Entering internal martial arts, cultivating to a high realm, can allow one to not fear blades or guns. If they reach the transformation realm, from then on, they can roam freely throughout the world. He quickly guessed his son's intention. You're the one who's a martial artist of some sort, Minho smiled and corrected. To be more precise, I'm a master of transformation. Donghae thought to himself that it seemed his son had offended Minho, while his daughter was close to Master Tran. He feared that his position in Master Tran's heart might be taken by Jae-hyun. Accordingly, he unleashed a stream of spiritual energy, a brilliant light illuminating the Trun family's garden. Huayan crossed his arms and spoke silently. Just based on that one move of yours, even the Grand Commander would plead, Chan Wook deciphered. Minho spoke, hinting at him. Do you remember when I said I would treat Ngui Jae-hyun? Let me check your health. He agreed and extended his hand for Minho to take his pulse. Minho carefully examined him, silently observing his complexion. And inside your body, a tumor has already formed, he said worriedly. Sir, there's no need to finish that. Huayan sadly revealed the truth. Forget it. Forget about this. You should have told us earlier. I have stage 4 cancer. Hearing this, Minho didn't seem too surprised. He had already checked his condition, so he knew better than anyone. The atmosphere turned serious. Everyone worriedly exclaimed, Dad! To calm everyone down, Huayan said, before I die, being able to see the outstanding descendants of the Trun family is enough for me. Minho suddenly spoke up. I can cure your illness. On the contrary, being close to Master Tran, he was worried that his current position in Master Tran's heart might also be taken by Jae Hyun. Everyone was surprised to hear this, and Hae-jin exclaimed, "What? Really?" He spoke firmly. "Everyone, don't worry. Regarding this," Minho pondered. "First, use the Spirit Spring and Longevity pills to extend his life, then I will find elixirs or enhance his cultivation, strengthening his life for a few days later, at the villa on top of Van Vusun Trong. Recently, there have been many rumors that the villa on the mountaintop belongs to Master Trun. These white bones were set up by Master Trun to protect the villa. Unfortunately, there is security in place. We can't go in to take a look." Minho has been focusing on cultivation at home for the past few days. He thought to himself, after the family banquet, I will return here immediately. I have been cultivating in the void. I have perfected the 4-tier body refining technique, and I tell myself that only the final tier, the Tao body, remains to achieve the Tao body. It requires an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Either I slowly cultivate for 3 years, or I find heavenly and earthly spiritual materials. He stepped closer to Sister Hae-jin, who looked at him in shock, unable to say anything. Minho smiled and spoke up. Directly cultivating the original energy within it, but resources on Earth are too scarce. Right now, I don't have any silver spirit fruits. The primal herbs and fate anchoring won't be able to refine into true Bodhi pills. With the resources of the Triton family, Anki has searched everywhere. He only found one batch of spiritual medicine. My cultivation has reached a standstill, so I should go out and look for a bit. Just as he stepped to the door, Minho saw Bak Lai's tail peeking out from behind the clouds. It was happily waving, soaring back and forth in the blue sky. After a round, it leaned its head close to him. Feeling dejected, he tossed Bak Lai a spirit pill. "Hey, you little brat, don't you worry about disturbing the guests at the inn below the mountain? Even though you are a spirit beast, you can still cultivate. If you can condense into a physical form later, you could even break the Van Son Grand formation. From now on, you can roam freely and transform into a true dragon. With you and Sung Woo at home, the spirit pills are going to run out soon. The physical training techniques of the Ghost Witch sect are truly inferior. How can they compare to the true immortal cultivation techniques?" Sung Woo then came over and asked, "Master, do you want to go out?" Minho nodded and said, "You're coming with me." Previously, he had said he was Master Tran. You didn't believe it, so do you believe it now? Saying that, he drank a cup of water in one gulp. A little later, the two arrived at the bus station. He thought to himself, even though Sungwoo looks tall and honest on the outside, but his whole body is made of bronze. He can't get through security checks. The two found an empty seat at the back of the bus. He greeted the person in front. "My name is Minho." The girl with glasses cheerfully turned around. "Hello, my name is Jisoo. Is that person your friend, so tall he could play in the NBA?" To avoid her being too concerned, Minho made up an excuse. "He's my cousin, not really all there, but very kind." Jisoo was surprised. "Really? I'm a university student from Shao. I'm here in Lam Shao for fun. How about you?" He replied, "I'm just out for a stroll." A while later, the bus stopped at a rest area. Jisoo turned to wake her friend sitting with her. "Seo Hyun has arrived at the rest stop. Do you want to use the restroom?" The girl next to her woke up and said, "No." She was just talking to someone. She pointed to introduce the people behind her. "This is Minho and Sungwoo." Seo Hyun politely turned to greet Minho, right? "Hello," Seo Hyun just glanced at Minho. After that, he quietly turned around and left to return to the New Ai family villa, with young Jae following the butler. Then she said nothing more. After that, she turned back to busy herself with her phone. Jisoo shyly explained that Seo Hyun's personality is a bit cold. "Don't mind her," he smiled back. "It's okay," Long thought. "A beautiful girl like that. There's always someone flattering her. No wonder she's so arrogant." She started showing more interest and asking more questions. "By the way, Teofam, do you have any plans after arriving in Lam Shao? Want to hang out with us?" Jisoo thought to herself, "We're just two girls going out. If Sungwoo is with us, our safety will be guaranteed." Minho glanced at Seo Hyun, who still seemed cold. She neither objected nor said anything. He politely replied, "I have a friend in Lam Shao." Jisoo exclaimed, "Oh, that's fine." Just then, a young man with blonde hair stepped onto the bus. The driver immediately greeted, "Hey, how? You're here." The young blonde was quickly drawn in by Seo Hyun's beautiful appearance. He strode straight to the back of the bus, his attitude very polite, saying to Minho, "Kid, go sit somewhere else." Upon reaching the living room, he met his father, who was currently discussing matters with other wealthy individuals. "You shot a cold glance. I'm talking to you." Hao frowned and retorted, "Is there someone else here? Move aside." The two girls didn't dare to speak up. The driver's voice rang out, reminding, "Hey buddy, you should let Hao have the seat." Minho sighed and replied, "All right." Seeing him stand up, the guy patted his shoulder smugly. "You're doing the right thing." Minho glanced over, refusing to back down. "I'm standing up not to give you my spot." He didn't expect the glare back. "What did you just say?" Seung-woo immediately grabbed Hao's collar from behind, feeling a terrifying pressure. He felt uneasy. Bro, you're wrong. Hao, frightened, waved his hands. Help! But Seung-woo still dragged him out of the car by the collar. You're wrong, bro. He was pushed down, sitting hard on the ground. The driver, wanting no trouble, reminded Hao, you can't provoke him. If not, then get out of the car now. I'm not charging you for the ride, Minho said nonchalantly. Haejin smiled. It's fine. Seo Hyun suddenly turned to look at him, then turned back to sit as before. The bus continued down the road. Minho closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, thinking in his sensory awareness. Minho stood alone near the glass door, and as soon as his father saw him, he shouted, You brat! How dare you offend Master Tran? A few SUVs were chasing after them. Indeed, one vehicle was running parallel to the bus. Then it overtook them. Immediately, a group of young men with sticks got out to threaten them. Stop the vehicle. How dare you touch our Hao? He also got out of the SUV, shouting, Who threw me down just now? Get out of the car immediately, or you'll regret it. Seeing this, Jisoo looked very worried and asked, What do we do, Seo Hyun? Where are we now? Can we escape? She replied, We're probably at the border area between Thanh Thuy City and Jiangshao City. Don't panic, the bus driver also spoke up. Buddy, you should have listened to me. This time you've really messed up. That Hao is nothing, but that Quan guy behind him is no joke. I've heard he's a special forces soldier, really tough. The border area between Thanh Thuy and Jiangshao is his territory. No one dares to mess with him. That's Quan for you. Now, you better listen to me. Get out of the car obediently. Apologizing might just spare you a beating. Minho remained composed, smiling as he replied. This water is crucial for me to dominate the Jiangbei powers. I want to use this water within 6 months. Come here! After that, he slapped him hard. Damn, he was unwilling to look at him with a hateful glare. Really? Seo Hyun mocked from the car. Acting brainlessly earlier, now you're regretting it. Minho simply smiled without responding. Then he and Seungwoo got out of the car. Jisoo looked worried. Pulling his hand back, she asked him, Are you really getting out? What if they don't accept your apology? You might be able to fight, but you can only take down one of them. Minho regarded it as a minor issue, laughing. No worries, those kids won't be a problem for me. Seo Hyun still maintained her arrogant attitude. If you beg me, I might help you out. He just waved dismissively, indicating he didn't need it, and continued walking out with Seungwoo as if nothing had happened. This made her fume inside, cursing silently. That arrogant jerk! Jisoo anxiously pleaded with Seo Hyun. You need to think of something fast. She hesitated slightly, but still replied. Okay, Seo Hyun thought to herself. After all, he did step in for me earlier. Just a phone call is all it takes. She opened her phone and called Mr. 5. The voice on the other end asked, Hello, who's looking for me? Mr. 5, it's Seo Hyun. We're on the east side of Thanh Thuy City. Sorry, Master Tran, I was wrong. But Minho remained silent. Young Jae anxiously asked Donghae, We're in a bit of trouble. A friend of mine has offended Quan, and now they're blocking our way. Mr. 5 asked, Is Quan that punk? No worries, I'll handle it. Seo Hyun replied happily, Thank you, Mr. 5. He confidently assured her, If your sister has entrusted me, I will certainly ensure your safety. After that, he immediately hung up. She sighed in relief. Jisoo eagerly asked, So, Seo Hyun? She smiled and replied, Don't worry, it's all sorted out. She thought to herself, This connection. I intended to save it for crucial moments, but I didn't expect to use it for this. With that thought, she cheerfully invited Jisoo. Let's go down. We need to see what's happening. The two of them walked down closer to where Minho and Seungwoo were standing. Opposite them were Dang Quan and his group of lackeys. Dang Quan spoke up. Hey buddy, you offended my gang, and you're not going to pay a price? Minho asked. What kind of price do you want? He pointed at Hao and continued. My bro here wants you to give up your spot, yet you threw him off the car. Sorry, Master Tran, I was wrong, but... Minho remained silent. Young Jae anxiously asked Donghae. At the very least, you should apologize and compensate for his injuries. Minho maintained a cooperative attitude, asking back, So how much do you want? Hao pointed to the wound on his face. I got hurt on my face. It should be at least 100,000. I'm not going, Minho replied nonchalantly. 100,000. That's too little. It should be several 100,000, one of his men shouted. What do you mean by that? Dang Quan immediately threatened. Hey buddy, are you messing with us? If you don't want to give us, bring your skills and talk. Seo Hyun interjected. Let's stop here. No more entangling with each other. How about it? Hao suggested to his sister. If not, then you can spend a few nights with Quan. Jisoo screamed in fear. Those thugs! Seo Hyun calmly asked Quan. What do you mean? He chewed on candy, pondering for a moment. Then he proposed, Apologies, compensation, I toast to you, my sister, a drink. Let's consider this over. She thought to herself, If I can solve this myself, it would be much better than bothering Mr. 5. Then Minho suddenly, Haejin shot a sharp glance over. Why isn't he saying anything, Dad? At that moment, he turned back and asked, Do you still remember what I told you? Your bro there kneels down, apologizes, and then compensates me 10 million. I won't pursue this matter any further. Dang Quan immediately clenched his fist, waving for his lackeys to approach and threaten the bro. Looks like you really want to play hardball with us, huh? The lackeys instantly rushed in to surround them. Each one held a weapon threateningly. Do you want to die? Seo Hyun felt her heart burning with anger, thinking, that brainless terrorist is acting recklessly. Can't he see the situation clearly? On the outside, she remained gentle, smiling as she said, Brother Kwan, you don't even want to show some respect to the 5th Jaehyun family? His subordinates looked at each other and murmured, What is the 5th Jaehyun family? Dang Kwan asked again. Is the 5th Jaehyun family from Jiangzhou? She confidently replied, That's right. Dang Kwan thought, The 5th Jaehyun family has been renowned in Jiangzhou for over 15 years. They are highly respected and hold a significant position. However, she was skeptical about her claim of knowing the 5th Jaehyun family. Highly respected and holding a significant position, yet she claimed to know the 5th Jaehyun family, which I didn't fully believe. He pondered for a moment and said, Have her call the 5th Jaehyun family. Seo Hyun immediately replied, My grandfather is about to send someone over. Just wait, Minho thought to himself. The 5th Jaehyun family from Jiangzhou is a traitor to Jiangzhou. He looked confused. What? I already apologized. What else do you want? Minho calmly reminded him. Last time, when Donghae mentioned SAO, a luxury car stopped right after, and a young man stepped out. He asked Dang Quan, Do you want to die? SAO dares to block even the guests of the 5th Jaehyun family? He replied defiantly, I thought AI was supposed to be sharp, but it turns out you're just a coward. Why did the 5th Jaehyun family not come but send a weakling like you? Seo Hyun felt a bit disappointed, thinking, Isn't the 5th Jaehyun coming in person? The coward spoke like Dang Quan. Pointing at Sung Woo, he said, Fine. The person you want me to hand over to you, but the 5th Jaehyun family didn't say they would protect him, right? Pointing at Sung Woo, he said, Fine, the person you want me to hand over to you, but the 5th Jaehyun family didn't say they would protect him, right? The coward hesitated but replied, The phone only mentioned one person. Jisoo saw him hesitate and spoke up. Xiao Fan acted for us. Don't leave him behind, Dang Quan suggested. If you want to protect this person, call the 5th Jaehyun family, have Jaehyun come in person, or let any major Jaehyun from Than Thui call. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. From our Than Thui, call someone, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Jisoo leaned in close to Seo Hyun and whispered, I said if you kneel and apologize, I won't break your legs. Hey Jin, you can't do that. She feels helpless. I don't know any major Jaehyun, Seo Hyun replied. I have even less right to make the 5th Jaehyun family come in person, Seo Hyun replied. My family is just related to the 6th family. Without relying on Sister Yen, I'm afraid even my phone call wouldn't be answered by the 5th Jaehyun family. Brother Hao said disdainfully, Little Jaehyun, let's see who can save you now, Minho asked with a smile in his eyes. Any major Jaehyun will do. Dang Quan gritted her teeth and narrowed her eyes, saying, Let me see if I've ever heard of that name before. He already had a plan in mind. I'm not afraid of Minho. I just need to investigate the opponent's background thoroughly before I push him into a dead end. This way I could be sure. Seo Hyun also wondered if Minho knew someone from the 5th tier. Jaehyun's family. Jaehyun, right after that, he mentioned a name. What was his name again? Kwok Dong. The juniors laughed mockingly at Kwok Dong. What kind of dog name is that? Dang Quan asked, repeating again. Kwok Dong, Than Thui, Bald Liu. The group immediately fell silent. He spoke up wanting to confirm, Do you know the great Liu Jaehyun? Jaehyun gasped and then turned to look at Donghae for help. His father then spoke up, Help Master Tran's son. Another junior said, That's right, he is the one who has heard of the great Liu Jaehyun and used it to scare us. Quan, don't listen to his nonsense. The great Liu Jaehyun is such a big figure. How could he know him? Seo Hyun was also surprised. Hyejin looked at him and asked, Do you know the great Liu Jaehyun? Dang Quan's face darkened threateningly. Little Jaehyun, if I find out you tricked me, you're dead. Minho didn't reply and instead went to make a phone call. Shortly after, returning back, the juniors were surprised. Hyejin asked, That's it? The guy next to you doesn't believe it. You think making a phone call can scare us? Dang Quan immediately ordered, Beat him! Just at that moment, his phone rang. Who is calling at this hour? Little did he know Jaehyun was busy. The phone screen displayed 3 words, Bald Liu. Startled, Dang Quan turned away to answer the phone, only to see him nodding repeatedly, Yes, yes, I understand. After a while, he ended the call, looking serious. He bowed. I'm sorry, Mr. Tran. I didn't expect Hao to be upset. Mr. Quan, why waste words with this brat? Before he could finish, he got slapped in the face. Dang Quan yelled, Screw you. Kids don't understand. Let him go, he said firmly. Dang Quan patted his chest, trying to swallow his anger, then kicked Hao's knee, causing him to kneel down. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bow your head to apologize to Mr. Tran, Mr. Tran. See, he's just a little punk. You shouldn't hold a grudge against him. He didn't dare to resist, bowed his head. I'm sorry. A great man doesn't hold grudges against a petty person. I hope you forgive me. Sung-woo said nothing. Stepping forward, he went straight to kneeling Hao, kicking him hard in the calf, causing him to scream in pain. My leg! Dang Quan felt numb hearing Minho say, just let it go. He's just a petty person. He showed a bit of regret while talking to Dao Ba. Too bad I didn't meet Jiang Zhou. Jae-hyun's family Jae-hyun returned to say to Ngim Tu that in a few days Min-ho would come to pay a visit. Saying that, he got in the car and left. Dao Ba watched him go with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. He was lost in thought, Ngim Tu. Isn't that the name of Jae-hyun's family Jae-hyun? He told himself to casually message Jae-hyun that Jae-hyun is the AI that can call Bald Liu. Bak Huyen, I have always said what I mean. Do you want me to go back on my word? Dong-hae lowered his head. He understood this matter too. Could it be that Tran is the famous Master Tran from the region of Chao? That is the one who truly commands Jiangbei, the great Jae-hyun rumored to be incredibly miraculous. Moreover, it is said that Jae-hyun's family Jae-hyun is at odds with Master Tran. I should take the time to inform Jae-hyun's family Jae-hyun. On the bus, Seo-hyun arrogantly claimed to know that bald guy. What's so special about it? Our family wants a big bundle. The last bus has arrived at the forest station, and Jisoo reluctantly says they have to say goodbye here before Seo-hyun leaves. And also advise you not to rely on the CA representative and act recklessly. In reality, true masters are beyond your imagination. Especially in Lam Chao, during these days you must avoid causing trouble at all costs. If you want to cause trouble, just say my name. Claiming that you know someone from the 6 families, he still coldly replied that it was nothing, while Tran was making a name for himself. In this world, there is nothing I cannot provoke. She completely does not believe it. Then, mocking back, boasting, Minho left. Finally, I have arrived before Lam Chao. Usually, martial artists are hard to come by, but now you can casually bump into Heijin. This martial arts gathering is just right. Right now, Master Tran is not the same Minho as before. Young Jae thought, pale-faced. Suddenly, Heijin, you clasp your fingers together, and the spirit energy spreads through that, which Minho discovered. There is someone special behind. In the crowd, he quietly followed Jae-han, who turned into a small alley. When Minho entered, he saw Jae-hyun already in a defensive posture. You are an AI. Why have you been following me from the bus station to here? He asked in surprise. And yet you were able to detect me. Absolutely correct. Sung-woo is too easy to draw attention. Minho had to tell the truth. I chased you to ask where the martial arts gathering is located. Hearing that, Jae-hyun finally relaxed and spoke. Because of this, I can take you there. However, is there a fee? He casually took out a pill from his bag. Jae-hyun quickly grabbed it, holding the pill in his hand, still feeling it was somewhat unreal. This is a pill. Do you have more? I want to see them all. Seeming to reach an agreement, Minho suggested. If you help me deal with a few things regarding Chan-wook, I can give you a few more. Jae-hyun agreed. All right, Jae-hyun introduced himself. My name is Hyun-soo. To gather the Jiangbei forces. If I can't do it, I'll find someone else. He couldn't refute, so he replied, yes. Can't even Dad help me? He shouted loudly at that Tran guy. You're just a leech of the Nuai family. My nickname is Hyun-soo too. I am from the Shin family in the central region. I want to request some pills. To lay a foundation for the kids at home to start cultivation, Minho was curious and asked, this kind of pill is very rare, right? Jae-hyun honestly replied, Mr. Tran has a few, you can give them. That is already high-quality pill material. He wasn't surprised. Hyejin was like that. What? The new user continued. It is said that Chan-wook from Thondang and Yaoshen Valley will also have people coming to this gathering. Minho asked back in confusion. Chan-wook from Thondang, Yaoshen Valley? Jae-hyun confirmed. That's right. Chan-wook from Thondang is currently the most famous family in the pine medicine. The Chinese medicine market in Kaodoan is basically owned by them, and Yaoshen Valley is even more so. They are the great masters of law. Their specialty is alchemy and medicine making. He was quite surprised. Heijin responded to this information. Why is that? To find 1,000-year-old ginseng and other divine herbs, you probably have to look at these two families. If we reach this position without the Ngai family, what do you think you are? Dong-hae immediately shouted, Shut up! They passed in front of a building with 2 guards standing watch. He sighed at the internal energy being greatly completed as the forces organized a martial arts gathering. This time seems really impressive. Hyun-soo nodded and said, That's definitely Heijin. The Liu family in Linzhou is the top martial arts family right now. With masters on guard, thinking about the 2 masters, he murmured, The Liu family can't really be that Liu family, right? Hyun-soo stepped forward to introduce himself and was immediately invited inside. He can enter the new family in Central Zhou. When it was Minho's turn, he was stopped. The gentleman apologized, saying, This is a private gathering. Ordinary people are not allowed inside, he explained. I'm here to attend the martial arts gathering. A guard asked back, Are you a martial artist too? Jae-hyun stood by, thinking, asterisk. This is a great chance to see Minho's skills. Asterisk. At that moment, Seo-hyun suddenly appeared. She called out to Minho. He exclaimed, Lin Zhou is really small. Jisoo quickly approached, delighted, asking, why are you here too? Minho's face relaxed a bit as he replied, I came here to attend the martial arts gathering. Seo Hyun teased, you probably heard some rumors about the gathering and came here, right? Minho gently raised his right hand, an invisible force impacting Young Jae's legs, causing him to fall to the ground. She then turned to the two guards, saying, hey, he's my friend. Can you let him in with us? The guard with a scar on his face replied, I'm very sorry, miss, but this is a private gathering. Seo Hyun introduced, my dad is In-ho, and I'm also part of the Liu family. The guard was slightly taken aback. In-ho is from the three major families. Upon hearing this, he replied, if you're from the Liu family, you both can enter, but he cannot. Suddenly, a luxurious car stopped in front of the door. A young man, looking very elegant and noble, stepped out. Seo Hyun, why haven't you come in yet? She shyly replied, I ran into a friend. Jisoo looked at the young man who just stepped down, exclaiming, so handsome, he reminded her. Seo Hyun should greet Ja Hyun from the Tai family first, then chat with her friend later. He walked past where Min-ho stood. Recognizing the Liu family members, the two guards immediately bowed respectfully. Young master, Seo Hyun turned back to wave at Min-ho, then quickly went to talk with her brother, leaving only Hyun-soo behind. Jae Hyun said to him, this is the eldest young master of the Liu family in Lin Jiao. Sung-ho heard that he is a martial arts genius, having achieved great mastery and internal energy before turning 30. He anxiously shouted, Young Jae. Dong-hae bowed his head and pleaded with Master Tran. He faced Dong-hae and replied gently. Min-ho calmly replied, can I go in now? The guard slowly explained, you can enter. If you can make that cauldron over there shake. After that, Min-ho signaled for the person behind Sung-woo to approach the cauldron and hit it hard. The guard exclaimed, what tremendous strength, he continued. You may enter, but please leave your name first. Minho stepped up to introduce himself. I'm Bei Xuan from Shuozhou, and this is my servant, Sung-woo. As he walked, Hyun-soo introduced martial arts. The gathering lasts for half a month, with the first 10 days for exchanging insights and elixirs. The discussion on magical artifacts will take place 5 days later. Minho was a bit surprised to hear this, and Hae-jin asked, are there any other magical artifacts? Ye-hyun replied, of course, Hae-jin, it's not just the masters who can use magical weapons. We martial artists can also use them to aid our cultivation. Right now, our martial world discusses more than just internal energy and martial arts. First, let's talk about money. Let's get into economics. Suddenly, Hae-jin was approached by someone asking Hyun-soo, why are you just arriving now? Who is that next to you? Look, he doesn't even look like a martial artist, Hyun-soo reminded Sang-min. I accept the favor from Ngui Jae-hyun, only breaking one of his legs. Do you accept? He stammered and quickly nodded. I accept. You should be more careful with your words. This person is the North Huyền Tiên Tôn from Sir Shao. Jae-hyun pointed to the person standing behind him. Sung-woo, take a good look at him and assess quietly. Jae-hyun introduced, this is Sang-min, the most talented. Hearing about Sir Shao, the master was curious and asked, Sir Shao, I also have a senior brother there. I wonder if you've heard of him? His name is Q Jong, Minho responded. The reputable owner of Quach Quan. I've met him a few times. Some were curious to hear about Jiang Bak. You have Jiang Bak, where a master named Trun claims to be a young sect leader. I don't know if that's true or not, but Sang-min doesn't believe it. That Master Trun is said to be only 20 years old. Has entered the transformation realm. How is that possible? Minho said nothing, thinking to himself. I'm afraid these people don't know that Master Trun is standing right in front of them. At that time, the group heard an announcement. The elegant Chan Wook and the medicinal god have arrived. You recognize the group entering. The man is the elegant Chan Wook. It's said that he can cure any ailment with just one needle. Jae-hyun seemed to be the medicinal god. Minho turned his back, considering the matter settled. Young Jae was supported by the bodyguard. Dong-hae thought to himself, this sect is ancient and mysterious. No one really knows. Chan Wook just appeared, immediately grabbing everyone's attention. Sung-ho welcomed everyone attending the martial arts gathering. The gathering is organized by our 6 families. The 2 beside me are, in order, the elegant Chan Wook and the needle Chan Wook. I'm just afraid that from now on, no one in Jiangbei will be able to handle him anymore. Abu praised Master Tran. Your spiritual water is incredible. I'll take it to the research institute for a report to the government. Usually there's nothing different, yet it has miraculous effects, he thought to himself. Invisible spiritual energy. How can modern science possibly detect it? Jae-hyun stepped forward to ask Master Tran. The group that left couldn't stop marveling. This water is so miraculous. Congratulations to Dong-hae for seizing such a great opportunity. I wonder how much spiritual water can be provided each day. Min-ho pointed towards Dong-hae. You speak, he immediately replied. Yes. Then, Dong-hae stood up to present the details. Everyone listening was surprised. 200 to 300 bottles a day, each priced at 50,000. The rest is ours. Nguai Dong-hae explained thoroughly about the spiritual water. It's not free. It's an exchange for the resources in your hands. We will negotiate the details gradually. Jae-hyun looked out the window as if pondering something and said, Master Tran. This time, the leaders of the cities in Jiangbei all came, except for the 5 Jiayun family from Jiangzhou. Minho asked cautiously. The 5 Jaehyun family are from Jinlang, right? Taemin scoffed. That 5 Jaehyun bunch is taking advantage of others. I thought Jiangbei was still the same as before. Ignoring the mockery, he said, let me handle this. The people around were amazed. Master Tran was about to take action himself. Something interesting was about to happen. Before long, the sky gradually turned dark blue. The evening light stretched across the ground, signaling that night was approaching. He turned dark at this. Kyung-soo inquired, Dong-hae, what's wrong? He mumbled, no, it's too fast. From that house came the sound. Hey Jin, dear, what's wrong? She replied politely. I'm fine, Mom, Jian asked next. Hey Jin, aren't you attending the grand banquet tonight? What? Hai-sun chimed in. Is it that kid Jae-hyun from the Tran family who upset you again? Minho's personality has always been dismissive of others. His father thinks Ji-hoon is the best match for his daughter, but she completely disagrees with that view. He yelled, what kind of talk is that? Xiao Fan, he has no flaws. Suddenly, Hei-jin asked her parents, is there anyone in this world who can just ascend to heaven? He completely didn't understand his daughter's point. What I mean is that only AI could explain this clearly right now, for example, like a friend of your dad's. That person was just an ordinary person like everyone else, but suddenly Hei-jin, that person became someone she could only watch from afar, but she couldn't understand why Chan Wook was like that. Hai-sun stroked his chin, pondering his daughter's words. It truly is rare, but not entirely impossible. He wondered, what's too fast? Dong-hae replied, Master Tran is too anxious. For instance, having a benefactor, she added that the Niguai family may not be a benefactor if they could stand alongside Vin Hua. Then what class should that benefactor belong to? He laughed and replied that the Nuai family doesn't qualify. Hee-jin, you underestimate Vin Hoa's billionaires too much. She just walked upstairs, saying it was nothing. While Jian asked Theo, what the heck is wrong with Hei-jin? Lying still on the quiet bed, she was overwhelmed by her tangled emotions. Gradually pulling herself into a spiral of thoughts. How could Min Ho, the great master, be like this? It doesn't fit Chan Wook at all. In the silent room, Hye-jin lay still for a while. Then suddenly, as if pulled up by an invisible force from her tangled thoughts, she didn't hesitate to get up and step out of the room. Her feet moved to an unconscious rhythm, leading her straight to a large building where the glass windows reflected. The dim light of the late night made the door unexpectedly light. Just a brief touch of her hand, it swung wide open, the door wasn't locked, and she stepped inside without thinking. To her surprise, Hei-jin found Min Ho already lying there. After more than 5 years, we could gradually gather the Jiangbei forces. Why be so impatient, unless within these 6 months? His still figure seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Hai-jin asked, did you know I was coming? She noticed him half awake, answering back. Did you come to find me for something? She didn't beat around the bush, saying, I don't believe you are the great master. Minho replied nonchalantly, Hye-jin, the upper-class society of Jiangbei all say I'm the great master. Why don't you believe it? Hye-jin insisted. Because of Chan Wook. Everyone says you are the great master, but I don't believe it. Because you don't look like someone who could become a big character. Minho appeared humble, yet his essence looked down on everything, disregarded everyone, not fitting with the rules of this society. His ability is nowhere near Ji-hoon, let alone compared to those business elites. With political capabilities close to zero, a lacking personality, no family background, no abilities, and poor communication skills. His education isn't much to brag about either. He has nothing at all, so how could he become the great master? He found it utterly ridiculous because of this. Hey Jin, don't use your... Who does Master Tran want to deal with? Who could it be? Is there someone making him gather power before taking action? Intelligence and vision to judge others. You will never be able to imagine who you are talking to. Min Ho didn't want to say much. Well, aren't you doubting why I could become the great master? Today I'll show you why I am the great master. Soon, he stepped into the green circle, shouted to start the match, and the thunderous roar echoed. The flash of lightning lit up as if wanting to burn the entire sky. Hyjin instinctively trembled, her eyes wide with shock amidst the blinding light. A massive dragon slowly appeared, its scales glittering like metal, its eyes blazing with a fierce spirit. She stammered. What is this? Minho explained. I can suppress all of Jiangbei. Forcing the arrogant big shots to bow down relies on the true strength of oneself, holding that power, controlling the life and death of others. Hyjin seemed to understand something. No wonder they called him the Great Master. I'm afraid I'm getting closer to the divine. She reflected and blamed herself, regretting that she and Minho were from two different worlds. Kyung-soo was also puzzled. Could it be him, the wealthiest family? I'm just afraid that I won't have any contact for the rest of my life. At that moment, he made a decision. When it was time to return to Tutui, looking back, someone asked, Master Trun, why didn't you call me to go out? I personally went to see him off. Minho declined. No need. After saying that, he recalled the past. Half a year ago, I awakened on the bus from Tutui to Surshao. Back then, I was just an ordinary student. Now, I can point and kill, striking fear in Jiangbak. I wonder how my family is doing, and whether my childhood friends are still the same as before. Suddenly, the driver spoke up. The bus has arrived at the station. Please collect your luggage. Chan Wook got off the bus one by one. Thank you for traveling with us. In the suffocating silence, Heijin's phone suddenly rang. The sound pierced through his thoughts like a knife. He looked at the screen and saw Mr. Tone, his father's secretary. Mr. Tone, are you here to pick me up at the bus station? Seeing a familiar face, Minho was a bit surprised. Hi Jin, that's... Then he replied on the other end of the line. Donghae nodded in satisfaction. A week is enough. Guo Yi beside him spoke up. The Wei family wants to buy this divine water. Jiang Bei, back at Minho's villa, you held the jade bottle in your hand, casually saying, the spirit water is just a pawn. I can easily throw it away, but enough. No need, Mr. Tone. Tuen Kiet is here to pick me up already. All right, I'll call you back when I get home. When he saw Minho, he felt a bit reproachful. What's this name? You still know how to come back. You didn't send any news at all. Hao Hien defended. All right, Tuen Kiet. Tiu Pham is busy studying in Sochou. After all, the graduation exam is coming up. He didn't like it. I'm just concerned about Tiu Pham. But he only heard the other party mumble in response. This is Tuen Kiet and Hao Hien, his childhood friends who haven't changed at all. After many years apart, they finally reunited. All three couldn't contain their emotions. They put their arms around each other warmly, and Minho happily said, All right, Ngo Tio, it's only been half a year. You've already got a BMW, huh? Hearing that, he chuckled. It's just the lowest model, the BMW 320. But this time I went to Kim Leng and made friends with some top-tier rich kids. They all drive sports cars worth millions. Living in luxurious houses by the river, worth millions. Tio Bak, VV, and Vun Tin are all waiting there. Today I'm treating everyone to a feast at Denglo. The group of three had been standing at the place Tuen Kiet mentioned for a while. Tuen Kiet excitedly put his arm around Minho and called out to Vai Vai. To make Jiangbei go crazy, and the pieces on my board are still plenty more in this world. Vun Tin, look who has arrived. VV was much happier to see an old friend than the others. Minho still had the face to come back. Didn't you forget the way home? Tiobat also said, That's right, it's your fault, and fam. Vun Tin was more gentle. Minho just got back. Don't keep asking about this anymore. These are indeed the 5 closest friends of his in Tu Tui. Minho leaned to look at the others. They hadn't changed at all, but Vun Tin had an unusual aura about her. She is considered one of the most beautiful girls he has encountered in 35 years. You were on Earth in your previous life, and you were at the top of your studies too. A beauty like you. You shouldn't have been born in a small, underdeveloped county like this. No wonder I felt something was off back then. Now I get it. Someone in the group spoke up. Let's go inside first and sit down. Then we chatted while eating, and everyone nodded in agreement. Vun Tin felt like all eyes were on her. I also want you to taste the feeling of having nothing, starting from your Shen family. The jade bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. So she said, Why do you keep staring at me? Tuen Kiet teased from beside her. Right, Min Ho, you keep staring. The beauty of the year, even the miss can't take it anymore. She got annoyed. Don't call me miss anymore, he joked back. All right, I won't call you that. Min Ho smiled and said, This is truly my friend. Inside the house, every piece of old wooden furniture and the dim light gave off a strong vintage atmosphere. Tio Bach, after graduating from college in her past life, brought back a pretty little sister to take over her father's business. Enrolled in Kim Leng Aviation University, wanted to be a military pilot but ended up becoming a flight attendant. She married a talented young soldier. Hao Hien entered Hoathan University after graduation and got a wealthy wife in the capital. Became a big shot in a foreign company. Tuen Kiet dropped out of college and hustled, achieving success and becoming a big boss. Only Vun Tin, in her past life, suddenly disappeared, hurriedly moving away with her mother without leaving any contact information. Tuen Kiet cried out, I confessed to Vun Tin before, but she rejected me. In my previous life, you made me fall from the peak, disheartened by hardship. Moreover, she added, We're not from the same world. Minho thought to himself. At that time, I thought Vun Tin's words were because she didn't like Tuen Kiet, but now, looking back, it was actually like that. Because Vun Tin had a temperament of a practitioner and carried a heavy aura of darkness. Additionally, her physique belonged to a rare, pure yin type, naturally dense in yin energy. Cultivation leaned towards ancient methods of nurturing origins, and over here, Vun Tin also had a sense of evaluation. It had only been half a year since we last met, and Minho had changed drastically. But what exactly had changed? I couldn't tell at all. Suddenly, Tuen Kiet patted him on the shoulder. Come on, let's go to the bathroom, Minho replied. All right. Without saying another word, the two pushed the door and entered the small bathroom, where the dim yellow light cast shadows on the wall. Tuen Kiet stared into the distance, speaking from the heart. You know, Tio Pham, I actually lied to you guys. He asked. Lied about what? He replied. I went to Kim Leng. I could only look up at you. Sunday, 1 week later as planned, the grand party took place. In fact, I got involved with those rich kids, but Ngui Kong Jae-hyun slapped me, and he pointed at my face and cursed. At that time, a punch came at me, and I didn't dare to dodge. I was afraid that if I did, it would implicate my dad. Tio fam, there are some things I can't tell them. I can only tell you, that incident woke me up. I can't keep rolling around like this anymore. I have to rely on myself to find my own path. One day, I'm going to throw a punch at that young Jae guy, Minho spoke up. I've already taught that young Jae a lesson on your behalf. I broke one of his legs, if you want. I could even break his other leg too. Tuan Kiet laughed contently. That's good, with this saying from you. I feel much more at ease now, and he also hinted, but you and Van Tin really aren't a good match. Don't force it anymore, he said sadly. Do you feel that way too? Suddenly, Hei Jin appeared. Hai Jin showed up and asked, what are you two whispering about? Let's go inside and eat. Van Tin, sitting next to her, said, why have you become quieter? Yuna discussed, everyone coming is wealthy and influential, along with the great Jae-hyun of Jiangbei. Not only that. Minho sat next to her, pondering, I can't say that the distance between me and them is too great. Anyway, we haven't talked for a while. He turned to ask the other person, Van Tin, are you about to leave us? Hearing this, she stammered, what is Minho talking about? I'm doing great. How could I leave everyone? He noticed that Van Tin wanted to hide it, so he didn't want to dig deeper. Is that so? Even if you encounter any problems, I can always help out in a brief moment. Her gaze changed suddenly, and Jae-hyun's pupils slightly constricted. Reflecting her unhidden anxiety, Van Tin replied, I really have nothing going on. You're overthinking it. Over here, Tuan Kiet felt a bit uncomfortable. Teofam said, Watermelon is so too. Why are you whispering like that? Hey, that's not allowed! She changed the subject. What are you guys talking about? Tuan Kiet quickly pulled Van Tin away. Minho thought, no matter what, Van Tin is still my friend from my past life. Back then, I could only watch as she disappeared. There are also people from Dongjiang and Jinling. Hai Jin, we have underestimated Master Tran's influence. In this life, how can I let others trample on my friend? I don't care if you're a demon or a monster. If you dare to come, then let's see what I've got. On the wooden table, the glasses of water rolled chaotically, a few drops splashing out. Flowing into a long, cold streak, Tuan Kiet said, all right, let's take the two girls back first. Van Tin smiled and replied, no need, I can go back by myself. Minho responded, you don't need to take me back either. I can go back on my own. The group suddenly fell silent. Each person's gaze seemed to understand something important. Only he sank into deep thought, his expression unreadable. All right, then we'll head back first. The group quietly got into the car, carrying a mix of emotions left over from the meeting. She tried to start a conversation. This time you came back is so different from before, Minho replied. Anyone who has been away for a long time would be like that. After finishing their conversation, both fell silent, the atmosphere turning somber. Van Tin hurriedly followed up with, Minho, do you have something to tell me? If it's a confession, just forget it. We're still in 12th grade, let's deal with that in college, Minho replied politely. Heijin agreed. Master Tran is indeed extraordinary. Heijin spoke with admiration. You think I stayed back just to confess to you? She countered. Isn't that the case? At this point, Minho continued. Remember what I told you at the dinner table just now? Van Tin didn't recall clearly, puzzled. Which one? Minho politely said, I mentioned that no matter what difficulties you face, you can always come to me. Suddenly, Heejin's attitude changed, and she spoke hesitantly. No need for you. I'll pick myself up. I'm leaving now. Ahead was a man waiting for her by the road. Before leaving, Van Tin responded to Minho. Regardless, thank you for your kindness. As soon as she finished, she didn't hesitate any longer and quickly turned to leave. As if wanting to avoid the other's gaze, his eyes squinted slightly, his look distant as if piercing through the mist. Revealing the deep thoughts swirling within, Minho reflected. A master of inner strength, Van Tin's true identity is certainly unusual. He activated the spiritual mark. With this spiritual mark, as long as Van Tin remained in the district of Tu Tuai, she would definitely not escape from his imprint. Suddenly, Heejin's uncle's disparaging words echoed, just an ordinary guy. The man who claimed to be Van Tin's uncle abruptly changed his attitude. I warned you long ago. He'll definitely hold strong at the top position in Jiangbak. Just as he finished speaking, Wu Jin appeared. Stay away from those boys. If I see you with them again, I will deal with all of them. After hearing such threats, Van Tin couldn't help but tremble, fear rising from the bottom of her heart. In her fear, she could only softly reply, yes. Xiao Fan, I'm really sorry for not being able to tell you the truth, but bringing you into this would only put you in danger. Minho thought to himself that leaving a mark of the spiritual awareness on Van Tin could temporarily ease his worries at home. When he got home, a man was waiting, asking if the county chief had waited for him to come back for dinner, but he refused to come home. Minho replied with a smile. I already went out to eat with Tuan Kiet. As he walked into the room, the scene that greeted him was striking. It was his father sitting on the familiar sofa, a newspaper spread wide in his hands, his attentive eyes watching every line. Minho gently called out, Dad. He looked at his son, cheerfully saying, You're back. Did you meet Tuan Kiet? How Hyan? Why did you sit down? He politely replied, yes. There were already 2 cups of water poured and neatly placed on the table. Kak Han asked with concern. How has your half year at the Shao school been? Minho reported. It's been okay. You guys finally made it. Come on in, it's not easy for me to get this extra spot from my dad. But he had many thoughts in his heart. In his past life, he had let his father down. And in this life, no matter how he faced the world, he would not abandon his father. Hearing this, his dad had no objections. So if he said it was just okay, then his dad could trust him for now. But he secretly thought, Xiao Fan has always been a bit rebellious, very rarely sitting here honestly answering me. Later, Kak Han turned to remind, wait for your mom to come back, let her check on you. He cheerfully replied, yes sir. Atu thought to himself, after half a year at the Xiao office, Minho has become much more stable. Mayor, this afternoon there's a meeting about agricultural work. Do you want me to postpone it? Kak Han said, no need. He kindly reminded him, your mom and sister will be back in about 5 or 6 days. For the next few days, don't run around the house, study your lessons. Minho obediently replied, yes sir, right in front of him. The doorknob appeared cold and silent. Just reaching out, he could open up a different world waiting. Behind him, the divine awareness symbol on Van Tin's body showed signs of rapid movement. This bottle of water costs at least several thousand yuan, but he asserted that without 100,000, you wouldn't even catch a glimpse of this bottle. Hey Yuna, what kind of attitude is that? The hall in my house can fit over 1,000 people, he replied. Minho speculated that it was about to disappear and needed to check the scene transition to Van Tin's house. A lady named Jae Hyun was sitting there, gently speaking. Little Tin, you're back? She cheerfully called. Grandma. Wondering, have you said goodbye to your friends? Van Tin politely replied, yes ma'am. Truong Bon beside her threatened, Grandma's snake. If my granddaughter dares to get close to those boys again, I will have to report it to the young master. Grandma Snake replied nonchalantly, my beautiful granddaughter has boys chasing her. That's only natural, Heijin said. Truong Bon, you were sent by the young master. To protect little Tin, he rudely told her she was the young master's woman. Whoever dares to touch her, I'll tear them apart. Meanwhile, Van Tin bowed her head in acceptance. Yes, Grandma. And everyone in the house had always whispered to her, from now on, I will only have one man, the young master, but I've never met him, so what's the basis for that? Grandma Snake smiled and explained, Little Tin, in the future, the young master will hold the entire Guivu clan. Come on, you've got to assess the situation here. Dong He set a boundary. If you marry him, you will be beneath one person but above 10,000 others. The status of our family in the southwest region will also be greatly elevated, Trongbon added. The young master will soon come to pick you up. At that time, you won't have to live in this mundane place anymore. Van Tin replied emotionlessly, yes, ma'am, I understand. Van Tin rested her head on Grandma Snake's lap, deep in thought. It said that this young master has powerful magic, capable of killing from a distance, casting spells 1,000 miles away, controlling the 100 ghosts. A person like this would be useless to report to the police. Moreover, if I run away, wouldn't that implicate my parents? I can only accept my fate, someone asked from outside. Are you still waiting for the young master to pick you up? Truong Bon asked from outside the door. Who is it? Grandma's snake just slithered out. Its dull yellow eyes widened, staring intently at the stranger approaching. Vo Kai adjusted his hat to greet Grandma Snake. Brother Truong, long time no see. Truong Bon coldly replied, Master Bok, why don't you stay put in the southwest? It's 100 million to get in. Min Jung reminded everyone to hurry in. 4 people should look for an empty table to sit together. What are you doing here? He smiled superficially and quietly assessed. This is the girl Van Tin. And the young master personally chose her, right? I heard she has the mysterious sound body, a rare cultivation talent. Grandma Snake beside him couldn't stand it anymore, speaking up. So what? Van Tin is my granddaughter. Do you really think you should avoid offending her? How could he mock Grandma's granddaughter, truly a heartless wolf pushing even his granddaughter into the fire? Little girl, do you know why you were chosen by the young witch master since you were little? Van Tin was very curious about this. She hurriedly stopped, shouting, Shut up! The young witch master doesn't care for niceties. Continuing, the young witch master might borrow her internal body. The dark, mysterious energy within you helps him increase his cultivation. He will inject spirit insects into your internal body. They will absorb spiritual energy, and once successful, they'll be extracted and refined, which can greatly enhance his cultivation. The young witch master had set up a chessboard, but I couldn't take my eyes off the vast southwest. It would become the domain of the devil witch sect. Van Tin and the others were stunned by these revelations. Grandma, are his words really true? Yuna turned and said, Hey Jin, Young Jae, and Ji Hoon are here, she asked in surprise. Grandma Snake gently explained, Little Tin, the power of the devil witch sect is immense, so what can we do? Being able to marry a man like the young witch master, enduring any hardships, is worth it. She felt utterly devastated upon learning the truth. Choking back tears, she called out to her grandmother, but Qi was becoming increasingly unreasonable. "Stop rambling, I have to take her away!" Grandma angrily shouted. "That guy with the surname back, how dare you be so arrogant on your own? Aren't you afraid the young witch master will explode with anger?" After hearing this, he showed no sign of fear. "Dung He Jin isn't just by my side," Grandma Snake threatened. "The 6 families of the Southwest have joined forces. Vokit, how will you respond then? You are opponents of the Devil Witch sect, aren't you?" Grandma was not backing down, countering the young witch master, saying you all will die. He was even more arrogant, can't you see? Clearly, the 6 families have united, so why is only Voki standing here? This statement left Grandma Snake a bit bewildered. Are you implying that he speaks boldly about the experts from the other 5 families without any restraint? They have already left, provoking the young witch master, not fearing they can't kill him, as long as they can hold on for a few days. Young Jay is the arrogant young master of the Nugui family. He's back, Yuna replied with a smile. By then, the rice will have become cooked. Grandma Snake shouted loudly to Trungbon. "You quickly take Little Tin away from here. Go find the young witch master. I'll stay back to hold them off." She gently raised her hand from her bony arm. Ordering the snake, its eyes shone brightly like 2 red coals, its tongue flicking out, releasing chilling waves of air. The increasing white masses made anyone who called out seem poisonous. The scene suddenly became gloomy. Wisps of mist rose from the ground, wrapping around Grandma Snake's figure. The figures of the 2 gradually blurred, leaving only vague outlines in the grayish-white smoke. Vokit angrily shouted, "Damn it!" He chased after them, but it was all too late. The figures of those 2 had already faded into the dim evening. In the meantime, Minho passed by, asking, "What's going on? Could it be that Little Tin's uncle wants to help her escape?" Trungbon suddenly asked, "What are you doing here?" Van Tin called out to Minho in confusion. Meanwhile, Trungbon raised his hand in protection, saying, "You hurry and run, the further the better." The top young masters of Jiangbak, except for the Vun family, are all basically here. Haijin's gaze was filled with disdain. "Don't let them catch you again. I'll hold them off." Minho seemed to realize something, asking, "Is someone chasing you?" But he was interrupted. "Aren't you Vuntin's classmate? Someone wants to capture her." "You need to take her away now." Vuntin hurriedly grabbed Minho's hand. "We need to run," but he didn't understand what was happening. "Run? Why do we have to run?" She felt the current situation was hard to explain. She exclaimed, "Oh my god, why are you saying so much? Someone is after me." Contrary to that worry, Minho was very confident. "It's okay. I'm here. I'll protect you." Ventine was at a loss for words, while Truong Bon, overwhelmed, shouted, "Are you stupid or what? Do you know those chasing us are AI? They're not just thugs, they're killers like that guy." But Minho didn't care about those criticisms. "Don't worry, Tiotin, I won't let them hurt you. Besides, we won't have time to run anyway." Just as he finished speaking, a roar of an engine sounded from afar, and a black car sped toward them, tearing through the air. Vun Tin cried because she couldn't run anymore, then sobbed, "It's over. We might as well die together." The black car suddenly slammed to a stop. "They're nothing special." At this moment, Minho finally appeared. It really was a big battlefield. It screeched loudly, a jarring sound, with intense friction causing white smoke to rise from the tires. Voki smugly said, "Why aren't you running? I want to see whether you run faster or my car does. I can see the snake lady in his grasp." Vuntin shouted. "Grandma," Voki coldly remarked. "This old lady used a distraction technique to throw me off. I thought it was some kind of poisonous gas from Mio Kung, but facing 3 powerful internal energy experts, even your minor leader must submit." Trung Bon defended. "The minor leader is someone you cannot compare with. With those amateurs behind you." Why is he only smiling and making sarcastic remarks? Indeed, the minor leader is a genius. Bakmo feels ashamed of not being as good, so I have to ensure you don't get this girl. Otherwise, there would be no way to deal with the Kui Vu Jiao. Minho, standing beside, still didn't understand what was happening. What kind of cult is the Kui Vu Jiao? At this moment, Vo Qi noticed someone beside him asking, "You're AI. You can't be Vun Tin's boyfriend in this small county, right?" Poor minor leader. He walked in, showing his card to the security. It seems Dong He has let the news about Lin Tui slip out. He quietly stood in a corner observing. In his lifetime, An Min ended up being cheated on. Indeed, Trung Bon couldn't accept that humiliation. He raised his fist and shouted, "Shut up!" Suddenly, Heijin Vokit held out a blazing talisman and said, "You don't know what death is." He tightly held a fiery talisman, illuminating the surroundings, with bright red flames bursting forth. It clearly showed his arrogant expression. He remained unfazed, spinning his body fiercely. He waved a binding technique in his hand. A beam of light from Trung Bon's energy shot straight out. It violently collided with the swirling talisman flames coming toward him. He skillfully dodged the opponent's dangerous attacks, with explosive sounds echoing. Fire and energy intertwined, erupting into dazzling flashes of light, blinding and piercing straight into the tree ahead. A circular hole was created, surprising Trung Bon. Haijin, exhausted, lay beside him and whispered, "Bach can control fire." Haijin's fruit is truly legendary, Voki smugly said, "Bach merely as a character, nothing more. Little girl, if you don't want your grandmother to die, come over here yourself." Vun Tin felt helpless. Suddenly, Haijin heard someone call out. Minho turned to look and saw 3 girls sitting at the banquet table. He walked over, raising his hand to greet. "Min Jung, it's you. Please don't harm my grandmother. I'll go with you," he said with satisfaction. "That's more like it." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Do you want to take Tio Tin away? Did you consult me first?" she earnestly called out to Tio Pham. Voki was unhappy about the interruption and angrily shouted, "You're an AI. Don't meddle." He laughed dismissively, responding that he only relied on your 3-legged cat skill. "How dare you ask my name when you can only control a single flame with the help of charms? Yet you still have the audacity to act arrogant in front of me," little Voki questioned if you are truly an AI. Vun Tin anxiously called out for Minho. The snake lady beside him was equally puzzled. Tio Tin's classmate was also a practitioner, so he unconsciously thought to himself, he is either an ordinary person or a highly skilled master in disguise. Tren Pham smiled and answered all questions. "I am AI. I am a classmate of Vun Tin. Oh right, I also have a nickname. They often like to call me the guy with the raised face." Declaring loudly, Master Tren was at this moment. A 3 beside him seemed to discover something and spoke up. Suddenly, a voice cut in. "You're that Minho." It was Ji-hoon and a red-haired young man who just arrived. "Wait, Master Chun, are you the Master Chun from Jiangbak?" Voki, not knowing he was AI, asked back. "Who is Master Chun from Jiangbak?" he said. "Bak family, I think we should let this go," but he remained stubborn. "This Master Chun is very formidable. Why would a master like you also be afraid?" A 3 explained everything in detail. "It's not just formidable, no. He is the dragon hand of Jiangbak." Vo Keat disregards the sky, not wanting to hold back against anyone. "The dragon hand of Jiangbak. So what? He is just one person. Should I be afraid of him?" He said that, but deep down, he felt a bit apprehensive. He was really young, having made a name for himself at just 16 to 17 years old. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. At this moment, Vun Tin, beside him, was completely confused and asked Master Trun, "What does Dragon Hand of Jiangbak mean?" Min Ho beside him explained, "It means Jiangbak is my territory." He commanded boldly, "Now that you know my identity, why don't you hurry and kneel down to beg for your life?" Min Ho's words angered Voki. "You little brat, you're being too insolent. The Bak family is not afraid of you. 100,000 for a bottle, so how much is that per day? 10 million. Kyung-soo felt a bit worried hearing this. Something so precious. Would anyone actually buy it? Not very friendly. He approached. Definitely ordinary. He glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Today I will burn you to ashes. The Bak family has roamed the southwest, not knowing how many masters I've burned to death. Do you want to taste my divine fire?" A 3 beside him earnestly advised. Bak family Master Trun is not an ordinary master. The silhouette of Vo Ki shone brightly in the ultimate flame, but when he turned around, his eyes were filled with suspicion. He stubbornly advised, "I heard that. Master Trun is a top internal skill master who killed the disciple of the great master Tien Tuyet from the Hongmon overseas with 3 strikes. He is the youngest master of transformation currently, a teenage master." The snake lady lying nearby was also full of doubts. Peak internal skill, 3 strikes to kill the disciple of the master. Vo Keat hesitated a bit, the teenage master. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" His eyes glimmered with suspicion mixed with fear, as if he himself was intimidated by that title. But in an instant, Vo Keat quickly regained his composure, his legs slightly moved, leading his body to dash forward decisively. He proudly laughed and said, "I don't believe you're a top internal skill master." He showed a disdainful attitude. "You don't know who I am? I'm Youngjae. Junki is my grandfather." As soon as he finished speaking, a roaring fire dragon appeared, its long body coiling around the sky, the red flames radiating intense heat. Causing the space to tremble, Vo Ki commanded to go. The snake lady beside him couldn't help but exclaim that such a fire control is truly worthy of the Bak family. A 3 beside also had no choice but to say to take the money from people to help them avert disaster. At that moment, he also unleashed the power of light from his body, exploding like a solid shield raised to assist. A 3's feet swiftly glided over the ground. Each step seemed to compress space. Carrying the momentum of the fiercely swirling flames, his body darted forward like lightning, directly attacking. Vun Tin shouted from the side, "Be careful over here," Minho assessed. "Unless he truly is a top internal skill master, otherwise he's definitely dead." But over here, Minho remained calm and composed. His gaze was serene, as if strolling through tranquil clouds, his body slightly tilted, easily dodging all those fierce attacks, not leaving even a scratch. His condition was so good that Voki was also surprised. What technique is this? Daesung is my dad, Sunhee is my sister, got it? Jihoon spoke up. Young Master Ingui, Minho just came from Shao District. Tai Chi? He frowned, surprised and wondered what it was. He only saw Minho gently executing an arc. Dodging the 36 techniques of true martial arts, the first technique is Lam Thien Tri. He was a fan. Shocked, as if unable to believe his eyes. How could this be? How could I lose control over the fire flame? Is this martial arts or magic? How can there be such amazing martial arts in this world? Over here, Minho starts to execute his technique. Suddenly, he twists his wrist, and a blinding burst of fire erupts, transforming into a torrent of flames rushing straight at Vokai. At this moment, he knows there's no retreat, so he says, "Let's take the risk." However, the heat and pressure are overwhelming, terrifying, as if a volcano is erupting, compressed into a single strike. In an instant, Voki is immediately thrown away. His figure is thrown out of the battlefield, carried away by the aftershocks, as if wanting to tear apart the sky. He stands there like a true victor. He asks him, "Do you believe now?" Vun Tin here is also stunned by the fans. How did Minho become so powerful? Is this person still the friend we used to play with? Trung Bon is terrified by Minho's overwhelming strength. Back in Thu Tui, he was even more arrogant. Thu Tui, Grandma Snake, holding her wound, is just as surprised. Far beyond our imagination. Voki finally raises his hand in surrender. "Master Trun, I'm convinced." At the same time, she and Vun Tin meet again, calling each other's names affectionately. "Granddaughter, your grandmother was still alive before. Now he has changed his attitude, flattering and praising like a ghost. Vu Jiao has a great master like Master Trun. The young Vu Lord Heijin is truly talented. He doesn't understand what to say about Vu Jiao, the young Vu Lord. What do you mean by that?" Vo Qi realizes he has misspoken and says, "Master Chun, you are not a member of Vu Jiao." Minho reaffirms once again, "I've told you, I'm Vun Thin's classmate." He continues to ask, "Then surely Master Trun doesn't know what a seed is? Is it like Vu Thwat?" He asks back. "What is that?" Vokeet explains in detail. "It's about planting Vu Thwat seeds in the host's body. I just want to take Vun Tin as my disciple. It's still better than the young Vu Lord." Minho wonders, Vu Thwat seeds, young Vu Lord. But in his heart, he has some thoughts that this guy is indeed practicing evil techniques. A few days ago, a guy named Twin Kiet got knocked out by one of my guys. He's also from Tu Tui. It absolutely not only can seize spiritual energy, but also strip away the essence from the body. After Vun Tin's Vu Trung is taken away, he will definitely suffer from diseases in the future. At the same time, Grandma Snake also speaks. "Minho, don't listen to him. The young Vu Lord is a great benefactor of our family," he scoffs. "Great benefactor? Under your noses you all act for a little benefit, then push her into danger. Why the young Vu Lord of the Ghost Sect? How dare he imprison Vun Tin, robbing her of happiness for the rest of her life? Then I will take his life, damn Vu Jiao. After that, I will declare to the world, no one is allowed to touch Minho's friend." Truong Bon beside him can no longer stand it, speaking up in defense. "You're talking nonsense! You think you're worthy to be a rival of the young Vu Lord?" He only sees his gaze turn sharp, saying, "Shut up!" Minho raises his hand and swings it down. Without hesitation, a loud slap echoes, and Truong Bon is immediately thrown away. His body staggers and falls to the ground before he can understand what is happening. Voki tries to please Minho, saying, "Master Trun, the technique of the young master is very high, and he has powerful weapons. We should gather other experts first." Doesn't even look at himself, daring to come here and mess around. Minho maintained a calm demeanor. "Then we can surround and attack." Just then, a phone rang. He suspected it was my phone. "What's going on?" As soon as he picked up, Voki shouted, "What?" Seeing his unusual attitude, I asked, "What's wrong, Voki?" "The young master has broken the blockade of the other 5 houses and is rushing here. He will arrive in 2 hours. Zhang Bon stood up gently from the ground, smirking as he said, "If the young master comes, you're definitely dead." Minho, unfazed, replied, "Perfect timing. I was looking to use his blood to offer a sacrifice to my divine powers." 2 hours later, outside Van Tin's house. Just then, a mysterious hand slowly opened the car door. The door creaked open, and from the shadows, a figure stepped down slowly. Mr. Jae Hyun beside him respectfully reported the situation. "The young master demands to send a message that Madam Snake and Van Tin have been taken hostage." Then he scoffed coldly. "Master Tran, the small-time bandits of Jiangbei dare to challenge our Ghost Wu sect?" He laughed mockingly. "A frog at the bottom of a well has no idea how powerful the young master is. Tuan Kiet is one of my childhood friends. You dare to hit him?" Suddenly, Heijin turned around and commanded, "Sung Wu, go, we're heading inside." After hearing the order, he replied, "Yes." The young master asked while walking, "Master Tran, does Bai family head dare to come out to meet?" Zhang Bon at the door gestured for him to enter. The young master was waiting for people inside. Once inside, he cursed, "Damn it!" Because when the young master entered, he saw Minho and his crew sitting comfortably in chairs waiting. He evaluated in his heart, "Van Tin is not bad. I'm quite satisfied." Then the young master began to speak. "This must be Master Tran from Jiangbei, right? Truly, Jin, young and talented. Our Ghost Wu sect and Jiangbei have no conflicting interests. As long as Master Tran hands these people over to me, then we would be friends. Surely someone like Master Tran will make the right choice." When standing before a woman and befriending a powerful force, as soon as he finished speaking, both Vo Keat and Van Tin were slightly taken aback. In their eyes flashed a glimmer of doubt, sharing a common realization that Minjung sensed the situation was getting tense. "Young Jae, if you keep talking like this, I'm going to turn on you." Hearing this, he immediately toned it down and said, all right. Everything happening before them was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Minho ignored the bragging words, coldly stated, "Who allowed you to sit?" He was surprised by the boy's imposing aura. "What did you just say?" Minho didn't want to say much. "If you had knelt down to accept death when you came in, I might have spared a few from the Ghost Wu sect." "You all," Jaehyun Chanwook angrily shouted from the side, "want to die." The young master coldly replied, "Master Tran, if I don't respect you, then what can you do? Sit on the same level as me? Just because you have a bit of martial skill, you look down on our Ghost Wu sect? I don't know how many people like you I've killed," Minho stated without any hesitation. "If that's the case, then I can only wipe out your Ghost Wu sect." He couldn't stand this attitude any longer. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Sung Wu." At that moment, the person called dashed forward unexpectedly. The figure moved like a lightning bolt, tearing through space. In the blink of an eye, Sung Wu was at the table, his hand reaching out like a steel claw. However, Voki had already appeared beside the table, raising his hand as flames erupted violently, shouting, "You dare!" He thought to himself, Jaehyun's daughter is showing her respect for her. Just wait until I get close to Master Trun, then I won't have to worry about a guy like Jaehyun, right? The heat spread, distorting the space, forcing him to halt. In an instant, the flames roared up, wrapping around his body. It caused Sung Woo's clothes to be quickly burned to shreds. He swung his hand, an explosive momentum erupting, his palm cutting straight toward Vo Ki. Buntin watched in panic, covering his mouth, saying, "How is this possible?" Sung Woo's gaze remained cold. He had no intention of backing down. Sung Woo's sturdy figure seemed to have been forged through countless hardships. Every muscle fiber was brimming with vitality, exuding a strength that made the opponent wary. Vo Keat also felt fear upon witnessing this. This was the secret technique of the Ghost Wu sect, the method of body refinement. The proud Thiu Vu Chu boasted, "That's right, Sung Woo is a master from Southeast Asia, and he's offended our Ghost Wu sect. So I personally performed the sect's magic on him, filling his entire being with immense power. He felt no pain, able to fight without stopping. Master Trun, my subordinate is not bad, right?" After hearing those words, Vun Tin was filled with dread. The sect leader filling him with power, is he alive? He continued, "I heard my sister lent you the villa on the mountaintop. So ruthless, so terrifying." The snake lady next to him questioned her decision to entrust Tio Tin to such a person. "Is it really okay?" Minho, sitting beside, laughed and replied, "Just practicing a little." "You dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me!" His hand quietly traced mysterious seals, the magic spreading silently in the hazy sky. A strange figure slowly emerged, as if hiding an unimaginable power. Chanwook stammered in confusion, "Magic? Magic weapon?" Before he could react, the power circle shot forth, grazing past Jaehyun and Chanwook. It seemed to want to devour life itself. In that moment, the stakes were high, but fortunately, the Thiu Vu Chu dodged in time, just barely escaping the scythe. Jaehyun felt the momentum of Minho's attack rising endlessly, like a raging storm in turmoil. He gritted his teeth and launched an attack, as if wanting to break free from the suffocating disadvantage. Despite struggling with all his might, the overwhelming energy left Sung Woo powerless, unable to evade that attack. His whole body slammed into the wall. Every muscle felt like it was tightening, bones rattling with the rhythm of the invisible force. Donghae excitedly said, "The higher the official rank, the more they want to prolong their lives. Even 1 million for a bottle would find a buyer. Maybe my sister asked Jaehyun for it, but didn't expect she would give it to an outsider. Really, if my sister is protecting you." Observing the battle from start to finish, he remained confused. What? Isn't Master Trun a peak-level internal energy master? How could such a terrifying magic weapon be erased? Trung Mon felt immense doubt. Thiu Vu Chu, the invincible one in my heart, is rolling on the ground in misery. Meanwhile, the one he admired has yet to be satisfied. He shouted, "I will tear you into 100 pieces." In the silence, the Thiu Vu Chu quietly drew a magic weapon. He placed it to his mouth and blew, the sound rising like a powerful spiritual force spreading everywhere. Vo Ki yelled, "Not good! Stop him!" Magical notes appeared beneath his fingers, then danced like living creatures in the air. A voice echoed, "This is the holy weapon of the Ghost Wu sect." The snake lady beside seems to know what it is. Minho, clueless, asks, "This ancient ghost enemy is really formidable. Why does he finally understand why that guy is so famous?" I didn't expect the young Wu master to bring that along. No wonder the 5 united forces couldn't stop him. Despite being overwhelmed by the opponent, he calmly throws talismans, creating a solid barrier of magical energy. "Then I won't touch you for now, but I'm going to see how she explains this to Jae-hyun." To counter each technique, Vo-ki shouts loudly, "8 gates divine fire formation." As he finishes, the formation begins to activate. The shadows in the formation continuously appear, each wave of summoning increasing their numbers. He is very focused on the formation. The young Wu master sinisterly says, "Vo-ki, your talisman formation is indeed impressive. No wonder he is the great hound of the Southwest, but unfortunately, your 8 gates divine fire formation relies only on talismans to hold out. How long can it hold out? 3 minutes or 5? When the formation is broken, then taste the fear of the myriad ghosts devouring your heart." Von Tin nearby. Fearful, Minho says, "What now?" But he warns, "Master Trun, this formation won't hold for long. We have to break out. As long as we escape this ghost realm, he won't be able to do anything to us." You wonder, what is the ancient ghost enemy you just mentioned? Von Tin nearby angrily shouts. What time is it that you still care about that? Vo-ki explains, the ancient ghost enemy is one of the 3 great treasures of the Ghost Wu sect. It's said to be something taken from the rib of an aberrant ghost. Minho's expression turned cold, warning, "If your dad were here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Who gave you the courage?" This ghost enemy often contains countless evil spirits and has its own ghost realm. Legends say, if a true master with powerful magic blows the ghost enemy, they can summon myriad ghosts into formation. The young Wu master boasts, "Unfortunately, if you want to escape the ghost realm, you're just dreaming." Talking nonsense, Minho. He quickly pulls out his weapon and asks again, "Really?" The wind howls as the 2 forces collide, creating a dazzling light screen in the air. He is also taken aback by the sudden attack. "Can your weapon devour souls?" The young Wu master quietly observes. His cold gaze seems to pierce through every movement. You grip your hand tightly, looking down on the opponent. "I told you. It's just magic, and a child of yours. I haven't even lifted a finger and can already kill you." Still the same phrase. "Either you kneel down and accept death now, or I will destroy your Ghost Wu sect." Hearing this, he gets angry. "I roam the Southwest. One sect reigns supreme. I've never been humiliated like this." Dote Heijin, the young Wu master, crazily grips his weapon in hand. The atmosphere in the banquet hall seemed to drop a bit, Yuna thought to herself. His gaze wild and his whole body channeling all his strength, he shouts loudly, "Blood sacrifice weapon." "That's right! Today I won't hesitate to exhaust my cultivation. I must kill you." The snake lady panics at the young Wu master's madness. Quickly speaking up, "Master Chun, you quickly take Tiotin away. We will stay back to hold him off." Vo-ki urged, "Master Tran, this jerk is going all in. We should pull back for now." All they could see was the young master laughing maniacally. "It's too late," followed by a flurry of skulls flying in the air. People outside anxiously shouted, "Minho, Master Tran!" He was madly ranting. "Whether he's a true cultivation master or a realm expert, he will die in my demonic slaughter formation. You all can just wait to suffer the torment of 10,000 demons eating your hearts. I will tear you all apart. Just wait to suffer the torment of 10,000 demons eating your hearts. I will tear you all apart." Van Tin thought to herself, if she could die alongside him, then even if it meant being eaten by 10,000 demons, "I would be willing," Minho lightly scolded. "If you're looking for death, don't blame me. Do you dare to look me in the eye?" Now, the young master was filled with resentment, challenging, "What's there to be afraid of? Your mouth can't seem to be shut. How could?" Haijin felt a bit intimidated by young Jae and Minho. He covered one eye. The sudden action startled him, as if he couldn't react to the next move. Minho's voice sounded ominously. "This eye of mine can ignite the entire sky." A fire suddenly erupted. A blazing red light spread throughout the space, catching everyone off guard. How great is this power? How immense is this ability? The snake lady was taken aback as Minho unleashed flames from his eyes. Is he Sun Wukong or Na Tra? She speculated. Could he be a deity? With a fierce aura like a storm, causing the young master to tremble in fear. Forced to back down, begging, "Spare me, Master Tran. Listen to me. I was wrong. I don't need it." Van Tin too. "Please spare me." Minho's gaze was completely cold. He continued speaking. "Our Ghost Master sect is powerful. Master Tran is a hero in his own right. Surely he would agree to befriend us." "Is that so?" you asked coldly. "Are you threatening me?" "No, I'm just helping you analyze the pros and cons. Why should we fight over a woman, Master Tran? You're facing the top arrogant young master of Shao District here," Ji-hoon thought smugly. "You're still so young, yet you can lead in Jiangbei, a bright future ahead. If you kill me, then the sect leader will definitely take revenge for me. Even if you're not afraid, don't your family and friends fear? Our Ghost King sect ranks third in corpse cultivation. Ghost control is second. The first is curse technique, which can easily take life. The life of an ordinary person. Unbeknownst to him, Voki sat nearby saying, Master Tran, Jae-hyun, the lord of the Ghostmaster sect, has dominated the Southwest these past few years. You shouldn't oppose this person. The Snake Lady also urged. Indeed, Master Tran. Or we can let it go, the young master can stay too. A fan who was scared like that, Minho, surely, will be afraid of breaking the vase while throwing the rat. I can strategize for the long term. Zhang Ben next to him threatened Master Tran. If you kill the young master, just wait for the Ghostmaster sect to take revenge. He laughed coldly. Have you forgotten what I said earlier? His expression changed as he asked back. What did you say? He replied lightly. I once said, as long as you don't kneel down to accept death, not only will I not kill you. Indeed, Heijin just needs to bring young Jae in front of Minho, and everything from here will go smoothly. And eliminate your demon sect. Suddenly, Heijin, Minho's eyes shone with a sharp light like a blazing sword. Charging towards the opponent, he calmly delivered a lethal remark. Do you think I'm joking, Northern Huyen? At this moment, the demon master realized it was too late. His words incomplete. How dare you kill me? But it was too late. The flames grew fiercer, incinerating his entire body. Voki beside him was stunned. This is the soul. His body is destroyed. Minho turned and walked away, leaving behind the raging flames. Everyone witnessing this admired him wholeheartedly and knelt down. Both Lady Serpent and he bowed in respect. Call Master Chun. Master Chun and Van Thin were still in shock, deep in thought. Minho's fiery red eyes looked no different from a demon, feeling extremely foreign to Trung Bon, despite the fear. But he still threatened. You killed the demon master, we won't let you go, Minho casually replied. So what? His gaze began to activate the attack energy. A brilliant energy erupted. He angrily threatened, Do you dare to speak to me like that? You think Sun He is going to protect you? Shooting straight like an arrow, piercing right into him. Trung Bon finally accepted defeat, his eyes filled with despair. Suddenly, Heijin realized, I'm not dead. Minho turned his back and said, You should deliver this greeting gift to the demon sect. Soon, Northern Huyen will come and wipe you all out. He still couldn't believe he was spared. You're not going to kill me? Why don't you want to say much? You can leave now! After hearing that, Trung Bon said nothing and ran away quickly. But he thought to himself, if you don't kill me, just wait for my demon sect to come and eliminate you. Van Tien spoke up. Minho, no, Master Trun. Are you really letting him go like that? He reassured her. It's fine. This is a greeting gift for the demon sect. Hope they like it. After saying that, he took a step forward. Minho sat deep in thought. The demon master was burned to ashes, but this demon enemy remains unharmed. This is the primordial bone. It seems that a cultivation civilization once existed on Earth. If I can find some relics, well, I don't dare to touch you. Why are you so bold to challenge me? You think I'm scared just because you're here? I could shorten the cultivation time to the absolute minimum. I can refine this primordial bone into a standard spiritual artifact. Van Tien felt a bit frightened by this person, stuttering. Trun. Seeing her attitude, he teased. What's wrong? Don't want to acknowledge your old classmate anymore. She voiced out her thoughts. You looked terrifying just now. I didn't dare to acknowledge you. Minho gently replied. If I wasn't here, and you were taken away by the demon master, what would happen? Van Tien hurriedly answered. Bak Dai Nan said I would be taken for the demon curse or something. Go ahead and take the power from me, Minho said nonchalantly. Haijin revealed. The curse of the overlord surely isn't just that. The more primitive the secret technique, the more ruthless it is. It will easily drain your essence and blood, turning you into a mere skeleton. Upon hearing this, an invisible fear suddenly rose in her heart. Minho continued. Therefore, burning him like this is actually being lenient. Van Tien seemed to think of something and said, I want to go home and see. Furthermore, Master Bash said he could teach me, he explained gently. He clenched his fists tightly, angrily saying, Looks like I've been away from the office for a year and some people have forgotten how formidable I am. Your physique is a challenge but also a support. If you can practice proper magic, you will surpass it before 15. The young overlord approached respectfully, clasping his hands, and announced, Master Trun, we are departing. Minho coldly instructed, I entrust Van Tien to you. If I find out she loses even a hair, you know the consequences. Minho left, but his mind was filled with thoughts. In the end, I still couldn't keep her. I was reborn just to make up for my regrets, not to be a babysitter. If Van Tien can truly cultivate to a high realm in the future, then I wouldn't mind helping her out. As he approached the door, he found Seung Woo lying motionless there for a long time, his body covered in the marks of being knocked down earlier. Minho realized something and remarked that they had never seen genuine magic cultivation, and he wanted to see their expressions. When he saw Seung Woo break the Ghost Overlord sect, 5 days later, somewhere in the southwest region, the headquarters of the Ghost Overlord sect. Inside, a subordinate reported, "Overlord, the young Overlord has been killed. This openly disrespects our Ghost Overlord sect." Minho thought to himself, Dong Hei is absolutely right. Back then, I sold spirit pills to the Jung family. Ji-hoon pretended to advise, Minho, who the heck is this fake young master? You shouldn't disrespect him like that. Indeed, our Ghost Overlord sect has never been humiliated like this. A living Master Trun dared to kill our young Overlord. The Overlord, with a hint of sorrow in his eyes, issued a command for imprisonment. Trung Bon came up to clarify everything. He entered and immediately reported the crimes forcefully. Please let me recount, everyone was angrily discussing. You said that the young Jae-hyun, only 10 years old, that 6-7-year-old could spit fire and easily break the 100 ghost killing formation. The young Overlord was burned to dust by him. He said that soon he would come to annihilate our entire Ghost Overlord sect. Such a big mouth. A mere junior from Jiangbak dares to say he wants to destroy our Ghost Overlord sect. My subordinate will set off for revenge for the young master right away. The leader of the Demon Vu sect listened to the story and quietly asked, what else did he say? Zhang Ben reported in detail. It seems he also mentioned, he told my subordinate to bring a meeting gift for everyone. It must be just to scare people. Hei Jin, fearing trouble, said, hurry up and apologize. No matter how good your relationship with Sun He is, it can't compare to a sisterhood. Aren't I standing here safe and sound? Suddenly, Hei Jin's body contracted, trembling violently as if being torn apart. The fierce flames erupted, engulfing his entire body, causing Zhang Ben to scream in despair. Thick black smoke rose, blending with the acrid smell of burning, spreading throughout the space. In an instant, his body was consumed by the flames, leaving only ashes to drift away. The Vu Master evaluated the method of implanting the fire seed into a person's body, which would then explode at a predetermined time. Being turned to nothingness like this is truly terrifying. One subordinate nearby trembled in fear. He asked if we still need to go to Jiangbei. He pondered, his gaze distant, as if sinking deeply into unexpressed thoughts. The scene suddenly shifted to a white car. Speeding down the busy street, Minho sat in the car, thinking he felt that the Honglian fire seed had been activated. Then the mark must have been imprinted on many leaders, Jae-hyun and the sect leader. When they kill the Demon Vu sect, they won't have to worry about them escaping anymore. Tuan Kiet saw that you weren't saying anything and asked, what's wrong, Tia Pham? Don't you want to talk much? I said it's fine. Young Jae smugly crossed his arms and said, hey kid, I'm giving you a chance. Apologize now, and I'll let you off. It's just that I killed an insect. Tuan Kiet sitting next to me sighed in regret, saying that Van Tin had gone home to celebrate the new year early. I planned that if not, this time going to the hot spring would allow me to admire her figure again. Vivi behind laughed and teased Tio Tin, knowing that you are a lecher, so she quickly slipped away. Tuan Kiet drummed the village. Tio Pham in the past was a bit infatuated, so don't take it to heart. Minho didn't care much about these things, it's fine. At that time I stayed just to ask her a little something. Vivi added on, so you were jealous of Tiu Pham, even the brothers don't believe it. Tiu Bok happily said, Tiu Pham is not that kind of person. If he really wanted to pursue, he would have won over the campus beauty long ago. Minho threw up his hands, surrendering, begging for mercy. Someone announced they were almost there. Oh, Mountain Hot Springs. Tuan Kiet held the announcement in his hand, happily saying that the facilities of Oh Mountain Hot Springs are very modern. In this weather, the tickets sold out in a flash like fireworks. Luckily, I had a connection to get tickets. Let me park the car first, then. He grinned and said, I'm giving you a chance too. Now, kneel down and apologize. We can check into the hotel for a bit, then go out to eat. Everyone agreed. Okay, sounds good. Oh Mountain Hot Springs were crowded with groups of people coming and going, the sounds of laughter mingling with the misty steam. It creates an unusually lively scene. He wonders, Xiao Fan, where did this bodyguard of yours come from? Looks pretty strong, Minho casually explains. Sungwoo, he's my cousin, just a bit of a problem in the head. I said I'd take him out for fun, plus bringing him along definitely adds more flair. Vi jokes, it's pretty cool. Stuffing a monster like that into a BMW, I felt like I was gonna be crushed. Tuan Kiet excitedly says, this time we can have a good time. With my cousin here, no one dares to cause trouble. I heard my friends say this is the most famous restaurant in town. Many rich people come here to eat when they visit Osun. She was looking at the menu nearby, unable to help but mutter, why is the food here so expensive? Tuan Kiet hurriedly tells Xiao Fan to look behind him. Minho also doesn't understand what's happening. Then I might not break your legs. Minjung quickly intervened. Why are you being so stubborn? When he asks what's up, it turns out to be a beautiful woman, with her hair tied back and sunglasses hiding half her face. It adds to her alluring mysteriousness. Vi closes the menu, sarcastically saying, you love girls. Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Tuan Kiet covers his mouth, whispering, don't you guys think she looks a bit familiar? Minho tries to think back, and then explains, that's right, wearing sunglasses while eating, acting sneaky, she must be some kind of celebrity. Vi doesn't care, saying, so what does that have to do with you? Tuan Kiet is at a loss for words, truly can't find common ground with a bold girl. Who exactly are you? Why do you seem so familiar? Minho looks like he wants to say something. It's him. Suddenly realizing she looks a lot like the superstar Tian Tian, VI sitting next to him dismisses. Probably not. Tian Tian is a top actress. Why would she run to a small restaurant like this during the new year? Xiao Bai is chomping down on a drumstick and chimes in, I don't believe it either. Tuan Kiet feels like he's been doused with cold water, speaking up in frustration. Don't escalate this with him. Young Jae, provoked, wanted to charge. You want to die? Ji-hoon quickly held him back. Fake cop. Trust me. Minho is lost in his own thoughts. Tuan Kiet guessed right. That person really is Tian Tian. He looks over and sees her surrounded by a crowd of bodyguards. Minho is puzzled. How strange, with her status and position, she would come to Osun Hot Springs. Suddenly, Hyejin stretches out a pale arm as if calling for help. Before Tian Tian can react, she is pulled back by an unseen force, losing her balance. Before anything happens, VI steps up heroically, shouting, What are you doing? Do you want to bully our women? The two struggling men are also confused. Completely clueless about what's happening, their eyes are filled with bewilderment. Soon, Seungwoo appears, instilling fear in the hearts of the two bodyguards. This guy is really strong. The one with glasses gently says, Miss Van, we mean no harm. The boss is indeed waiting for you. We mean no harm. The boss is really waiting for you. Tian Tian doesn't care either. I told you already, I'm not going. His tall figure stood protectively in front of me, making him scared. If you're stuttering like that, then I'll go first. At this moment, she stood in front of everyone, sincerely saying, Thank you all. If you make a scene here, do you think Dong Hae will let it slide? Just then, Minho's phone rang. Vi, the righteous spoke up. No need, sis. Just deal with these guys who are obsessed with girls. Just a knee to the face will do. Tuan Kiet generously invited the guests. Otherwise, you can join us for food. After that, we'll see you off since they might be waiting nearby for you to come out. There, Tian Tian happily responded. Sure. She gently walked to the dining table, her demeanor light as Hyejin blended in with everyone in the warm atmosphere. Tian Tian silently pulled up a chair next to Minho, the brown beads on her wrist gently swaying in the light, accidentally catching his focused gaze. Vi enthusiastically asked, By the way, sis, do you have to wear sunglasses while eating? Tian Tian smiled and replied, Due to some specific reasons, I can't take off my glasses. She honestly said that just earlier, Tuan Kiet mentioned she resembled Tian Tian, which is why she had to wear sunglasses. To avoid being recognized, the guy sitting next to her got called out by name, jumping in surprise. Hey, don't call me out like that, Tian. Tian, hearing this, chuckled to herself. These kids probably come from a decent background, but she glanced at him and Seungwoo. He ignored everyone and answered, Hello? Young Jae angrily said, Little Jae-hyun, calling right before you die. I can't quite read these two. Tian Tian assessed the two in front of her, the sturdy boy with a dazed look, exuding a dangerous aura, while this handsome youth seemed rather ordinary. But there was a kind of arrogance that disregarded everything. How strange. What kind of family raises a child like that? Tuan Kiet stood up to liven the atmosphere. Later, we're going to O Mountain for a hot spring. Right, Vi, cheerfully replying, Sounds good, yes, sister? You should come too. She was called out, so she couldn't refuse to respond. She thought to herself, it's better than going with the rich kids, Jae-hyun. The discussion was getting more lively. So let's change clothes and meet up at the hot spring? Okay, let's go. The atmosphere suddenly shifted. A scene opened up of a young man with rippling muscles appearing before them. The light highlighted every solid contour, radiating overwhelming strength. The girls around were utterly captivated, shouting, Oh my God, look at him. Now that's a real man. Tuan Kiet put his arm around his shoulder, smiling mischievously. Xiaofan, what did your cousin do before? Why don't you tell him to come clean up your mess? Minho laughed, handing the phone to him. It's your dad's call. Minho fabricated a story, lying, I think he was a mercenary, fighting for people in Southeast Asia. Afterwards, with some brain issues, Tian Tian here quietly exclaimed, Vi, I didn't expect your figure to be so beautiful. Hearing the compliment, she shyly replied, I'm not that great, really. He spoke up, Miss Van, may I borrow your Buddha bracelet? Tian Tian was surprised. My bracelet? Tuan Kiet casually asked, Sister Van, is that bracelet of yours made from a Hoang Hoa pear wood? I've seen one before. This one can't compare and it's already over 100,000, Vivi exclaimed in shock. So expensive, Satio Bak beside her was just as surprised. Over 100,000. She took off the bracelet and said, The price doesn't matter, it's just a string of beads, a gift from a good sister. Minho seemed to be thinking about something, and Tian Tian explained, She worked hard for it, so she told me to keep it safe. I must always keep it with me. He gently held the bead bracelet, his gaze turning somber. An indescribable whirlwind of thoughts rose within. It felt like a charm. Why is this the first time? Young Jae frowned in suspicion. What are you talking about? Don't believe it? Cursing like hell but still wasting words. He was about to get physical. I've seen charms on Earth, curious. He tried to use his spiritual sense to probe it. The bracelet suddenly emitted a brilliant light, each bead swirling around as if carrying mysterious power, revealing the figure of a gigantic three-headed being. In the scene, the master handed the bracelet, and the woman immediately knelt down, her hands trembling in supplication. Her face was filled with reverence. Minho wondered, who is that woman? Turns out she's a good friend of Thien Thien. He advised, she should throw it into the fire. Tuen Kiat was unexpectedly excited. Thien Thien asked in confusion. Why? Minho shared his thoughts. This year, nothing has been going well for you. At night, I always dream of nightmares and my spirit isn't good, leading to a decline in my career. Isn't that right? She questioned. How do you know? The hot spring suddenly fell silent and a stillness enveloped the air. Suddenly, Hiejin Thien Thien stood up and said, I have a little matter to attend to. You all continue soaking. Vivi called out. Wait, Van Ti. As she stepped up, two people were waiting. Thien Thien unexpectedly said, Than Ti, why are you here? Having the same thought, it seemed like the Zheng family was planning to evade their debts. It looks like I need to find an opportunity to go to the island port to collect. Just then, someone spoke up. Oh, the Jaehyun family has arrived. Where's Master Tran? Who is Master Tran? She smiled and said, you left everyone at the dining table, turned off your phone, and ran here to soak. And you still ask why I'm here? A subordinate chimed in. Thien Thien, can you come with us now? My boss and Mr. Thung are both waiting for you. Thien Thien heard this and asked, Mr. Thung is here too? At that moment, Vi just felt that what Tuen Kiat said was all true. Sister, are you Thien Thien? I can't believe my ears. Thien Thien, is it really you? Teobach was surprised. No way. She took off her glasses and apologized for hiding it from everyone before. Tanti, I want to go outside for a walk. Please help me. Sorry, Mr. Thung. She smiled and said to Thien Thien, Mr. Theng traveled thousands of miles to come here. It wouldn't be good not to meet him. Besides, suddenly her eyes were filled with emotions. Thien Thien asked back, moreover. The subordinate quickly added, moreover, my boss has been waiting for you for so long. Do you really want to leave him hanging? Thien Thien wondered, who is your boss? Vi stood beside her and spoke heroically. Von TT doesn't want to go. What now? Do you still dare to force her? Young Jae, suppressing his anger, threatened, you little brat named Tran. After this meeting, I'll deal with you, Chan Wook. Then he turned and walked away. He aggressively threatened, you really think I'm nice? I just didn't have the time to deal with you before. Hurry up and follow me. Vi was truly angry. With fiery eyes, unable to hold back any longer, she suddenly kicked out, a powerful strike that tore through the air, charging straight at her opponent. Shouting, get out of here. That guy with sharp eyes commanded to catch her. Get her! Immediately, two strong men appeared. Vi felt a bit panicked at the overwhelming force and nervously asked, who are these people? Thien Thien, next to her, could no longer stand it and shouted, stop it right now. Tuan Kiet also spoke up upon seeing this. Don't come over here, Xiaobai fiercely declared. Whatever you want to do, you have to get past me first. Minho, seeing this, called out to Sung Woo in a low voice. When summoned, he slowly stepped forward, each step echoing on the ground, his strong figure illuminated in the light. His imposing presence as he entered the fray was terrifying. The two bodyguards roared and struck with a cat scratch move. Sung Woo landed a punch that deformed the Face ID. They fearfully shouted, no, we can't fight back. Jihoon glanced at him, added a comment, and left. Good luck to you. Heijin and Minjung were left surrounding each other. Vi, on the side, exclaimed in admiration, cousin is amazing. You go catch me. Jaehyun is waiting for you. The leading bodyguard shouted loudly. A bunch of useless people. Can't even fight without weapons. Don't you know how to use a knife? The brothers held their weapons. A group of people holding weapons, the gleaming steel reflecting under the light, the tense atmosphere seemed ready to explode. She fearfully whispered, little fam, no matter how strong cousin is, he's still alone. Can he take on 10 guys with knives? Minho reassured. It's fine. Sung Woo can handle Chan Wook. Tian Tian unexpectedly called out to Thon Bi. She laughed loudly, coldly replying, Tian Tian, why can't you see the situation clearly? Is it worth offending Mr. Han and Mr. Thang over a few kids you just met? She lowered her head, sadly saying, but they just surrounded me. Moreover, Mr. Han is AI Thon Bi explained in detail that he is the leader of the mafia in the galaxy. One hand covering the sky, otherwise why would I have to make it difficult for you like this? Tian Tian's voice trembled. Before she finished speaking, the muscular young man with a weapon immediately attacked. Minho exclaimed, you're so impressive! I wonder if there's anyone in Jiangbei who can make you afraid. That AI shouted, cousin, get down! A sharp knife swung down, but Sung Woo still stood firm. With a calm expression, Heijin showed no signs of pain, surprising the opponent completely. What was on him? It left no wounds at all. That guy didn't give up, continuously kicking. Good grief! He was only wearing swim trunks. Kim Trung Chao Tiet Bo, Sam Jaehyun. Jaehyun, Don't trust him. You're tougher than my blade for real, he roared, almost shouting, Die! The other side screamed in a fit of rage. Charging in to attack with blows that seemed meant to tear the opponent apart, the sword shattered right in midair, making crackling sounds. Seeing this, he remained unfazed. He was again met with fans who were astonished, stammering, Is this really a body of iron? Min Ho, by the hot spring, thought. Seung Woo is originally a martial arts master, then he was saved by the Ghost Wu sect. The master of the Wu sect trained him in body armor, and after being saved by me, his body became even stronger than before. Can he really be hurt by an ordinary blade? They were becoming increasingly confused. What should we do? I never expected to poke at such a fierce guy. Who was that on the phone just now? How can you say that was someone else's dad's call? He laughed and said, It was really Dong Hei calling. But I must not panic. What should I do? What else can I do? What? Call the boss. I can't believe he can handle a toy gun. Wait until our great Jae-hyun comes to see if they can still be so arrogant. Than Ti thought silently. Not good. They are about to call Han Jae-hyun here. VV beside her laughed and said, Boss my ass. Are we afraid of them? Tian, get in the water. Than Ti, let me talk to Boss Han. And Mr. Thung, she mockingly said, You decided to plead with Mr. Thung for them. Tian thought, Mr. Thung is my golden boss, now pleading with them. In the future, if Mr. Thung needs help, I will absolutely not refuse. Somewhere in the Galaxy City, Mr. Thien smiled warmly and welcomed. So, Mr. Thang, how do you like my hospitality? Kiem Fong replied politely. Boss Han indeed has good intentions, but he thought to himself that he came from a great family. I've seen everything. Why pay attention to this extravagant hospitality of his? The gentleman laughed heartily at this. He laughed and said, It was really Dong Hei calling. Heijin didn't believe it, scolding him. With Mr. Thung, I can rest assured. Kiem Fong's words were somewhat sharp as he mentioned, Boss Han is now like the midday Sunday, holding the power to consume Van Vutlin Tuyen. He also said seriously, Mr. Thung has also heard of Van Vutlin Tuyen. He replied, It seems that the miraculous effects of Lin Tuyen have shocked the entire upper-class society, making me hear about it all the way from Zhonghai. The gentleman bowed his head and continued, No need to hide, Mr. Thang. My daily quota is only 20 bottles, and I still have to supply the big shots. There's hardly any left now. Jianfeng was suspicious in his heart. I trust him for sure, but what comes out of his mouth is different. It really puts Mr. Han in a tough spot. Then he mentioned that this Lin Tuyen was refined by Master Trun himself, and Tian Xin laughed without hesitation. Undoubtedly, this Lin Tuyen was all refined by Master Trun. Apparently, he continued to say that Zhonghai is rumored to be quite miraculous. I don't think he's that much stronger than Mr. Han. Suddenly, Heijin spoke seriously. Master Trun is a divine being. I'm just a dog of his. Jianfeng thought this was just nonsense. What time is it, and you're still joking? Min Jung patted him on the shoulder. You're really good at this, joking with a straight face. Mr. Han is too modest. You're also a future boss in your own right. Surely you can take that position. Suddenly, someone reported that Mr. Han had a phone call. Tian Xin had some thoughts in his heart. Only the head of the Thang family can have the standing to talk to Master Trun. Just a small Jianfeng. You dare to talk big here. He picked up the phone. Hello, I understand. Jianfeng beside him was just as curious as Mr. Han. What's going on? Tian Xin calmly said, There are a few guys causing trouble out there. Then he patted Mr. Thang on the shoulder. How about we go to Osun and personally pick up Thien? He nodded happily and replied, Sure. The scene moves to a hot spring called Huen Hoang. Do you know who we are? The young master Ngui from Socho must greet Mr. Han. Uncle Tian is worried and stopped. That's right, VI. We should apologize. Wait until Mr. Thang arrives and then I'll plead to protect them. She suddenly exclaimed, Yes, sister. Hearing this, Minho's expression turned cold. Why do I feel like he should be figuring out how to deal with my anger? She really didn't want to make a big deal out of it, gently advising, I just want what's best for everyone. Don't worry, I won't let Mr. Han investigate you guys. VI responded with some sympathy. I really have to apologize. Minho next to him shouted, Apologize? Why should we apologize? The bodyguard laughed at being weak. That's a crime. Isn't this society about fists, power, money, and connections? VI called out. Tio Fam, Minho gently reassured, You're my friend. No matter what you do, you don't need to apologize, because my fist is the strongest in this world. She responded with a cheerful laugh. When did you learn to joke like that? The other guy threatened irritably. Tio Jae-hyun, wait until my Han Jae-hyun arrives. Let's see if you can still talk tough then. Minho wasn't scared at all, laughing and saying, When he comes, I'll tell him to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. He wouldn't dare argue back a word. Than Ti felt that he wasn't afraid of death, speaking so boldly. Huh? Minho smugly replied, Tian Xin is just my dog. How dare he not listen to me? No matter what, hearing this made Minho's expression turn cold. Why do I feel like he should be figuring out how to deal with my anger? The other guy was left speechless by his defiant attitude. Teo Jae-hyun, what are you saying? CIVI asked with some concern. Even now, Minho is still talking big, truly unaware of life and death. Dan is mocking Tien Tien. She understands these students. Not a single brainless group is not involved with her. Suddenly, mysterious footsteps echoed. The sound gently reverberated in the silent space. The guy wearing sunglasses smiled happily. Hello, Han Jae-hyun. Finally, you've arrived. Tien Sin and Kim Fong appeared arrogantly, their demeanor so proud as if they looked down on everyone. That guy was flaunting. Our Jae-hyun is here, let's see how you all die. But when he saw the person in front of him, his words became a bit hesitant. Trun Tien Sin took a long time to finally say the complete sentence. Master Trun, he casually replied. The arrogant guy from before was now speechless, his mouth moving. Jae-hyun and Kim Fong beside him were secretly delighted, not expecting to meet Trun, the famous master from Jiangbak. VV was bewildered, Master Trun, and Tien Tien was also dumbfounded. Who is Master Chun? Dunkit questioned. Could it be the Master Chun from Jiangbak? He bowed politely to Master Chun. The party was about to start. Ji-hoon flattered the fake young master. You're so fortunate. What do you want to do with Chan Wook? Minho lightly commanded. I don't want to see this person anymore. Tien Sin obeyed and said, Yes, take that guy away. The subordinates complied obediently, yes. Then the two dragged the guy away like hauling a bag of trash. The whole group of friends was stunned, frozen. He spoke up. All right, the hot soak is done. We should leave now. He bowed to see Master Trun off leisurely. The guy beside him looked a bit suspicious. Mr. Han, the one just now was Master Trun, Tien Sin said seriously. That's right, that is our Master Trun from Jiangbak. At this moment, she came out, bowed and said, Mr. Han, I sincerely apologize. Tien Tien begs forgiveness from both of you here. Kim Fong smiled gently and replied, It's okay, Tien Tien. You've been under a lot of pressure lately, I understand. In his mind, he immediately thought of Min Ho and Van Vu Lin. The scene gradually shifted. He cast his gaze toward a magnificent villa hidden in the tranquil space. Than reminded Tien Tien, You are a big star. Always have to pay attention to your image. She didn't pay much attention. He fawned and asked, I wonder how many bottles Master Tran plans to sell. You denied. Sell to whom? You say I want to sell, but I'm not. That's why I can sit in this VIP seat, secretly evaluating the influence of that Tran. Lying back on the bed, she replied, I'm so tired today, both Kim Fong and Mr. Han. All right, I understand, Thun said. Why does Mr. Han look so respectful to Master Chun? Even fearful, she pondered. I'm not sure. Could he be a junior of some big family? Tien Tien speculated. Looking at him, he seems only 10 or 67 years old, yet makes Mr. Han so respectful. Then how significant must his background be? Thun sighed. Tien Tien, you just missed a great opportunity. She also understood what it meant. Suddenly, Heijin, her gaze shifted. Tien Tien hesitated to speak but held back. That guy, Thun asked in confusion. What's wrong? She replied, Nothing. At this moment, Tien Tien had some doubts. She's my best sister. She wouldn't do that to me. The scene instantly turns lively, because the lively conversations are so stimulating. Wow, I didn't expect to know Sister Tien Tien. Seeing my cousin display his power again. Right, Tio Phum. Why do they call you Master Trun? This master is really too much. These people are all major figures, Young Jae said irritably. Minho humbly replied, It must be a mistake. Tuen Kiet thought, That answer is too hard to believe. I don't buy it. Vai Vai wrapped her arms around and said, It can't be. You're not enough for me. Just as room 602 closed, someone gently knocked on the door. Minho wondered silently, how could they arrive so quickly, and why can't he shake off this thought? He approached and opened the door. The sword energy was solemn. Master Trun, I dare to intrude into your room. I hope you can overlook it. I was just with Mr. Han. I met you at the Oson hot spring. Minho was calm. Heijin asked if there was something wrong. I want to develop the Van Vu Lin Tuyen with Master Trun. He got straight to the point. Your Van Vu Lin Tuyen, the effectiveness is indeed miraculous. Even better than the best healthcare products. 100 times. Don't you get my point? Kim Fong continued, You may have underestimated the value of Van Vu Lin Tuyen. The current consumption method is inaccurate. If we plan the consumption strategy, then invite a star representative to elevate the price, it will create a high-end luxury product. Then the value of Van Vu Lin Tuyen would be incalculable. I believe the image of Tien Tien fits perfectly with Van Vu Lin Tuyen. If it weren't for being here, Jae-hyun would have knocked his teeth out already. He asked Tron. She could totally be invited as the brand representative. My relationship with Tien Tien isn't bad. If you want to connect with her, I can build a bridge, establish a real line. But Min Ho himself isn't the least bit interested. Is it really that indifferent? But he kept babbling. Master Trun, you might not know, I am Kim Fong. I'm from Thungjia in Trunghai. We have 3 pharmaceutical companies in the market, accounting for 1/3 of the entire Hoaha pharmaceutical market. If I develop the Lin Tuyen, it could definitely lead all high-end healthcare products on the market. You provide the remaining techniques, and I'll take care of everything. We can split it 30-70. You take 30%, I'll take 70%. What do you think? Do you feel this price is low? You must know that healthcare products nowadays are the most consumed in the market. Of course, Heijin, I can concede an additional 4 to 6. How about that? Right now, Kiem Fong is quietly calculating. Pull him into the company first, then use the guise of technical analysis to inspect the goods. Demand he publicly disclose the manufacturing techniques, then find a charge to kick him out of the company, and later change the name for market sale. Where's the master? Wei called him, and I confidently replied, your dad said he would introduce Master Tran to you. Zhen Pham was extremely puzzled. How does your Thungjia compare to Dangjia at the port or Nguijia Island in Jiangbuk? Kiem Fong explained, equal to Thungjia, we are not much worse than them. You shouldn't pay attention to those boastful words. So what position do you hold in Thungjia? Do you have the right to speak there? He sternly stated. Although I don't have control over Thungjia, I can assure you that Thungjia will do its best to promote you. Minho raised his hand helplessly and said, I'm not worried about that. What I mean is, you don't even understand your own status. Yet you have such delusional thoughts, wanting to cooperate, telling the head of Thungjia to personally come meet me. Even if it were Nui Jae-hyun coming to see me, he would have to discuss matters as an equal. Who do you think you are to come and demand a share? Saying that, he pointed his finger dismissively at Kiem Fong. As he stepped out of the room, he cursed under his breath. So arrogant, so arrogant. Minho found it ridiculous to call me a fool or think of me as a 3-year-old child. The spirit water that originally belonged to me, and you think you can just claim 7 parts with a few boastful words. Suddenly, a phone call came in, and he picked up, hello. By then, you will take the juniors over there. Yuna wondered. Has Master Tran not arrived yet? Min Jung asked in confusion. Which Master Tran? Oh, that's great. Mom and Sister Anne will be heading to Saithui County right away. I don't even know how long it's been since I last saw them. Time flies, and a few days later, Minho happily called his mom. Excited to see his family, he shouted joyfully. It felt like 100 years of longing. All the things from my past life that I wanted to say. Xiu Van worried for her child and asked, are you afraid that your mom will find you to settle scores? Your aunt has already informed your mom about your truancy at the Chow office. Minho had nothing to say, so he just laughed it off. He said, Mom, you've been struggling alone in Cam 2 for too long. Why don't you come back here? Our family hasn't traveled in a long time. We should go to Dai Liat Kok in East Africa or the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. She playfully scolded. If you leave Cam 2 and come back here, how will our family survive with your father's meager salary? And you, stop slacking off in your studies. If you don't study well, I won't give you a penny for your wedding later. And Enna, who was nearby, also chimed in. Mom, and don't blame Xiao Pham anymore. He knows he was wrong. Xiu Van finally eased up on her nagging, thankfully, and Sister was there to speak for him. At this moment, Dong Hei's speech began. I know you all came from far away not to hear Wei mumble a few pointless words. Otherwise, you know how I feel. Minho smiled, but inside he thought that in his past life, he hated hearing his mom lecture him the most. By the time he wanted to listen, his mom would no longer be around. And Sister was the illegitimate child of the An family, as they didn't want to raise her. His mother adopted her and treated her like her own. When he was young, he often got into trouble and was punished by his parents. It was still his sister who protected him a lot. When he was sick, she took care of him, using her small hands to soothe him to sleep. When he had his allowance cut, it was still his sister who gave him her savings. After their mother passed away, he had no idea how she managed to shoulder the entire Cam 2 group on her small shoulders alone. In his previous life, he had wronged his father a lot, wronged his mother a lot, and wronged Xiao Qin a lot. But the one who was most wronged was his sister, and Enya asked, why is Xiao Pham looking at you like that? Xiu Van scolded. This kid is causing trouble at the Xiao office. He wants you to speak up for him to avoid punishment. Her lips curled into a smile, a gentle smile like spring breeze. Minho awkwardly replied, it's nothing. It had been half a year since they last met, and his sister was getting more and more beautiful. She angrily pinched his ear. Where did you learn to brag like that? Next, we invite Master Tran to the stage to say a few words to you. Someone has announced it's time to go home. When they arrived, you took the initiative to say, I'll go peel the fruit. Xiu Van slowly sat down and said, you two go out and have some fun. Mom and Dad need to discuss something. And Inna saw this and took Minho's hand, pulling him along. Let's go outside for a bit. Little fam, you're not in any trouble, right? He smiled and replied, what trouble could there be? Even if there is, I can handle it myself. But inside her, there were many questions. She felt that little fam had changed a lot this time. He seemed so full of confidence now. Plus, there was an additional strange charm. Minho suddenly exclaimed, oh right, I have a gift for you. And Anya asked in surprise, what gift do you have? He said, it's this. And Anya, you want to give me this? Where did you get all this money? You can't pick up bad habits from outside. I won't indulge you. Minho gently clarified, this jewel looks very beautiful, but it's just made from Yu Yang Qi. It's just regular jade, she asked again. Is it really not expensive? He smiled kindly, putting the necklace on and said, After saying that, he gestured to invite him up, and everyone buzzed, "Where's Master Tran? Which Master Tran? Let me put it on for you." And Na felt something unusual, thinking to herself, how strange. After putting the jade on, her whole body felt oddly warm. Minho sincerely advised, "And sister, you must always wear this jade. It can help the wearer be safe and happy." She wondered, "Really? I can't take it off even when showering or sleeping?" He firmly said, "No. You must promise me that." And Aya smiled and agreed. At this moment, Minho thought to himself, "That jade is the top-grade jade. I had Donghei's people search for everywhere, day and night, to refine the protective jade." He continued, "I still have 2 more pieces of jade, and sister, you should give them to your parents. Just say they are New Year gifts." She heard this and gently smiled. Your little Jaehyun is becoming more and more filial, she already knew. A few days later, at Kim Lang Villa, Trangia, after resigning from the leadership of Kim Lang Market, he always raised Jaehyun here, apart from his 3 sons who ran to a small town in Jiangbei. While the others held important positions in Kim Lang Market, the Trangia government and business had a solid foundation. Deep in Kim Lang, there is a rich human network, forming a Kim Lang family that cannot be underestimated. Kak Han is the son he loves the most. Yuna was also looking forward to it, saying, "I'm so excited, we're about to meet Master Tran. I heard he's only in his 22nd. Since childhood, he has shown extraordinary talent, but his personality is extremely stubborn, with a scholar's pride. If not, he wouldn't have caused trouble with the prince, getting so upset that he ran to the small town wanting to prove himself to the prince." Suddenly, Heijin called, "Gia, Gia." At this moment, Tran Lin stepped forward and told everyone, "Uncle will arrive later. You should go rest." Huai An had to speak up. "It's fine. I practice Tai Chi every day. Standing for a while is no problem." In her heart, she thought, "I'm best friends with Ana," but suddenly with Minho, it's Hiejin. At this moment, he mentioned, "It's been a while since I've seen Little Pham and Little Na. Has Little Pham grown taller again?" Inside Trun Nin's heart, anger grew. That kid is stubborn, arrogant, clueless, and disrespectful. Spoiled by their indulgence, with a father like Van Thai Phi Pham and an aunt like Van, a strong woman who started from nothing, how could they have a son like this? At the same time, Hiu Van and Kak Han moved closer, calling out, "Dad!" Minho cheerfully and respectfully greeted his grandfather. Anya gently spoke, "Gia Gia, we're back." Huayan patted his shoulder, smiling kindly. "It's good that you're back." But suddenly, Heijin seemed a bit surprised. "He must be a handsome guy." Heijin agreed as she saw her friend so excited. "That's right. Why can't I see through this grandchild? Why is there such arrogance, seeing through the world within?" Their hurried steps were filled with anticipation, their shadows stretching under the dim light as the party began. Inside, everyone wore extravagant outfits, dancing beneath sparkling crystal chandeliers. Minho looked at the lavish space, feeling disheartened, thinking that the descendants of the Trun family were countless, scattered across various professions. Moreover, their status was not low, which is why they dared to call themselves the Kim Leng Trun family. The whispers and glances never ceased. A powerful family that could invite Jaehyun himself to the Trun family. Only the Minho family could do that. Members had been the most loved ones in the family since childhood. Huayan spoke up. "All right, let's go upstairs to talk. This area is for the kids." Trun An, sitting on the sofa, called for Tio Pham. Hearing his name made him weary. He continued to invite. "Why don't you come over with us?" Minho politely replied, "Sure." Trun Hook was nearby, also began to poke fun at Minho. "I heard this year Aunt Vaughn made several hundred million." Donghae quickly stood up and pleaded, "Master Tran, please give me the divine water. I just need one price." While the two were still chatting, Minho suddenly stood up. Heijin quickly asked, "Why are you standing up? Why not buy you a nice car?" He recalled some past events. This Trun Hook was from a powerful family, always at odds with his own. Especially when they were young, Trun Hook often bullied him. Ana couldn't stand it anymore and exclaimed, "What do you need a car for? Do you think my Tio Pham is a kid? He's still a student." He continued to boast at Anna. "With Minho's grades, Aunt Vaughn will have to spend some money to send him abroad. Studying at some university should be fine." Minho, uninterested, said, "What if I can pass the Kim Leng University entrance exam?" Trun Hook raised his glass, sneering, "You'll get into Kim Leng University if you can pass the entrance exam. Then when I see you later, I'll call you Big Brother." And Inna, worried, called for Tio Pham. Minho quickly reassured, "It's okay, and sister, if I win, I'll make sure." He respectfully called her sister. He confidently asked, "What if you lose?" Minho firmly stated, "I'll lose. If I lose, you can set any condition you want." Trun Hook arrogantly slapped the table to decide. No one said Minho was Master Tran, but he pointed at himself and said, "I am Master Tran." Then, pointing with his finger, "Let's settle on that." She had her own calculations in mind, and when the time came, she could only tell her mother to find a connection. "We cannot let Tio Pham lose face." Tren An, who had been listening all this time, suddenly spoke up, "But Tio Pham's studies are a big deal. Having a diploma from a prestigious school means that whether you enter the government or inherit Aunt Van's business, you will achieve a lot. A degree reflects not just academic ability, but also capability, Minho thought to himself. Even the esteemed Black Abyss immortal has to rely on a degree to make a living, Tran Nin thought with arms crossed. Right now, Minho has nothing at all, and sooner or later, he will face many obstacles in society. Someone broke the tense atmosphere, saying, "Let's eat." The scene shifted to the conference room. Ho-I-An, with a serious expression, slowly analyzed the current issue. Before we return to Tran Family Village, we should gather a bit. Let's have a meal together to summarize everything from this year, Jae-hyun said. Things have gone pretty well this year. If we keep trying for a few more years, there will be an opportunity to become deputy mayor. Cheng Han listened in silence when his name was mentioned, and Kim Han praised him wholeheartedly. Haejin panicked and called out, "Hey Minho, what are you doing? Don't get too excited." Big Brother has always worked steadily. Every step leaves a mark. He could definitely be the deputy mayor. He continued to evaluate Jae-hyun as slightly lacking in humility. His business has shown no progress. He's not even as good as Little Van. Someone beside Mrs. Tran said a few words to ease the tension. All right, Jae-hyun is not that bad. There are many shareholders in the company holding him back. It's not easy for him either, but she had a bit of thought in her heart. As for Little Van, if only her son hadn't run away. If it causes trouble again, the Tran family probably doesn't know how prosperous they are now, Ho-I-An said while drinking water. I knew she was sympathizing with Jae-hyun and pushing him hard. He's doing well now, but he needs to work harder. Hearing this, he politely replied, I understand, Grandma. Someone spoke up, Dong-hae. Uncle should definitely go to Kim Lang. There's nothing to do in the backward Situi County. Kiem Han, a bit angry, said, If you go to Kim Lang, I guarantee you will be promoted in 3 years. How can you only be a vice chairman? Min Jung was also surprised. Heejin immediately called him Minho. Heejin worriedly said, Are you crazy? And you act like you're the provincial vice chairman? You are really biased. Hugh Van beside him was worried about him. Minho drank water, looking indifferent. Heejin responded, Although we are just small officials now, it's the result of our own efforts. A few years later, becoming the mayor or provincial chairman isn't that simple. He thought it was too arrogant to say. Do you even know what you're talking about? Don't even mention the mayor or provincial chairman. Just being the county chairman might not be achievable. In just a few years, Cheng Han sternly warned, adults were talking. Kids shouldn't butt in. Tran Hook took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, sneering, I guess everyone doesn't know yet. Little Pham just said he wants to apply to Kim Lang University. Compared to that, I think Uncle 3 becoming mayor is much easier. Everyone was surprised. Kim Lang University, he smoothly added. That's the best school in Jiangnan province. With Minho's performance, Mrs. Tran was not satisfied and warned Jae-hyun 3, You should manage your child better. Don't let it talk nonsense and embarrass the Chun family. Kak-hun replied sadly. Yes, I understand, Mom. Chun-nin cursed. You little punk. Ji-hoon looked knowledgeable and reminded those on stage, It's not young Jae. Each of them has a life in their hands. Now do you understand the consequences of reckless talking? He smiled and asked, Truly. How do people know about my abilities? Hwaian thought otherwise. Others believed Minho was just being reckless, but I think the arrogance and confidence in that kid's eyes are definitely not fake. But where does that confidence come from? The party is over, and only half-eaten plates of food remain on the table. A few glasses were empty, and the laughter was gradually fading. Kak Han looked at his son in silence and then walked away. His gaze left an indescribable heaviness, causing the room to suddenly fall silent. Hiu Van rubbed his shoulder. His son said, Dad, I'm outdated. Don't listen to him. The things he just said were very satisfying. The officials have been rolling around day by day but still dare to preach Chan Wook's teachings to his father, Minho thought to himself. This clearly beloved and hated mother of mine. In the quiet night, Minho continued to train diligently. A solitary figure punched in the darkness. Hwai unquietly approached. He turned back after seeing this. That guy wants to die. How dare he cause trouble in this auditorium? His contemplative eyes followed him, unwavering. He kindly asked Tio Pham, What technique are you practicing? Why does it look so strange? Minho respectfully explained, Grandpa, this is the 36 styles of true martial arts, a technique passed down to me by a master. If you want to learn, I'm ready to teach. Hwaian patted his shoulder and laughed. No need, I'm already 70 to 80 years old. Practicing Tai Chi is enough. Come take a walk with me for a bit, he replied. Yes. Suddenly, Dot Haejin shared, Tio Pham, your father has always been straightforward, but he doesn't know that in this world, the most important thing is to be discreet, free, and at ease. In Dream of the Red Chamber, there is knowledge. To help understand the world and human feelings, to create literature, we must accept the rules of this society. Mix it, apply it. Uncle, I have great ambitions but limited skills. Uncle 2 is at ease. My father is too stubborn. Among the grandchildren of the family, Only Trun An is somewhat acceptable, but he values fame and fortune too much. Lacking affection, pale in meaning. In the future, if I die and hand the family over to them, I fear it won't be long before it falls apart. Minho worriedly exclaimed, Grandpa, you will live long. Don't say such unlucky things. Two bodyguards saw him about to approach and raised their hands to stop him. This gentleman suddenly called out to him, Master Tran. Huai An smiled gently, expressing his thoughts. Tio Pham, among the grandchildren, I actually hold you in high regard. Especially you. I don't even understand my own health. How can you feel moved and think about how much I expect from you? He spoke with determination. Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely protect the Trun family for you. Huai An replied contentedly. Good. In the Chun family's context, during a family gathering, people began to discuss, that's Chun Kiu. I heard he is highly regarded by the legendary Taemin from Jiangnam. He has become one of the great Jae-hyun of Kim Lung. Trun Kyo is the most outstanding figure of the Trun family. Jun An quietly followed behind him. Jun Hook was beside him, boasting, Theopham, you want to sit at the table. Wait for your dad to get to the market before thinking about it. Min Ho scoffed. If I want to, I can go anywhere. What's so hard about a tiny Trun family mansion? Minho's tone was too loud, making him dissatisfied. You keep bragging. Let's see if you can still talk tough when the guests arrive. Ji-hoon and Young Jae gaped, exclaiming, What's going on? He called out again, Master Tran. The whole room only heard the call for Master Tran. Tren Nin interjected. All right, tone it down a bit. And Na sitting next to him thought, during the Trun family's annual festival, all the families invite their friends to participate just to show off their connections. Last year, the most prominent figures, with the highest status, were from Yu and Trun Daiba. Minho confidently said, Even if our family has no connections, so what? I'm here. Seeing 1,000 people doesn't compare to my pinky. Everyone was stunned, thinking he was blowing hot air. Then Trun Hook still looked down on him. I'll wait and see. Suddenly, Hei Jin and the Trun family's elder appeared. Trun Huayan was also present, and the banquet buzzed with conversation. Everyone hadn't seen each other for a long time. Life hasn't been too bad, right? The notable guests all arrived. The chief architect of Lori Duke and the owner Chan Wook came. Chief Jiang from the entertainment company Daemong, director Tian Kim Lang, and General Truong from the Ngo Cho exploit company. Hugh Vun felt a bit anxious, thinking, many of these people are connections of their families. Young Jae was stunned, muttering, No way? He immediately looked for his dad, but the scene, only two of their own family sat still here. How embarrassing, Trun An sarcastically asked. So Tio Pham, do you still think connections are useless? He took the opportunity to push further. Don't worry, C.A. Minho said. 1,000 people don't compare to him alone. Who knows how important he is? Outside the door, the announcement. The chief of Diet May Group, Non Thi, and director Non from the Shao department arrived. She was a bit surprised, thinking, the annual meeting of Kim Leng, Trun family. Why are people from the Shao department here? The distinguished guests have appeared. Cho is far in Jiangbak, not close to Kim Lung. Our Nyun Thi group is a well-known company. But no one is familiar with this director Non. Suddenly, Heijin's expression changed as if surprised. Kiem Han puffed out his chest, confidently saying, They must be here to find me. When he reached out to shake hands, he saw Tio Nyun glide by like the wind. Mr. Trin respectfully greeted, Mr. Trun, finally found you. Everyone around was shocked, exclaiming, What? Minho just smiled lightly, pointing out that he was Tio Nyun. He bowed respectfully, indeed, before he needed a lot of ngok tat hai tat. Kan and the others were all respectfully saying, Master Tran, Heijin exclaimed in surprise. Minho, Master Tran. I've also helped quite a bit. Minho asked, Why are you here? Tio Nan didn't want to hide. Isn't it to pay respects to you? But in his heart, he thought that now Minho was famous throughout Jiangbak and held Van Vu Lin Tuyen. I can't fall behind either. With Van Vu Lin Tuyen in the hands of Dung Heijin, I can't be left behind either. Kiem Han next to him spoke up, Director Nyun. Mr. Nan, don't run off like that. Then turned to scold him for lacking decorum, but later greeted Mr. Nan warmly. Come with me to the main hall to talk. This is no place for someone of your status to sit. It's not appropriate to sit here. Little Nan seemed uninterested in him, calling him an AI. Can't you see I'm talking to Mr. Tran? Kiem Han spoke sincerely. I am the deputy director of Tran Corporation, Kiem Han. Isn't it because of me? Little Nan replied casually. Oh, Mr. Tran. Do you think I need to pay my respects to Jae Hyun and his wife? He had to say. Go ahead. He felt a bit disgruntled about being embarrassed, thinking that this fat guy had come to see Min Ho. But how could Mr. Nan be so respectful to Min Ho?